taking care of various LMS applications and its development for the school. And earlier I was working with Aptech. That's exactly where I know you, Sujoy. We have that's where we have done couple of training for our clients in Rajasthan and many other places.
Yeah, many other places. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was quite good. You know, going to various places and staying in
Right.
good hotels and doing the training in the classroom in front of people, that's a really different world. So
Right.
I had never thought during those times that a time will come that will be all become under the home arrest.
Correct. Correct.
So
So
I
I'm from
just
Mumbai.
uh,
I'm from Mumbai.
okay, great.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Welcome, Dipali. Great.
Thank
Hitesh.
So I hope you guys keep safe, and you know that prevention is the best cure actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is
True.
just getting nearer and nearer. Earlier in my society, there was no case till the end of the mid June also. So just when the June ended, and a lot of cases they just came up. Okay, so it just happened because you know after the lockdown was open, people had to go for work, and you know then anything can happen from also anywhere. So you know it is just like a silent fire. It's like a silent spark which just gets onto you. You just don't know that what happens afterwards. So most vulnerable are the old people. So if a young people gets it, so that person has a very good chance of coming back. But old people, if they get it, so it becomes very difficult. So you know, it is better that young people when they come back home from work, so they should take a shower. So it is good. So it is the summertime also, and if you take a shower 2 times in a day, so that should not be a problem.
True.
So
True.
that is the only way. So I
True.
think it is not much of the effort. Okay, the
True.
person goes straight into the bathroom and takes a shower and puts all his clothes into a bucket full of water with the Dettol, some antiseptic. So you know that's what we do because we Bengalis have a tradition when we come back from the crematorium, so we don't touch anything at home. Okay,
Even we
so
have that.
so
I
we
think
Not
go.
everyone,
everybody in India,
Sujoy.
everyone
So,
Sujoy.
Not only with
to the bathroom.
Service
Bengali.
tradition,
Yeah.
service tradition, sir.
They're very strict about that. Okay. So we go straight into the bathroom. We don't talk to anybody. We don't listen to anybody. We just tell them that all my clothes should be ready. We just take the shower right away. So, you know, some traditions, they have some scientific backings also. So that was lost, okay, on the way. But those things were right, like the quarantine period. So it does not seem anything like new. It is the 13 days of the mourning period where the family is isolated. So no, now science can learn a lot of things. Okay, so good. So guys, keep safe. So I believe that we will enjoy this 4 days of the training. I enjoy each of my training. I get to know new people, then get to understand what they are doing. So learning management system is the LMS, and these days the learning management system will become the new way to learn, where a lot of learning will be stored in this knowledge bases, and they need very good project management. Yes, good morning, Rajveer. Yeah. Okay.
Morning,
Okay, great.
everyone.
Yeah. So he is the one I was waiting for. So he's from Chandigarh. No? You are in Chandigarh right now, Rajveer.
No, I'm from J&K. My
Oh,
company is in Chandigarh.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, right now you are working in Chandigarh.
So,
Okay,
Rajveer, few words from your side, no, so that everybody gets to know more about you.
Sure, definitely. So, as I mentioned, I'm from J&K. I'm
Mm,
currently working with the Henson Group as a project manager.
Okay.
So, Henson Group is more into Microsoft products. So, we are one of the gold partners of Microsoft. So, we deal into migrations related to Azure, Office 365, Dynamics. So my role and responsibility is really just to make sure that whosoever customers we have onboarded, we make sure that their requirements are met because at times customers come with custom-based solutions that they require. So we ensure that that is done, and we work very closely with third-party vendors as well. So it includes a lot of things, and in here we are involved from the very first stage, like the very first stage of the requirement stage. So it's somewhat different, and you cannot call it completely as a project management because it involves a lot many things, requirement gatherings, and for that just from the very start to the very end.
You're taking care of end-to-end project, right?
Yes,
From
exactly.
scratch till you deliver it to client finally.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So there is already a project manager. Now he needs to learn the structure of the project management, and I think he will improve himself, and of course he will be very much noticeable by his boss, and it will give him a lot of confidence. And this PMP certification is an international certification. So it was basically originally from the USA, but now India has more number of the I mean PMP practitioner. I'm not only talking about the PMP but PMI. So there are more people, those who are the ACP, that is the Agile Certified Practitioner, PGMP, Program Management. So there are many other certifications which are there, and India has the largest pool of the PMI certification holders, PMI certification holders. Not only the PMP but the entire PMI spectrum. Okay, yes, Abhishek. So we can know a little bit more about
You have to unmute yourself, Abhishek.
unmute. Yeah, unmute for a moment.
Hi, good morning, all of you. My name is Abhishek Bansal. I am a senior software engineer in Tata Power SCD, and I want to move into the project management. So that's why I'm joining this training session. And I work for mostly for the Air Force domain, actually, for Air Force only. So for a defense sector only. So I cannot tell you more about it.
There is no need.
No, that is fine. But where are you located, Abhishek?
I am Noida.
In Noida. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Welcome.
Actually, many years ago, I had conducted training in the Tata Advanced. Tata Advanced, that is in the Noida only. So those teams, they were working with the Air Force, but on the drone projects.
Yes, that's actually my company is Tata Power SCD, which is now merging with the Tata Power Tata Advanced System. Actually, it's
Okay,
merging
Tata
process is
Advanced
going.
Systems. Yes, yes. I remember
Yes,
that company. So they have
yes,
the collaboration with the Israeli defense company.
yes, 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 yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Mm,
yes.
okay, very good. So good luck with the projects. We need you to
Yeah,
do some good things. So, we have some problem. So we
yes.
need such things. Okay, very good. Yes, Ritik,
So,
you can. Yes.
yes, Ritik, little bit
Hello,
about
yeah.
yourself. Yeah.
Ritik Bhandari this side, sir. I'm working with Bharat Petroleum as marketing manager lubricants. The main purpose for joining this training session is that I'm planning to change my stream because after 10 years of experience, I think I need to have little bit more knowledge about the people management and the project management. That's why I enrolled for this program.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
great.
a good change, everything. Now, let me tell you. So, if you think that how can the PMP relate to the marketing, it relates absolutely. See, right now you are working for a government organization, and that to a product which doesn't need much marketing. If someone needs a lubricant, someone needs diesel and petrol, so say they will just go and get it. It's one of the essential items. But there are certain things which need a lot of marketing, just like the white goods. So white goods, services, credit cards, the things like that. So those marketing campaigns, they have to plan like projects. So if you work for some multinational company in the future, so your marketing will bring a very huge turnover. It has the potential. The plant marketing has the potential to bring in huge turnover to the company. Your role will be very, very important. So you can continue to be in the marketing, but in a place where marketing is really needed, where marketing is very much valuable. So these are the kind of things which are very, very essential. So yes, if you are marketing, maybe you are marketing within a niche group of the customer. You are just finding that okay, I'm Bharat Petroleum, so you can buy something from me instead of the Indian Oil or instead of some other company. So there are only 3-4 major players in India in the petroleum sector, and
Uh,
who is owned by the government.
Sorry to add to this, sir. Actually, I am looking after lubricant, and there are 70 odd players in the market.
Oh, seven.
So our product is already deregulated. Okay,
Mm,
still petrol and the diesel are under government control. So there is
mm.
a lot of competition, and we have to do a lot of marketing activities in our
Okay,
business.
okay. So
Okay.
good. So it requires a lot of the project management and planning. So that is good. So you can take that experience into some bigger system. Okay. So that is good.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Dev Shankar, you can tell us. which company you work, what is your domain.
Yeah. Hi everybody. This is Devshankar Chakravarti. I am from Calcutta only, but my work location is in Bangalore. I'm working with ITC Infotech as a lead IT consultant, and my main domain is server support and migration, like migration to cloud, and as well as migration from older server version operating systems like 2012 to 2019 server. And also I'm taking care of the entire end-to-end, this change management, incident management, and problem management. So I completed my ITIL expert V3 way back in 2013, and from that time onwards, I'm mostly into this IT management as well as the technical part of it. In addition to that, I'm also into training because I've trained certain people, certain batches of Indian Oil on specific customized requirements of server management, and also on backups, net backups, and storages. But thing is, as far as project management is concerned, I've been working over the last 18 years in different projects. But then I have not handled projects end to end, starting from the initiation till the completion. So I've worked in different stages of different projects. So I've got an overview of the knowledge, but as far as the nitty gritties, how to handle a complete project as a independently, how to plan a project, how to execute a project, how to pitch to the client, and all this. So this is the main purpose, because I've been into this technical and techno management for the last 18 years. So I think this is high time that I should move into the management part of it. So I've joined this course.
Yeah, good.
Right, Dev.
Very
Welcome,
good. Very
welcome.
good. Yes, Hitesh.
Yes, Hitesh.
So you can tell us.
Hi everybody, I'm Hitesh Ahuja from Vadodara, Gujarat. Currently, I am working as a project site in charge with Neptune Realty Private Limited Group. It is basically a developer group, and we are involved in construction of high-rise towers and commercial buildings. So my roles and responsibilities there are coordination with consultants for finalization of the drawings, execution, planning, and monitoring.
Okay, great, Hitesh. So, guys, I think you guys can start now, and it's the time wherein I should leave you guys with Sujoy only. Uh, Once again, thank you very much for joining us. In case you have any issue, any concern throughout this training process, anyway, Sujoy is there to help you guys. But still, at any point in time, if you see that Sujoy is not reachable, you can contact me. You have my numbers. I'll be leaving my personal number in the chat box. So in case those numbers are not reachable, you can contact me there. Yeah, that's it from my side. And one point for you, Sujoy, there is one more person, Suman Mukherjee. So I guess he's the one I was talking about. He will not be able to attend classes, so he'll be requiring these recordings. So please keep him in loop, no, while sharing recordings of the session.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you very much. Enjoy your session. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, fine, good. So what I'm going to do, so you can now switch off your cams. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So let me start sharing my screen. So here is the screen. So we'll start from here.
Hi, sir. Sir, can you
yes, tell me.
Recording also, sir?
Yes, recording is on.
Okay.
So you will get the complete recording of this session.
There is no need to record to myself.
No, you yes, just a moment. You can also do it. So let me do this thing. Everybody who wants to make their own recording, they can do it, but you should be logged in from the laptop. Okay. So Deepali, you have been given the permission. Okay. Rajveer Singh, if you are logged in from the laptop, yes. Yes. Okay. So those who are using the, those who are be using the laptop, please start to record. Okay. So who is logged in from the mobile?
Sir, I am logging from the mobile. After 1 p.m. I will log in from my laptop.
Okay.
So Sujoy sir, I tried to do that, but it's giving me a pop-up request recording permission from the meeting host.
Yeah, yeah. So click again.
Yeah, started. Thank you.
Yes. So good. So you can record this. You can get and you know that where the files are. So basically, the files will be found if you go to the C drive. In the C drive, you will find a folder as the C users, and in the users there will be a folder called the documents, and inside the document there will be a Zoom folder. Okay, so the Zoom application stores your files there. Make sure that you have enough space on the C drive and you can find this. So I will help you look at the recording files. Okay, fine. So guys, so this is a quick introduction about myself. So I'm going to train you for the next 4 days. So welcome to this training. So I got certified in the year 2009, and I actually started the training on the PMP in the year 2010, because you know it took me quite some time to create this material and get myself soaked up completely. So during that year, so since 2006, when I started my say commercial training, I was working in IT in industry only, but I used to train on the weekends. And you see this number. So this is my PMP certification number. Okay, so each time a person passes any kind of exam from the PMI, they get a certification number for that, and it is a permanent one. So this is my brief introduction. So I have trained around like 4,000 plus project managers. I've conducted 200 plus PMP workshop, 200 plus project management concepts of workshop, then 300 plus Microsoft project workshops, 20 plus project online workshops. So project online is the cloud version, and 120 plus Primavera workshops. So these are the places, some of the places, but the list is very long. So places where I have trained is the Middle East, and Singapore, Philippines. So these days I'm training online, and of course, students from all over the world they join me. So I have different timings for them. So the major topics that I train for is the PMP, Microsoft Project, Project Online, and the Oracle. This is my career timeline. So I started in 1990, then programmer, business analyst, technical architect, project and program management. And these two parallel lines, so basically they mean, so I was fully employed with the IT industry from I mean 1990 to 2013, and in 2006 I started training on the weekends. Then since 2013, mid 2013, I left my full-time job and started project management consulting and trading also. So in the consulting, I basically help the companies implement the PMI processes. So I bring some experience from the industry to the classroom, and from classroom I learn a lot from my students also, because when they ask the questions, then I try to find out that if I can answer all the questions or not. So this is my certification, because when you are going to train someone, so it is a good professional practice to display your own certificate. Okay. So this is my certificate number, and this was obtained in 2009, and the expiration date is 2021. So every PMI certificate has certain period. PMP 3 years, and CAPM 5 years, and similarly. So it has been renewed every 3 years, and in multiples of 3. So the next renewal date will be 2021. So I will get that done next year. So I don't have to give any exam. So if you see that in the president and the chief executive name, you'll find an Indian. So you know Indians are slowly and slowly. So they are contributing a lot to the PMBOK, and they are also as part of the PMI also. Okay. So they are there. So it is very much prevalent in India. And these are my Microsoft credentials for Microsoft project. Okay. So when this exam was available, so it was Microsoft project version 2013, which was the prevalent the version. And then I'm also certified for the project portfolio management. Okay. So that is the project online. So these are my certifications. This is the PMI dashboard. This is just for your information. This is how your PMI dashboard looks these days. So if you look at this, these are the PDUs. Okay, so the PDUs are accumulated through your project management, and through your training, the training that you take or give. So if you give any kind of presentation, also you can claim PDUs for that. Okay, so this is your dashboard where you accumulate the PDU, and every 3 years you apply this PDU 60 for the re-certification. So I get PDU for this training. Okay, so that's not a problem. So I can renew. So this is some, you can say, testimonial from my LinkedIn. So there are lots of it. So these are some. So many people, they have basically passed out after doing the training and after following the pattern that I taught them. So I'm going to take care of you as well. So these are some students from the Middle East. And yeah, this is from Dubai. This is from the Oman. So there are different places there. This is Riyadh. Okay. So this is from India only. Noida Buloish is an engineering company. So I'm training them for PMP and Microsoft project. This is NTPC. In NTPC, I conduct lots of training. NTPC PMI is an institution which is based in Noida, Power Management Institute. So it is the training institution of the NTPC, and every alternate month, so they are conducting a lot of trainings, technical trainings, and also training for the project management, because they have very large projects. So projects that use PMI processes, Primavera, Microsoft project. So I'm conducting there. So now we come to the ground rules. The ground rules is very simple. First of all, you just relax. Okay. So because this is a weekend and you should be relaxed, and we don't work on the weekends. I also don't work on the weekends. Okay. I'm just here to have some conversation with you and slowly get into the PMI mindset. It is the mindset that will matter for you. Okay, just relax. First of all, just forget about anything else. Don't be tense. That what is PMP? Okay, so that's my job to explain it to you. So if you want to talk to me, just raise your hand, because you will see that there is a button there. So, but let's have a look at the interface. So if you look at the interface, you will find that if you look at the control panel. So guys, can you locate the control panel? Panel now, as I've stopped the sharing. If you go, I think it should be down below now. It should show you the mute, security, or the participants chat. So there is a chat box as well.
Yes.
And there should be the button, and I think that you have a raise hand button. So can you see that button? Okay, so in
No.
the chat box, I'm going to type hi. So just see if you can type there. So in the chat box. So just type hi, or just put a dot there into the chat box, because first we should get used to the environment. Yeah, so yes, that's good. So do you see any button where you can raise your hands?
No.
Sujoy, it is in inside the participant. When you click on the participant, you get the raise hand option is there.
Yes. So guys, please use that. So I have a list of the participants here. So I can see that Hitesh has raised his hand. Okay. So then when I answer him, so I can just lower the hand. So that is visible to me. Yeah, Dev Shankar. Yes. Good. Yes, that's good. So okay. So this is a new medium to communicate and to collaborate. So that is good. So now let me share the slides once more, and we will continue from there. So I'll be sharing my screen, and in between, what do I do? Sometimes I just confirm, I just pause for a while and confirm we are still connected or not. So this is a training, this is not a seminar, and everybody should ask and interact with me so that we are staying connected. Also, it gives me confirmation also that we are having two-way connection. Okay, so we should be connected both ways, because sometimes if I go silent or you go silent, we just don't know that whether we are connected or not. So internet is very stable and reliable in India, so that's not a problem. So discussion time will be in relation to the topic scope. If the topic scope is deeper, more important, we will give it more time. And you can keep your mobile phones in the silent mode, and you can get back to your your calls. So during the break times. So there is no office meeting. I believe this is a weekend, but I have to put this line here because I'm sometime training the corporate groups. Okay, so I tell people that if you're going for the office meeting and if you miss some topic, but I'll have to continue with the group. So you'll have to go into the recording later. So time to start and end as per the group and the location. So time to start is the 9 a.m. and I believe that during the summertime, since we are all at home, so that is not a problem. And it will end as per the group. So the topic that we are taking up, so that will at the end of the day, it might be like 6:45, it might be like 5:45. So, you know, there is some variation. So that happens. So we have to go with the speed of the group. I make sure that everybody has learned the concept. So the time to start will be 9 a.m. and there will be a break time at around 11. Okay, so you know the break time will be also dependent upon completion of a certain topic. So after that, the lunch time will be at 2, and then what we can have, that we can have an evening break at around 4. Okay. So evening break at around 4, and after that we can basically take a break whenever we are at the end of the topic. Okay, so the break at around the 11 will be 15 minutes, and all other break at the end of the topic will be like 5 minutes break only, right? So we make sure that everybody is comfortable and nobody will miss any kind of the interaction or topic with me. So this is what we have done. And sometimes I have to show this slide. Sometimes people feel, oh no, I'm too busy for improvements. I'm doing something important, but that should not be the case, because if we have to do the work the way we are doing currently, then we might be slogging. We might not be doing the thing the smart way. So if we spend some time learning a new skill and apply that skill, okay, we save a lot of time and trouble also. So that is the value of the project management. It will save you a lot of time and trouble, because currently we are doing with our, say, understanding on a day-to-day basis. Okay, but the understanding may not be complete, because you know experience takes many years to form. So we need to complete our experience through training. So training is the best way to accelerate your experience, and especially in the project management. So that is the thing. So this is the day-wise training plan or the agenda. So day 1, introduction to PMP exam, then project management concepts or framework. So framework is something basically within which we do all our project work. So how does the framework, in fact, the whole thing which you are seeing in front of you is sort of a framework only in which we do the project work. Okay. And then the knowledge area starts after the framework. The first knowledge area is integration management, scope, schedule, cost, quality, HR, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder. And on the 4th day, we will discuss that how to complete the PMI examination application process. Application process, they require some data, how to format it and how to put it in an Excel sheet, and then how to post it on their website. So we will learn about that, and then I will tell you that how to use the student package, how to plan your studies, and how you're going to be mentored through my WhatsApp group. So basically I have a WhatsApp group which has been around for many years now. It has been around for almost like 6-7 years. So there are many people, those who have passed it and they're still there. So some people leave, some people say our purpose is completed, but some people, they still continue to interact with me. So there are many people there. So they're all related to the project management only. So some people have done PMP, some people have taken Microsoft project training, some Primavera, some project online. So they are all there. So they are all the project managers, and it's a good place to interact and talk about the project management. So you'll be put there so that you can be there in constant touch with me. And also one more thing, that sometimes if you need to talk to me, and because I'm in my office, say from 9 to 6, and on the weekdays, on certain weekdays, if I'm free, I mean, I'm not doing any training, then we can connect over the Zoom also. Okay, so that's not a problem. You first ping me on the WhatsApp, and after the WhatsApp, if I'm free, I will call you back. And if we need some more discussion, then we will connect over the Zoom. So we will stay connected at least till you pass the exam. So you don't have to worry about that. Just continue to focus on the topic and ask the question in context of the topic. And if you have anything from your project which you can relate, use it as an example. Okay, so I will coordinate. So basically the topics that I will be covering here, so they are the thought process of the project managers. So those who started this institution in 1969, since then, more than 1 lakh people have contributed to the PMBOK. Okay, so we are basing our studies on the PMBOK. So we can say we are learning from the experience of 1 lakh people, 1 lakh project managers since then, right? Okay, fine. So that's great. So what I'm going to do, so I'm going to mute you all. So, but you have the ability to unmute yourself when you want to talk, because we are in home, so that's okay. So there will be some kind of background noise in the home, so that's okay. So we just want to make sure that our classroom is quiet. I'm seated in a very quiet place. So this is the place is the office and the training room. Okay. So introduction to the PMI. So these are the certifications. So we are focusing on the most popular one, PMP. Okay, so this is PGMP, PFMP, and PMI scheduling professional. So actually the schedule management is also part of the PMP, but here is a very specialized one. Those people, those who are going to do only the scheduling in large projects, risk management professional and business analysis, then the agile certification, and CAPM is for the freshers. So freshers means that anybody can take this test. So this is also based upon the PMBOK. So many people come to me for the CAPM thinking that they are not qualified for the PMP, but I tell them that look, we are conducting the same training, but CAPM is for people those who are below 2.5 years of experience. So even a 10th class student, if he can understand the concepts of the project management, he can also take the test. So this is a very light exam. But the training is the same. Actually, I do the same here because I tell people that one day you will be going for the PMP training, so you won't have to take the training again. So just take the PMP training, take the CAPM exam, and after the CAPM, when you cross the criteria line of 2.5 years, you go and take the PMP exam, you will be fine. So this PMI is Project Management Institute. It's a very simple name. There is no branding here. It is a not-for-profit association. So this is an association of the project managers, professional project managers. So they got together in 1969 from the various industrial backgrounds. So they used to share a lot of their ideas about how they are managing their projects. So during the weekends, so they thought that why not to create a sort of the association. Okay, so there are associations for many things, many professional, like doctors have their own association, engineers have their own association, the chartered accountants also have their own association. So there are various professions which require a very deep knowledge. So these guys were mainly into the project management. They thought that we will also create our association. So they called it Project Management Institute. No branding at all. It doesn't even tell that which country it is from. It is a not-for-profit association. The idea is to propagate best practices in the project management. So this is what they do for project, program, and portfolio management. So it is the leading membership association for the project management profession. So even though there are many other project management professionals group, that is the Prince2 is based in the UK and the Europe, project management in controlled environments. So it is more prevalent there, but PMI is global. Okay, so you can see it is present in 215 countries, and in India we have got 4 chapters: North India chapter, East India chapter, West India chapter, and South India chapter. Okay, and in the South India chapter, I believe that we have got 2 centers. One is in Bangalore and one is in Chennai. So this is a global organization headquartered in Pennsylvania, USA, where it was established. And it is actively engaged in advocacy for the profession, setting professional standards that how a project manager should be managing the projects so that his projects only get better and better and more predictable and more controllable. And they are conducting research. They are providing access to a wealth of information and resources. So, this PMBOK, this body of knowledge is not a book, it's a body of knowledge. So we can say it is a wealth of information about the project management. and we will learn through it. So my job is to make this PMBOK simpler for you, so that you can understand not only the PMBOK, but there will be some study guides. So study guides will be even simpler for you to understand. So let us clear some basic terminologies. So PMP is Project Management Professional. So once you have passed the PMP certification exam, so you can suffix it to your name and you can display it in your resume. Okay, so to show your status, so as to gain more recognition and better the opportunities. And PMI is Project Management Institute. So PMI is the organization and which is basically conducting or setting the standards for PMP certification. And they are conducting examination through Pearson View Centers. Earlier it was Prometric, now it is Pearson View Centers. So I believe that you will be also taking an exam through the Pearson View Centers. So maybe you can take it from home also. PMP certification is valid for 3 years, and PDU is the professional development unit, or it is the 60 hours of the project management activity minimum needed to prove that you are active in the project management as a professional or as a learner or as a teacher. So if you can prove it, so you can recertify yourself. So that I will explain to you on the 4th day. And PMBOK is a project management body of knowledge, and it is a handbook for project managers. Since it is a handbook for the project managers, it will contain a lot of detailed information which might be very confusing for people in the beginning. So that is why PMI says that people should be having 3 criteria. First is that they should be having minimum 4,500 hours of the project working in a project management environment as a team member or as a team lead or as a project manager, but not necessarily as a project manager, but you can be part of any project team. So that is what they mandate first. Second is that you should be a graduate. And third is that you should have 35 contact hours of the formal project management training or the education. So that is called the training hours or contact hours certificate. So PDU is for the certified professional to maintain the certificate. Okay, so what you are going to get will be the 35 contact hours. Okay, so once you have completed your training and you have taken the exam and you have passed it, to maintain the certificate, so any kind of training which you do related to the project management, for that you will get credit called the PDU, Professional Development Units. Means that as a project management professional, you are continuing to develop yourself. So anybody has a question here, you can just switch on your mic and ask me. So any questions here till this point? So I make sure that at some point I just pause and give you the chance to interact with me. So any question here, guys? See, just if you want to ask a question, just look at your mic, unmute yourself, tell me your name and ask. No, the questions here? Okay, so I move to the next slide. Okay, so these are the credentials and we are going to focus on the PMP. So this is the importance of the PMP. So this is the project demand for the project. This slide actually is more than 4 years old, but in India you can double this number. Okay, so this number was basically created when there was no Make It in India program and there was no China problem. And due to this China problem, and a lot of the companies which are of the Korean, European and Japanese company, even the US based company, they had some sort of business facilities or manufacturing there. So they are all going to move to India. When they're going to move to India, they need to set up their industries here. So setting up the industries itself is a project. So that will require the need of the project management. And when they start building their products here, so that also will require the project managers. So in both ways it will require the project manager first to do the setup. That will require the very efficient handling by the project managers, and then they need the project managers to start their production batches. So that need to be also planned like the projects. So both ways you are at the benefit of this industrial gain that we have. So make sure that you are there, because all the companies, those which come from the outside, they first of all they try to enroll the certified project. When they run out of the certified ones, only then they will go for the experienced ones. Okay, So certification is good. So, you know, this is the result. I put in project manager PMP certified. So do you see this number 6,219? So there are 6,219 project manager jobs from various domains which are mentioning PMP as a requirement or part of their candidate qualification. Okay, so PMP. So, you know, these are PMP jobs from the various industries. So Naukri says it has got 6,219 search results. If you go there, you can see it. So that is the importance of the PMP. So we'll go quickly through it. It is a globally recognized project management certification and employers can verify it through the PMI registry. It is a worldwide recognition of your knowledge of the project management. See, currently you might be doing very good project management. So that's fine. So we all start like technical people, technical resource, and we start our careers. And after some time, we are given the responsibility of the entire project. And we are called the project managers by our company or by our bosses that you are the project manager. But once you become certified, the whole world will call you the project manager. That is the benefit. It demonstrates a proof of the professional achievement. So achievement is by the way of the minimum 4,500 hours of the project management and plus your certification, which is a quantified knowledge. It improves the way you manage the project. You will feel a lot more confident because you will now have a lot of structure in your mind and structured documents and structured way to approach, and step by step you will know that what is the step to do right now. It will increase your marketability because you have a PMP certification tag and people are looking for that. Those who are employers, so they are accessing those job sites. So they are looking into the databases to find candidates with the PMP certifications behind their names. You know, so that will increase your marketability and it displays your willingness to pursue growth. Why? Because it's happening in the middle of your career. You are taking some time out to do this PMP. So it shows that you are a willing candidate to pursue growth. And it increases the customer confidence because the customers are asking for various kind of certification in technical domains. So especially in the IT, if you look at the customers are IT asking for the Oracle certified professional to handle their databases. They are asking for the cloud certified professional for Azure, for the Amazon Web Services, and there are various server certifications there. So why not the project manager? Why should the project manager be not certified? The one who is going to lead the whole team. So that is why they are asking for it, because it increases the customer confidence, and that's why the company would like to have a PMP certified project manager so they can showcase the good quality of the resources. Okay, it is valued globally across industry verticals and companies. So these are the broad steps. So first of all, you will attend the PMP workshop. Then you will become a PMI member. So this is the link which is there. Then you will submit your exam application. So in between, you will have to compile this before you submit. So you will compile it in Excel template, which I will explain and give to you as a part of the student package. And then you will have to book an exam with the Pearson VUE. So book an exam with the Pearson VUE. These days it will be conducted from your home only. Then you will pass the PMP exam. So in between, so what you will have to do, so basically you will have to, you know, you'll have to do some self-study to increase the proficiency level, because the exam that you are going to take will be limited to 4 hours. So if you take multiple tests at home, mock test at home guided by me, so basically I tell the students that your target should be 75% and the time in which you complete the entire exam should be 3 hours instead of the 4 hours. So why do I tell students to increase the speed to 3 hours? Because you will need this 1 hour for your review. Okay, so you need to keep that much time or spare that much time for the review to make sure that each and every answer is correct, and your target should be 75% in the mock test, but the actual test requires only 63%. Okay, only 63%. So these days you don't need this because you will be taking the exam from home only. Okay. Now, this is the examination format. It is a 4 hours duration. Knowledge is tested for 5 process groups, which are the initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. So, this is a very logical way in which the projects are conducted in real life, and basically all the knowledge in the PMI is derived from the observation of the real life way the projects are done. So, there is no theory here. It's all just practical knowledge and the practical experience which have been converted into a structured study called the PMP. So there are five process groups, and under the five process groups, there are the technology areas, and we just accelerate our experience. It is an accelerated experience. It is not that we are going to reinvent the fire or reinvent the wheel or reinvent the car or reinvent how to fly. So basically we learn something which is already there. The current generation of the mobile professionals, they don't have to learn the telephone invented by the Alexander Graham Bell. So they don't have to start from there. So, they will start from the 3G, 4G technology, and they will just get better. Okay. So there are 200 multiple choice questions, and there are 25 pilot questions which are mixed in it. So what the PMI is doing, they are increasing the numbers of the questions in their question banks so that people can be tested for their knowledge and not for their memory. Because what happens when people take the test, so they can dump up to 10 to 15 questions to the whole world. So I'm also getting the questions from those sources only. I might also ask you for some questions and after the exam. So what do? I compile them into the question bank and create a question bank which can be utilized by the students, those who are going to take the test, but the PMI has got newer question each time. So that is why there are 25 pilot questions. They are being tested for quality by the PMI, but you won't be able to perceive the difference between the questions on which you will be marked and the pilot questions. So you don't have to worry about that. You just take care of the 200 questions. That's it. So this is just for your knowledge. And randomly generated questions, actually not generated, but randomly picked up from the question bank. The question bank has got around, as per my knowledge, it is around 15,000 to 20,000 questions are there in the PMI question bank. So they randomly create a set of 200 question banks, and the questions are broken as per the weightage given to the various process groups. It is a rating based system. The marks will not be mentioned on your certificate. Okay, the certificate which is temporary and the permanent, it just says that you have passed the exam. So there is no negative marking also. If you answer a question wrongly, it is 0. If you do not answer a question, it is 0. So I tell everybody that you should not leave any question, because and you might be thinking maybe in certain other kind of exam, the wrong questions are negative. So there is no such thing here. Now we come to the weightage. So if you look at the rightmost column, so the initiating group has got 26 questions asked in the exam, planning will have 48 questions, execution will have 62, and monitoring controlling will have 50, and closing will have 14 questions. Okay, so there is no penalty for the wrong answer. So just feel free. And this is a certificate, which is a sort of a temporary certificate, which is immediately generated at the test center. So this is from one of my students. So if you look at the initiating, he is above target, executing target. So target means he just passed it with 63% or 64 or something like that. In monitoring controlling, above target. So the performance is pass. So, if it says below the target, so then it will say fail. So PMI wants you to pass in all the process groups. Okay, so this is the breakup in the process groups. So basically you should strive to answer more than 75% correct answer. So that's what I tell my students. So this is something which you can do by taking regular practice test yourself. So the regular practice test will mostly keep you above the target. So you don't have to go to the PMI center and take a mock test there. Why you should pay for the mock test? Take the mock test at home, and then you pass the exam. So that should not be a problem. Okay. So that is how you will pass the exam yourself. So this is a printout which is given in the test center, but maybe you might get a PDF file. Okay, so immediately generated, and the actual printed certificate, it comes in a courier package from the US. Okay, but these days what they are giving, that if you pass the exam, so you can download a PDF copy of your certificate. Okay, and then the printed certificate will also come from the US in your courier packet if it is available. So I hope you will get it. So PMP question types are this scenario based. So it explains a project management scenario. So these usually have something like one paragraph. It explains the scenario. Basically, if you look through the scenario, you will find the question is embedded inside and the answer is also embedded inside the story. So you can find them both and you can then select the correct answer. All you have to do is just interact with me in the class. So, interaction basically will bring the lot of concepts into your mind and it will keep it there for a very long time. It is just like knowing something. Okay, if you enjoy a movie, then you remember the story for a long time. I believe that we all remember the story of Sholay. Okay, so it's a very common thing for us. So using the illustrated things such as the network diagram. So formulas and computing will be there. So that will be mostly in the time management and the cost management. And the benefit of doing the numerical question is that they are without doubt, they once the answer matches, they are the correct answer. They don't need any review. Sometimes there will be three options and you have to select the fourth one, which is the negative sort of a thing. So that is called negative descriptor, such as except. So it is the odd man out. So just like if you've taken any aptitude test, it will ask a question like, so there are 4 items here. Tell that which one is not a vegetable. Okay. So which one is not a vegetable? So there will be 3 vegetables and 1 fruit will be there mixed in it. Then 2 likely answers. 2 likely answers means that out of the 4, you can eliminate 2 and there are 2 answers which will be looking very, very similar. But in the PMI exam format, only 1 answer is correct. There are no 2 answers. Only 1 single answer is selectable. So this is the updated. Actually, this was not implemented, so we can ignore this. So the PM Box 6 has been stretched up to the January 2021. So you guys don't have to worry. You will be able to pass your exam within 1 month. If you're not traveling each day to work, I believe then you will be left with a lot of time and energy. You just have to plan it well. So, these are the prerequisite, which I believe is clear. So rest will be explained on the 4th day. So how to retain your PMP certification will be explained on the 4th day. So I'm keeping them here on the slides. So I'm not explaining a lot of things which are there on the slide. These are for you to read later. So the slide is not only the slide, but it's a handbook. So the contact hours of the education is not PDU. PDU is for the certified professional and contact hours of the education is for the person who is going to take the test. So the certificate that you will get, it will mention contact hours of the education as 35, 32 in the classroom and 3 hours as before the training and after the training. Minimum they say that there should be 3 hours of the counseling, but I'm going to give you more time, so that's not a problem. But on the certificate, it will mentioned as 35 hours of the formal project management training. So in this training, there are 15 modules. Introduction to PMP certification course, which is happening right now. Then we'll move to framework. Then we will move to the project management process groups. The knowledge areas are there. There are 10 of them: integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder. Then you have the professional and social responsibility, for which the slides are there. It is included in PMP examination tricks and tips that I will explain on the 4th day itself. So all these knowledge areas, they are under the 5 process groups, and which I believe that it is the part of the workbook. So I believe that you were able to take a printout of the workbook. See, normally when we are in the classroom, we provide all this in the classroom itself. So you don't have to do it since we are scattered across India. So it is not possible for me to give you anything which is basically some printed material. So this is something which you need to print, because we'll be doing some exercise on top of it. So what is the PMBOK? It is the sum of knowledge within the profession of the project management. So, if you want to have that much knowledge all by yourself, it will take you at least 50 to 60 years of working in multiple organizations to have that much knowledge. So, it is a very concentrated knowledge which has been gained by many people. Those who worked before us, they might have made a lot of mistakes. Yeah, those mistakes were eliminated. And what works perfectly and well, so that is included into the PM box so that we can be highly successful in delivering our projects. So it includes widely applied practices and the innovations. It is constantly evolving, means it is constantly getting better and better and better. So as the people are using it, they are maxing it out to the limit and they are discovering new ways to manage a project, and which they are sending to the PMI. PMI is doing the research, verification, then there is a vote on it. It is presented. It is not that there are a handful of individuals, those who make it go into the PM box. No, it's not like that. It is presented to the large body of the project managers, those who are the members of it, and they are the certified PMPs, and it will be reviewed by them and voted by them. So once something is voted by the large majority of the members, so it will be as deemed as right, deemed as good, perfect, working for the majority. So if something has been voted by the majority within the context of the PMI, it will work for the whole world as well. Okay, so it goes into the PM box, and when we use it, we find yes, it works because it is found to be true and good for the majority of the PMI members, those who are very, very knowledgeable and experienced. So the next generation only gets better and better and better. So they work upon the new processes, and they are basically completely eliminating any kind of miss or the any kind of mistakes or the risk. So PMBOK is used as a reference for professional and development programs, and the current version under which we are going to do this training is the PMBOK 6. Okay, now this is the PMBOK memorization which we are going to use at the end. So basically it is going to simplify. So there are certain sentences which I have created, so I will share with you. Now we come to the interactive training. Now what is an interaction? See, interaction is way to train people in which the people remember interacting with, or some sort of a storytelling session in which we had in our childhoods. So in which some elderly people in the family, they bring the children together and tell them stories from Rama and Mahabharata, and stories which have a great moral value. Some of the stories, they are just stories. So the interaction itself increases your memory. You don't have to basically mug something. Now, what do we do? If I'm asking you a question, no, I'm not asking you a question. Basically, what I'm asking from you, you just tell me what is the feeling. If I'm asking you this question, what is a project? I'm not actually asking you the exact answer. I'm just asking you what you feel is a project, or what you feel that possibly is a project. So basically, your interaction will create a story inside your mind, and slowly you will get the correct picture, and that picture will be retained for a very long time. Okay, so you can feel free to give me a wrong answer. So guys, so you can tell me that what is a project? What do you feel is a project? So you can just switch on your mic. So let me do this thing. So you can just unmute yourself, and you can just tell me that what is a project? Tell me. Give me a wrong answer.
Project is a work done which have a start date and end date, and is unique in nature.
Yes, it has a start date and an end date, and it is creates something which is unique in this. The outcome of the project is something unique. Yeah. Anything else someone would like to add?
Yeah, project is a one-time activity that is done to achieve a particular client perspective or a stakeholder perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a one time. Yes. Anything more? So what do you feel?
Project is a time-driven activity to be completed in a specific schedule and that specific timelines, and in the budgeted cost. So
Yeah. Yes, good. Yeah, budgeted cost means that it has a cost constraint, a limit.
cost constraint, yes.
Yes, correct.
So
Anything else, guys?
project has to go through all the mentioned process groups like planning, execution, monitoring, and controlling and closing, so that all the stakeholders are at the end of the project happy.
That is fine, but project existed even before the PMI. So they have their own attributes. So so that attribute is something that you should know. What is a project? So someone would like to add something more?
Sir, sir, project is something which basically adds some value to this, or we can say it help in achieving the objective of the organization.
Yeah, project has an objective, then it has a time limit, it has a budget limit, and it is basically having the constraints, and we have to create a value. Okay, so within the, so that's good. So now
Yes,
let
sir.
me tell you what is it exactly, so that you will find that how it maps into your picture. So project is like the elephant. See, why it is like that? Because see, all these people, so how many people are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So these people are the technical resources. These are technical people. So they have just joined a company and they have been trained and they have been put onto the project. So they have been put onto the different. So if I relate it to the IT project, so one person is working on the database, one person is working on the user interface, one person is working on the coding, one person is working on the architecture. So one person is working on the you can say that is the defect fixing. So one person is working the documentation. So every person has his own perspective about the entire projects. But if you guys can see the elephant, so it means that you are already the project manager. Okay, so actually the technical people, they won't be able to see, and they're not even supposed to see the entire project. Maybe it's not useful for the organization. Many organization, they have such policies that a person should focus on the job or the task which is given by the project manager, and they should do it completely and efficiently, so that their time can be utilized on multiple projects. So people can be worked upon multiple projects to increase the efficiency of the salary that is being paid by the company. So a person may not know the entire project, but a project manager has to know the entire project. So a project manager knows that it is a sort of this huge this elephant, and this has to pass through a constrained gate, like a triangular gate. And on the three sides, one side there is time, one side there is scope, and one side there is cost. So they have to first check that whether it goes through or not. So that is the meaning of the project management. So the project management formal meaning is that it is a temporary endeavor. So how temporary? It can be 2 months temporary, it can be 20 years to 30 years temporary. Now temporary, what does it means? That once the objective of the project is achieved or completed, the project naturally comes to an end, because there is no more work to be done to create something, because it has been created. So the projects are undertaken to create a movie. Movie is a project. To create a software package, to create a bridge, to create an infrastructure, to create a new product, to create a new design of a car, to create a new aircraft, okay, to launch satellites. Okay, so projects are temporary endeavor. Once the goal is achieved, which is a unique one, then the project comes to an end. So we have to understand, that is why we say projects are temporary in nature, and it creates a unique service or result. So any examples? So guys, do you have any example? Have you seen any project happening around your place recently, if you had the chance to go out?
Sir, as we are working on the construction industry, so we are building residential towers or commercial towers, and at the end we are handing over that to the end users.
Yeah, so that is your project, but have you seen any other project on which you are not working, and in which you feel is a project? Anything around your community, or in your town, or in the city, or the place where you live? I want you to go out and see the outside world and be able to identify, yeah, that's a project. They are making a movie here, that's a project. They are building a new shopping mall, yeah, that's a project. And they are improving this railway crossing, yeah, that's a project.
Construction of metro in Mumbai
Yeah,
currently, which is going on.
yeah. So who is the stakeholder? The stakeholder are the people of Mumbai. So in the Delhi
Correct.
metro, the construction is going on since the year 2000. Okay, so since the year 98. So in 2000, the first track was created, first
Correct.
route was open to the people, and the project is still going on. So
Correct.
One day when all the regions of, see, Delhi Metro was created for Delhi only, then the satellite towns around Delhi, they also demanded that the metro should go up to them also. Okay, so then the metro was extended from Delhi to Noida, from Delhi to Faridabad, Delhi to Ghaziabad, Delhi to Greater Noida, Delhi to Gurgaon, and Gurgaon has its own small little metro called the Rapid Metro. So they have been undertaken to create a unique product or a service or a result, and they're all temporary. So what happens after the project is completed? The outcome of the project is handed to the client or to the end user or to the production team or to the operation team. When a movie is completed, it is handed over to the screening team. So that is the PVR or the theaters where the movie might be screened for a certain period of time depending upon the demand of the people. So that is the outcome of the project, is a unique product. Like every car company, they undertake a project to create a new model of a car every 5 years. They come up with multiple new models, and those models are prevalent for 5-6 years, and after that a new model comes up. So meanwhile, if you are using a new model of the car, the company is already involved in creating the later version. If you are using a current mobile, so the mobile company is currently working on projects to create a newer model. So they are designing it, they are testing it, they are debugging it, and they are basically applying various compliance. Okay, so now let us look at these projects, to widen our perspective of the project management. A project manager's thought should be very much independent from his current projects. He should be able to look at the world and say, oh, that's a project. So guys, tell me, what is the outcome of this kind of a project? As you can see in this picture, I believe that you can see my laser pointer. See this? So what is the aim? What is the objective of this kind of a project?
To launch a satellite.
Yeah, launch a satellite. And if you look at the tip, the satellite is here. So all this is basically, I call them as space trucks. So these are huge trucks. So they are taking this payload into space. The payload is here. The satellite is here at the tip. So which is placed in a certain orbit. Now, what is the purpose of a satellite? Various. There are satellites for various purposes. Satellites are for communication. Satellites are for TV transmissions. So just
Weather forecast.
weather satellites are there. Okay, then there are satellites for keeping an eye on your neighboring countries. There are satellites for geo mapping. There are satellites for GPS. So all there are satellites for various purposes. And for the satellite telephone, there are satellites which are providing the satellite telephone. It means that you have certain kind of the mobile phones which you can buy, okay, but at a very high cost, and which you can use anywhere in the world. If you go to the polar region, if you go to the sea, if you go to the mountain, you will never be out of the signal, provided that your battery is charged, your mobile battery is charged. So these satellites, they help in there. So they are providing a lot of services through this project to the humanity. So the purpose of this is to launch a satellite. Now, what is the purpose of this one project? This, where my cursor is?
It's a construction
Yeah,
project.
it's a construction project. And what is
Create
the aim?
office, malls, and all these things.
Yeah. So that as a human being, we are living in a civilized society and we need spaces to live and work. So construction projects, they create basically spaces for us to live and to work. And what kind of work? The work can be commercial, it can be a shopping mall, it can be an office complex, it can be a school, it can be a college, it can be a hospital. So, we need spaces for various purposes and they're specialized. So in a school, there is only school children. Okay, in a college, there are a different set of teaching, different kind of environment. So the structure of the building is also suited for that purpose. So then there are spaces for doing businesses, retail businesses, their spaces are different. Then there are the office blocks in which each of the units inside is very small. So they're good for the people, those who want to meet their client and do business with them. So, there are spaces for the different purposes. Then there are spaces for entertainment, just like if you go to any shopping mall, PVR, and in India, I feel so good these days. We have got huge spaces which are dedicated for entertainment only. Okay. So, that's really, really good life. So these spaces, they enrich our lives. So we need these spaces to live And these days, we in India, we have progressed a lot, and we live in very comfortable spaces. We work in comfortable spaces. We do business in very comfortable spaces, and all this has been created by us only. So this is the project which is undertaken by the construction companies. Now, guys, those who are from the civil engineering background, let me tell you that civil engineering is the first engineering of mankind, and civil engineering is the progenitor of the project management. The project management concepts were first applied or created during the civil engineering projects only, and later when the other kind of engineering came into existence, they also started to use the same fundamentals, and the project management only got better and better and wider, okay, in application. So what is the purpose of this project? What kind of problem does it solve? This one, just look at my cursor.
Intercity travel. It's a metro project.
Yeah, it's a metro project. And if you look like a city like Delhi, these are called metro city, metropolitan city. Metropolitan cities are those cities, they have a certain minimum number of population, more than 1 crore. We say that these are metro cities. So Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore. So they all need the metro train. Now, what is the purpose of the metro train? Purpose of the metro train is to ease the travel and keep the city clog, the city streets, the roads that we have clog free. Otherwise, a lot of traffic will be on the surface. And if you would notice, the metro trains are mostly underground, and underground they travel in straight lines. I believe that all of you might have had the opportunity to take a ride. You would notice that metro trains are mostly traveling underground and in straight lines. They are not following the city contour. There is no need. The cities have been created from the villages, towns, and then they are retaining the old contour of based upon the plots owned by the people. So, but in certain places, the government has taken the plot on the basis of giving some compensation. But wherever it is traveling underground, it is traveling mostly in a straight line. So that saves time, that saves efficiency, that saves fuel, and that gives it a more cool environment. Because if you're traveling under the ground, then you are not subject to the harsh conditions of the weather. Because if you look at city like Delhi or Jaipur, so the temperatures, they can go up to 44 degrees, 45 degrees, and it feels like a hot oven. Okay, those people, those who are not acclimatized here, so sometimes they feel that they are choking. So when you are traveling in a metro, it is cool, air conditioned, and under the ground, if you go under the ground below 10 to 20 feet, then the temperature there itself drops to around 25 degrees. And metro air conditioning system also keeps it cool, and you can travel fast. So that is the purpose. So that is to keep the city pollution free, clog free, and make the people save time and their energy, so that the entire country can be much more productive. So we save a lot of petroleum bills also. Okay, now what is the purpose of this project? So what do you see here and what do you perceive?
Infrastructure
Overbridge.
development project.
Yeah, so we call it a flyover also, because flyover is, so it is just an overbridge over the street, or fly over the street. So what does it do? How does it help? See, basically, if it is not there, there would be a crossing here, and you would see that people will be waiting for their turns to cross the street, because they're crossing each other's paths. Now here, one side of the traffic just goes over the bridge, and everybody saves time and fuel and petrol. Now, what is the purpose of this project? I believe that you must have seen the campaign.
Pulse polio.
Pulse polio. Now, what is the objective of this project? Why this project is being undertaken?
Eradicate the polio from India.
Eradicate the polio from the whole world, because it won't help. If there is any polio infected person in any other part of the world, the virus will travel from that part and it will come to India. So it won't help us only to, basically it is a project which is sponsored by the World Health Organization. So it is called the Pulse Polio program. And in the Pulse Polio program, the children are given the polio drops to make them free from the polio virus. And it is a worldwide program, and it is being implemented in India also. Similarly, if you look at the coronavirus, will it only help if the India were corona free? No. Someone else will travel from India to outside, and someone will come from outside, and once again it will be the same thing. It is just one person who can infect the entire country. This happened in South Korea. Just one person only one person brought that virus, and 70% of the cases were due to that person only, because that person was a little bit careless in that, and that person did not take a screening test. Okay, so we say that when we are undertaking the pulse polio program, we will make sure all the children are polio free, and there is no more polio virus in the world to spread around. Similarly, a program was undertaken in the 70s. I believe those who belong to that generation would remember. So a huge worldwide program was undertaken to eliminate the smallpox. So the humanity is now free of the smallpox. Okay. Now, what is this project? So what do you perceive here? What do you think is happening here?
Shooting going on.
Shooting.
Casting of a movie.
Yeah, moving. So, it is basically, movie is the art of the storytelling. So those who make the movies, they are storytellers. So they are telling us a story through picturization. They are trying to be very convincing by creating real scenes. So for the real scenes, it is the people, they live out the character. Okay, so these are called actors. Actors, they live the life of a character for a brief moment, for say 2 to 3 hours, and we enjoy, okay, listening to that story. So movies are entertainment, movies are money also. So they have multiple aims. So that is why we undertake a project like this. And plus there will be many more projects which you will now be able to the identify, and you can then understand. So projects are undertaken typically to address market demand for new products or these services. Mobile companies, car companies, or any other product based companies. If you look at the appliances, appliances are increasing in sophistication day by day by day. If you look at the washing machines or the refrigerators or any other appliance that you use in home, the air conditioner, these days you have something called see direct cooling drive or direct washing drive, or whatever the new kind of technology, inverter technology in the air conditioning. So that saves you the electricity and gives you more and more cooling. you know that is something which the technology is doing. So technology is requiring the project management to go with it side by side, and projects are also undertaken for strategic opportunity and business need. What is the strategic opportunity? Come up with a new product value, with a new feature as compared to your rivals. Solve a problem. Solve a problem means, like if you're constructing a bridge, it solves a problem. Like if you're launching a communication satellite, it could be strategic also, and it could be solving a problem. See, right now, all the mobile communication that we are having, so most of it is going through the satellites. And satellites are much, much cheaper than laying cables. Cables are long-term value, they are good. Okay, so there is one company in India which has all its mobile is being routed through the fiber optic cable, that is the Reliance Geo. So it has invested that much money, and all other mobile companies, they are using the satellites to transfer their calls. So it is their choice. Now, customer request, if you are working in a consulting company, you could be working in a civil engineering consulting company, you could be working in a software engineering consulting company, you could be working in an engineering products company. So you will do a project at the request of the client also. Client will say, make me a bridge. Client will say, make me a building. Client will say, make me this petroleum filtration plant. Client will say, make me the learning management software. So that project will be undertaken at the customer request. Client will say, make me a net banking software. Client will say, make me an e-commerce platform. Okay, so that will be undertaken at the customer request. Technological advancement. So sometimes we want to do certain projects. So we are not technologically advanced, but then we want to do it. And that is basically to gain an advantage. So just like we did the Mangalyaan project, we wanted to do it 20 years ago, but we did not have that much of a rocket technology. So once it developed, so we undertook the project and we were very successful. Legal requirements, if the government changes certain rules of how the building should work, like there is a rule in Haryana and Punjab, if the building has this much size of the roof, you should have compulsorily a array of solar panels so as to reduce your electricity consumption load on the grid. Okay, so the building owner is now legally required to put up the solar panels so that the load on the grid is reduced. So that is why the projects are undertaken. and successful project is the one meets the expectation of a stakeholder. So you have to understand it. So guys, just have a look at this picture. So what is this person, who is this person, what is he trying to do, and where he has landed? So what is the situation like for this? So you can just unmute and then tell me that what's happening here. Yes guys, tell me. So you know,
I think, sir, he is doing his work without monitoring his surrounding.
so what kind of work he is doing?
I think he is a thief and prisoner or something, and
Hmm.
get out from the jail. But
Hmm.
he worked on, but landed at the wrong place.
Yes, he landed at the wrong place due to the wrong planning.
Wrong planning,
So this is
yes.
what happens in the project also. So that's why we say that projects don't fail in the beginning. I mean, projects fail in the beginning, not in the end. In the end, we only come to know of the failure. So we know that we should set goals, we should plan, we should manage, we should monitor, then deliver, and then close the project. So when you don't know where you are going, any road will get you there. See, when you have not done any planning in a project, then anything else will take you there means a disaster. The project will end up as a failure. So failure is guaranteed without the project management. Okay, so it is not that the project by chance can be a success also. I've never seen a project like that, where without any planning also it has become a success and it has ended up rightly. Without planning or without project management, a project is guaranteed to be a failure, and it is a failure from the beginning, not in the end, because this route that he was digging was directed to end up here from the starting point itself. So in the starting, he pointed to the wrong place and he started to do the project based upon the wrong design or the wrong pointers. He landed up here, and in the end the failure is apparent that he thought that he's getting a freedom, but he's not getting a freedom at all. Okay, so he's going to die. So this is what happens. So that is why we need the project management. So there are various reasons: meet business objective, satisfy stakeholder. So who is a stakeholder? Just imagine that you're going to run your own business. So would you not like your first project to be successful? Because you want to be a successful businessman, you want to run your own company or consultancy or in industry. So you need to satisfy your client. So client is a stakeholder also. You need to be more predictable. So you can finish projects after projects. The client gets the project on time and you can do more projects on per year basis. Okay, so that is more predictability. Increase chances of success, deliver the right products, resolve problems, respond to risk in a timely manner, optimize the use of organizational resources. What resources? Human resources, equipment resources, material resources, cash. Identify, recover or terminate failing projects. If some projects they are not basically properly researched on, and if they are going to fail, so you just terminate instead of going ahead. Manage the constraints. So constraints are the limiting situations which basically do not prevent but they limit our ability to do things: scope, quality, schedule, cost, resources. Balance the influence of the constraints on the project. A successful project is the one that meets the expectation of your stakeholders. So guys, keep in mind, once your stakeholders or your clients are successful, so you can say that it has been a successful project. It is not successful because you planned it well. It is because that not only you planned it well, but the planning it well is very, very essential to create the satisfaction level. So if you want to do this training, okay, so just have the mindset that after this training, I'm going to run my own business. Just have this mindset. Just think of it. How would you like to run your business? First of all, you would like a satisfied client. Now, what is the value of a satisfied client? The satisfied client will give you repeat business. Second, the satisfied client will give you a good feedback and good review, and the satisfied client will send more people to you. That you have to understand. Okay, because that is how you can be a successful business. See, if you look at the various companies, in the various companies, the new clients are only 30%. It is 70% of the clients, they are basically the the ones that are giving the repeat business. So once you are getting a repeat business, so your company can continue to run on its own. Okay, the company will get the projects after projects, then it can deliver the projects after projects, and then the company will be successful. So each of the project has to be successful by meeting the expectation of the stakeholders. So keep this thing in mind, and this is what you should think when you are working in someone else's business. So there are two ways to work. Either you work for yourself in a human society, or you work for someone else. Okay. So just think that you are going to work for yourself. How would you like to work? So have that mindset. Okay. So project attributes, as we have learned, projects are temporary in nature because once the objective is achieved, they come to an end. So what happens when a satellite is put into the orbit? The project of the launching the satellite is done. So after that, the satellite is handed over to the client. It is the client who is then controlling the satellite and getting the signals for their own purposes. Okay. So that is why we say the projects are temporary, definite start and finish dates, because since they are temporary, so we have to set the start and the finish date, which are definite, so that we can have something to compare against. We can say that we have started on time and we have finished on time. And the outcome of the projects are unique and they work with limited resources. Now comes this terminology, progressive elaboration. So guys, can you tell me what is the meaning of the word elaborate? So it comes from there.
To be more descriptive.
Extension.
Expansion.
Yes, something more. Tell me something more.
Sir, extension of some products from features point of view.
Elaborate means, just think of it, the word elaborate. You might have used it or read it, or you might have felt it also. Okay, so what did you feel when you hear the word elaborate, or just remember a sentence with the word in it? So what do you think it feels like?
To be more descriptive about the scope.
Yes, more descriptive, more detailed. Now let me tell you that what is the meaning of the progressive elaborate. So progressive means step by step. Now what happens that when we are working on a bigger project, in a bigger project, we do not create the plan for the entire project. So let me give an example. Suppose if I'm doing a 6-year project, it is going to take me 6 years. It's a quite a huge one. Let's say I've been given the project of making a metro route. So that has got not only one route, but it has got 6 routes. So I say that, okay, I will plan for the first route in details and then use the knowledge gained from that to plan the detail of the second one. So what I will do, I will keep the detail of the projects 2, 3, 4, 5 at the top level. I will say the project budget for the project number 2, 3, 4, 5 each is 100 crore and the time is 1 year. So I'm not doing any elaboration there. No, I'm not detailing out the project 2, 3, 4, 5. I am doing the detailing for the project number 1 only. After I'm nearly done with the project number 1, I will start working on the plan for the project number 2. And by the time project number 1 is complete, I have complete detail of the project number 2 and I start the work. This is called progressive elaboration. In bigger projects, we break up the projects into chunks or pieces, which are called phases. I believe that you must have heard the word phase. So phase means a part, a bigger chunk of a large project. So in that we do progressive elaboration. So progressive elaboration gives us a better control on the outcome of the project and which gives us a more accurate baseline, right? So this is what we do here in progressive elaboration, and this is the attribute of the project. Now the simple question is that, are you managing the project or is the project managing you? So what do you feel, guys? So just look at this guy in the middle. So, he's just spinning around. So he's doing a lot of things throughout the day. He's just spinning and spinning and spinning. So do you feel like this one, or you think that you are controlling? So tell me what's happening with you.
No, most of the time the situation like what is shown on the screen.
So, most of the time we feel that the project is controlling us. So how does the project control you? Let me tell you. So your organization time is, the arrival time is 9 a.m. So you have to punch in or you have to put your finger on the scanner at 9 a.m. exactly. So nobody can proxy for you. Now, once you are there, then you have to do the work the entire day. So you might have a very short lunch, and then at 6 p.m. when you are about to leave, and a lot of people are gone, but you are also sitting there, you are saying, okay, let me take care of this. Now that is the situation which if it happens day after day after day, it means the project is managing you or the project is controlling you, because there are a lot of unplanned activities which come up, pop up. So there are a lot of problems that come up and pop up, and you have to fix on a day-to-day basis. That is the time when the project is starting to manage you, and that is not good for a project manager. Now let me tell you this, because then you're not a project manager. Okay, you are just victim of the project. So don't get victimized by the project. So you should be in control of the project. So just imagine the project is like a wild horse which you are trying to ride. Now if you don't know how to control a wild horse, you will not be riding the horse, but you will be dragged along, because you're tied to the horse. So there is no other way you can free. So if you're tied to the horse, you have to just get on top of the horse. You have to control it, reach the destination. Then someone will come, or maybe the condition is that once you reach the destination, you will be untied from the horse. So that is what a project is like for a project manager, those who can't do it. Okay, now we have to contrast the understanding of the project with something called operation, and it will give you a better the understanding. See, you have to, first of all, I believe you know projects are temporary and unique, and in contrast, operations are ongoing and repetitive. How? A project will create a new design of a car. So that is temporary, done. So outcome is unique design. Now operations are ongoing and repetitive. Now what happens with that design? The design is given to the production team. So this is the production team. This is a picture taken from the Maruti Suzuki factory. I have been there many times. So once I had the opportunity given, not the opportunity given, with the permission to go and take a picture. So this is what these guys are doing. So they are say assembling a model, but you know, they are repeating the same design. What for? For business. Operation maintain current business. So what is the business of the car company? To sell cars. And project realize strategic plan. So what is the strategic plans? The strategic plan is that they should have newer model, attractive model, more cost effective model, and less fuel guzzling model, more compliant with the BS6 standard model. You know, that is a strategic plan. So that will give them more business, more sales. And product of the project is unique. Yeah, every model which has its own production line is unique. So all the cars which are sold by any car company, they are unique. You will not find that two models are very same. Oh, they might be the variant of the same model, but the model name will be the same. It could be having some extension like LS, LX, XS, XT, 100, 200, something like that. So those are called the grades, but the models. Now that is the operation. When you make a movie, it's a project. When you're screening the movie day after day after day, that is the operation. When you make a new mobile model, so that is the project. When you are replicating it for sales, that is called the operations. When you make a new software, that is the project. When it is handed over to the user team and they use it for a specific purpose, so that is called the operation. Okay, so operations are continuous. When you make a metro route, so that is a project. When you hand over to the operations team, so what do? They run the metro train day after day after day. So you know, that is called the operation. So you have to make sure that you understand the contrast between the two. Once it is contrasted, we are now going to focus on the project only, because sometimes the people, they get mixed up with the project and the operations. Operations are basically creating some product which is replication of a basic design for sales. Operations are using the product itself. Like you have created a power plant. So the creation of the power plant is a project. Once it is created, once it is made, the operation team is making the electricity year after year after year and distributing it. So that is the operation, and operations are ongoing and repetitive. The power plant might go on for the next 100 years. And after 100 years, it will be taken down and it might be recreated with a new technology. So that will be a new project altogether. So project versus operations. Operation produce same product until the product become obsolete and goes into divestment. Okay, so operations. they create the same model. Operations, they continue to screen the same movie day after day till people have, everybody that has to see the movie has seen it. And then once the movie theater owner finds there is not much attendance in a particular movie for a week, so he will take that off and he will replace that with a new one. So that is the project versus operation, and you can read it. So some of the slides are for reading, and here is the distinguishing characteristic of progressive elaboration. Now, progressive elaboration is like peeling the onion, but actually it is not peeling here. So what the person is doing, so they are cutting thin slices just to get a better understanding what is there inside. So projects are defined broadly. Defined broadly means that we are going to make this route between the point A and B. Now they become more and more explicit and detailed as the project progresses. As the project progresses, we say between point A and B, we are going to have 10 stations. And then we get more detail that the first station will be at this kilometer, second station at this kilometer, third at this kilometer. And we will have the station size of the first one more bigger, next one smaller, third one medium size. It depends upon the number of the people that you expect, okay, to basically to be there at that station. Okay, then the project team begins to grasp them better. Each project's product is unique. Even if you're working in a civil engineering or construction company, each of the projects you will do will be unique in terms of design. First of all, to start with the design, then the project functional, then the product functionality, then the timing or the money or the quality or some other parameter will be unique to each time you do a project. So all your project might be in the residential, but each of the project will be different. So hence the characteristic that distinguish must be progressively elaborated. So progressively means that step by step they should be elaborated to get the right detail so that you can manage it. So this is the progressive elaboration. So this is the graph. So you can see you have first of all a target. You will create this project ABC Cargo Loan project. So you have a cargo company. So you have tie up with many shipping companies. So you are basically helping many exporters to use the services of the ships to export their stuff or their wares to the various parts of the world. So you need a software to basically make sure that the right person is getting the right ship at the right time and they are able to send their products throughout the world. So you have created a software in which you are going to book their cargo for the delivery to the various destination in the world. So this is how you go. So you create a basic design of hardware, software, fabrication, site operation, purchase. Then you detail design. Design part one, then part two, then design of the hardware. Then you come to the fabrication part A, then that is the assembly of this unit, test of this unit. So, you know, this is called the progressive elaboration. So that gives you a better understanding of the project as you go into detailing of the project. So this is called a project characteristic. So if you look at the context of the project management, so we are talking about the project management, but a project may have a sub-project, a project may be part of a program is invariably part of a portfolio, and portfolio is having a strategic plan. Okay, so guys, can you tell me any example of a sub-project? What do you feel is a sub-project? Can you share any example that you know or that you think that it is?
I can relate to what we do usually in our organization.
Yeah, so what is
So
your organization and what is the business?
yeah, so the organization is Ensign Group, and the business is into migrating workloads from on-premises to Azure cloud,
Mhm.
right? So I believe a project could be wherein a customer says that first of all, I really want to migrate and remove all the hardware that I have and move everything to cloud. And that's one part of the project. Another one is that I'm looking at just getting those optimized and Once everything is moved to cloud, we can do another project of making sure that how I can minimize the costs. So in a in a big project, we can take it down into few small sub projects. So this is how it can be. Just one of the examples.
Okay, good. So that is good. And someone would like to give any other? Yes, Abhishek, you can go ahead.
Yes, I work in Tata Power SCD, and my project is MAFI, actually modernization of Air Force infrastructure. So in airport, we have a different type of sub project. Like NAVETS is a project, is a system which is generally used to navigate the aircraft towards the landing. And we have another project like ATMS, Air Traffic Management System, which manage all the aircraft in air. And we have a electricity means the power project is there, which provide the power to the all the substations and all the systems. So we can say that, okay, we have a project like MAFI, and we have a sub project like electrical networking and ATMS, like NAVETS. So these are the sub projects which handled by some of them handled by our company, and some of them handled by some other agencies also.
Yes, that is the right thing. I'll just tell you. I'll give you a picture. See, the picture is like this. I'm running a company which is specialized into the civil engineering construction, and I've got a contract from the government to make 100-kilometer highway. So highway which is having a spanning a length of 100 kilometer. And my company's engineers, they are mostly civil engineers. They are very good civil engineers. They're specialized into it, but the requirement is there for the electrification and the communication lines to be laid up. So it has to be electrified means that it should have the lighting for traveling during the night, and it should be having some kind of sensors in which the speed of the vehicles will be recorded, and there should be some video CCTV, and should be there. There should be some communication kiosk also. In case of a crash, someone can go to the communication kiosk and use it, but it has to be done completely by our company. Okay, so what do? I then hold a meeting within my company. So then I asked my engineers, would you like to do these things yourself? They said, no, sir, this is not our specialization. So, this kind of the work is out of scope for us. So we must give it to some subcontracting company. So when the subcontracting company does the work, now the simple question is that I'm going to ask you guys, see, the government has given me a time limit of, for this 100 kilometers, say a time limit of 1 year. Can I give more time to my subcontracting company than I have?
No.
No.
Can I give any more money than from my budget than to the subcontracting company from my budget, any more money than I have?
No.
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 And who will take the blame in case any of the component of the highway, like the lighting system or the communication system, it fails?
Principal contractor.
Yeah, so it is me. See, I am not only the principal contractor, I am, for the government point of view, I am the only contractor. The government need not know that I have subcontracted or I have given this work to someone else. So there is no need for them to know. So what is a sub-project? Simply stated, a sub-project is a project which is done independently by another team, and outcome of the sub-project integrates into the product or the outcome of the main project. That is a sub-project. It integrates into the main product. So that is a sub-project. Okay, so the sub-project outcome is, and sub-project is getting its constraint and budget from the main project. And sub-project may be done by a separate team within the company, or it may be done by a separate team outside of the company. So if the team is outside of the company, we call them as the contractors or the subcontractors. And if it is done by any other team within the same organization, so we call them as functional team, which is doing the sub project. Now the projects are part of a program. What is a program? Basically, a program is a related group of the projects which are managed in a coordinated way. For example, I will give you the example, like you say space program. Now, the space program is not a project, but it is a program of various projects. One project is to launch communication satellite. One project is to launch the moon probe. One project is to launch the weather satellite. One project is to launch the GPS satellites. One project is to launch the mapping satellite or the cartosat. So, these are various projects which are part of the same program. Now, what is the benefit in the program? The benefit in the program is that we can share the knowledge of the rocket science. The rocket science is common. The satellites are coming from different domains and they are targeted for different applications. So that's fine. So when I am talking about a program, so program is having a lot of the common elements or the parts of the project which can be done together. And the benefit is that when they're done together, they are not only cheaper, but they are also sharing the best knowledge, best practices. So success or failure of a program is dependent upon failure or success of each of the component project. Now, if in each of the component project, suppose if you find out a better way to launch a rocket, so now that can be utilized in the second project, third project, fourth project, and so on. That is the benefit. Now, due to this, the cost of each of the project is lowered and the time to deliver is also lowered. The projects are better when they are done together as part of a program. That is the benefit. Now, there is something called a portfolio. What is a portfolio? Let me say that this whole thing is the portfolio of a ministry. What is the ministry? Department of Science and Technology. What is the strategic plan? The strategic plan is done at maybe at the government level or the politic level. The strategic plan is to make India self-sufficient in science and technology. So right now we are coming up with the strategic plan to completely eliminate the Chinese apps and the Chinese contracts. So slowly and slowly we are going to phase them out. We cannot have them thrown out in a one single day because there are a lot of things which are very, very important for us. So we will just have a strategic plan, and slowly we will create our own portfolio program and the projects, and slowly we will throw them out. Okay, so that is called the strategic plan. The strategic plan is to make India totally self-sufficient so that no other country can take an advantage of us. Okay, so the strategic plan will be in the defense sector, strategic plan will be there in the science and the technology sector, so that we can take care of our own programs and the projects. So that is the idea of the portfolio and the strategic plan. So program, so it is group of interrelated projects. Portfolio, it is a collection of projects, program and other work that are grouped together to facilitate effective centralized management or quick decision taking. So a minister has a portfolio. What is the portfolio? Portfolio is the energy. Portfolio is the science and technology. Portfolio is the human resources. Portfolio is the communication. Portfolio can be like the water resources of India. Okay. Portfolio can be the power generation. So, that is a portfolio. Now, this is what it looks like. This is a sample portfolio. So in this, what you have is program A, program B, and there are multiple programs here. And under the various programs, you have the projects. Okay. So that is the organizational strategy. So that is the portfolio, program, and the projects. So in the projects, you are having shared resources and stakeholders. And due to the shared resources of human resource, of equipment resource, of material resource, so you save a lot of time, money, and you minimize the risk of delivery of each and every project. So each of the projects become much and more stable, because if some problem is there in a particular project, so another project team can help solve the problem because they've already solved it. If some project requires a resource, so that resource is very costly and it is not useful to buy for one project, then definitely the cost of that resource or a huge machine or the equipment can be divided over multiple projects, right? So that is the benefit of the project or program portfolio. So guys, so this is right. Any questions here? I'll just pause. I'll just pause here for your questions. So you can unmute and then ask me some questions. Or maybe you, if you want to give an example or say something, please go ahead.
portfolio is the collection of program director. You can say that.
Yes, portfolio means say Ministry of the Energy. Now, what can be the program? I'll say Ministry of the Energy. Now, the program can be petroleum. Program can be you can say renewable energy, non-renewable energy. That is the program. Now, what are the projects under the renewable energy? The projects will be solar energy, wind energy, hydroelectric energy. What are the projects under the petroleum? Under the petroleum, the projects would be CNG driven turbine, LPG driven turbines. Okay. So, all these petroleum products are used to generate the electricity. Then there can be another program under the energy portfolio. That is you can say the nuclear. So nuclear power plants. So one is the fission based or the fusion based. So one is using the regenerable uranium, one is using the plutonium. So, there are different kind of the fuels that it is using. So they are part of the same program, but they are different projects. Okay. So the uranium reactor is a different one, plutonium reactor is a different one. So you can have them. The benefit is that within the series of the projects, you can share a lot of resources. You can share a lot of scientific developments. You can share a lot of research results. You can share huge equipments. You can share the large pool of the manpower. Okay, so that is the benefit, right? So what is the project management? See, now let me tell you guys that once you are part of any organization, in the beginning, you are a technical resource. Now, what happens after some time that after that you have to handle the entire project, but then slowly and slowly you move into the management mode. Okay, so the technology and the project management, it goes hand in hand. So what is the project management? It is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to meet the project objectives. And it is basically to identify and understand the requirements of the clients, address various needs and expectations of the stakeholders, mainly that of the clients, effective communications with all the stakeholders. Now, when I talk about all the stakeholders, now the word stakeholder includes the clients, includes the project team, it includes the senior management of the company, it also includes the end user, it also includes the suppliers or the vendors or the subcontractors. You must have very good communication skills. I believe that you must have seen that mentioned in the job description of the project manager, that the person applying for this role should have very good written and verbal communication skills. So that is very important. And my advice, personal advice to you, that besides the PMP, if you want to be a very good project manager, so you should be a very good people managers. For becoming a people manager, you need good oratory or the articulation skills. So you can join something like the TEDx or something in which you can go and speak, and you should gain confidence in speaking. So while speaking, you will be able to convey your project plan, project objective. So you would be basically able to convince people to join your project, work in your project, inspire them, motivate them to work as per your plan. Okay. So effective communications, very, very important part of a project manager's leadership quality. Managing and engaging stakeholders towards meeting project requirements and creating project deliverables. So what is the word deliverable? Have you heard of the word product? Yeah, product we have heard. So what is the difference and the relationship between the deliverable and product? Do you know that? Or guess that? You don't have to know. Just give me a wrong answer. Just unmute yourself.
Product is the final outcome of any project, and
Yes.
deliverable is a means at some time you have to deliver something. Means just in my project, Mafi project, CITIC is a date and JRI is a date. In the JRI, I have to deliver all the hardware to the Air Force, and in CITIC, I have to deliver means from it should be in functional way. So JRI, that means it is my deliverable, and CITIC is my the product.
Yes, right. Now, let me give you the example. I'm having the contract in which I have to create a shopping mall for my client. Now, the entire shopping mall is the product. Okay, once I complete it. Now what happens, the client says that I'm going to make you the payment in installments. So he says that you show me a progress and I will give you the installment. So what we do, since the total project is valued at 500 crores and there are 5 floors to be made, I say that I will give you the first floor, you can give me the 100 crores. Okay, for each of the floors that I complete, I'm going to get 100 crore in installment. So the thing which I give to him is called a deliverable. So deliverable is part of the product which is provided on the milestone date. So what is a milestone date? Milestone date is the date when I achieve or complete the deliverable. So the finish date of the project is the last milestone date. The last milestone in my case is the 5th floor. So 5th floor means there are 5 deliverables. So each of the deliverable is called a major milestone. Major because it is connected to a payment. So for me it's a major. Okay, so I must make sure that it's a guaranteed date must be maintained, and once it is delivered on a particular day, so I will get my payment. So that is why it is a deliverable, and the sum total of all the deliverables is the product. So the product is the shopping mall. So we also have something here called the balancing the competing project constraints like time, scope, quality, budget, resource, and risk. So this is what is needed in the project. So constraint means the situations that limit us, but they don't prevent us. So I have a limitation of time, but that doesn't mean that I cannot do it within the time. Only thing that I have to do with that limited time is that I have to plan it better. Scope means the total work to be done in the project. Sometimes the work seems more than the time. And quality means what is the satisfaction level of the client based upon the performance of the product. So what kind of performance that I should provide to the client that the client is satisfied. And what is the budget? So budget is the total amount of the money which has been planned according to the various deliverable of the project. So that is called the budget. And what are the resources? Resources are the men, equipment, material, money that I'm going to apply to do the work in the project. And what is the risk? Risk are the uncertain events which can hamper the work in a project. So I have to work with all these and create a project plan, and which is going to lead to the successful delivery of the client's expectation regarding the functionality of the project or of the product, and also the satisfaction level of the functionality. Making the functionality is not just enough. You say that you have just completed the scope if you make that functionality, but there is a certain level of the performance which is expected by the client. So that is called the quality of the project. That is called the quality. So quality sits on top of the functionality. How the functionality works is called the quality. I'll just explain to you with a simple example. See, there is a TV, okay, which you have in the home and you want to buy a new one. So you say that if I'm going to buy a new one, it should have the following quality parameters met before I decide to invest in the new one. So you say that it should have these parameters. What is the parameter? First parameter you say is the picture quality. What is the picture quality parameter? If you subdivide it, you say sharpness, brightness, color depth, contrast. You take this 4 parameter. That in the new TV, the picture sharpness should be more. There should be more spectrum of the colors, mean there should be more wide colors. Okay, there should be fine color gradient. Okay, and there should be more contrast. There should be more, you can say, picture brightness. So you compare all this and you find that yes, you have a particular model or from a particular make which is satisfying you on these parameters. You say yes, it's a better quality one that I have and I'm willing to pay for it. So functionality is what? Functionality is the picture. So it shows you the picture, but the picture is not sharp. So that means it's a poor quality. Functionality is that it should have color, but the colors are very dull. Okay, so you say that the quality of the color rendition is very poor. It is having a contrast, but the contrast is not much. So you say that very poor contrast. So contrast is what? A quality of the picture that you are seeing. So quality sits on top of the functionality. Functionality is to display picture So there can be a number of TVs in the market which will display a picture. Then you say, no, these 3-4 models are better. Why they are better? Because their quality is better. That is why. Okay. Now we come to the further slide. So what is there? Yeah, this is the benefit of the project management. So in the first one, you say that, okay, yes, Ritik, yes, tell me, what is your question? So unmute.
Sir, can you show the previous slide, the organization hierarchy?
This one.
Yeah. Sir, I want to know that who will going to decide which resource should be used by which product? Is it the project manager or the portfolio manager?
No, portfolio manager only decide the line of business. So basically line of business, I'll just give you the example. See, in the Reliance company, what are the various portfolio? Telecommunication is one of the portfolio. Reliance has a petroleum portfolio. Reliance has already the traditional portfolio, that is the, you can say the textile. Okay, Reliance is a big name for that. And what other portfolios are there? Reliance Digital. So that is part of the retail. Retail, they have got the digital. Retail, they have got the fresh. Okay. And Reliance might have more future portfolios. So those portfolios are basically the people, they are involved in deciding what is a profitable line of business. Now, under that, there will be programs and what resources are to be applied. So that is finally decided by the project manager. So the project manager is supported by the program manager because the program manager wants his program to be successful. So he will ask for a budget from the portfolio manager and he will justify to him that what is the need of this budget and how it is being applied to the program to make the program successful. Okay. So that's how it works. So it is decided by the project manager when he gets a mandate by the way of charter, project charter. Okay, I believe you must have heard it, but we will make it more detailed. So is this thing clear now?
Yes.
So let us look at this. What is happening in this situation one, that the project manager, he does the planning, but he doesn't do good enough planning or it is not sufficiently planned. So he says that, okay, guys, let us not waste too much time planning. Let us start the work. The sooner we start the work, the sooner we can finish. Now, that is something which is basically, that doesn't work traditionally. It's not about starting sooner. It is starting well planned. Now, what happens in such a case that people do something. After doing it, then they realize, or when they show it to the customer for review, that they find there is a mismatch in the expectation. So what they do, they undo it, then they redo it. So this continues in the whole project and finally they complete the project. The client is happy. Okay, client says, yeah, project is very good. I will come back again. No problem at all. Now, in the second case, they plan according to the project or the product complexity, they plan it sufficiently. I'm not saying they are planning anything more than needed. They are not planning anything more than needed, but they are planning it sufficiently. Now, what happens that when you plan a project sufficiently, you have a lot of details and baselines and design to compare against. So what you do, you execute and you compare and fine tune it. So execute means that you are going in a straight line with a little bit of adjustment by monitoring and controlling the project. You are not undoing anything. So hence you are not redoing anything. So you complete the project. Now, what is the benefit of the planning? Benefit is the saving of time, cost, and the resources. So you save time, you save cost, you save resources. What kind of resources? The time of the human resources, the time of the machine resources, you save material resources, you save cost, you save cash resources. Yes. And more than that, the real size of the benefit may be even more, maybe your client and the whole business. If the client comes back happy, the client will bring more client and you will have a large amount of business to take. Because I have seen in many company, I will give an example right away, JP Group. So where I used to teach one particular business unit, so I told, sir, that you are organizing this training for your team member. So I noticed that this is a personal check. So when he gave me the payment, so he gave me his personal check. He trained like 15 people. This is a very surprising story. So it is an interesting. So just listen to me very carefully. So I told him, see, JP is a very big group. So why are you giving me your personal check for these people? Is it not a company sponsored training? He said, no, it is not a company sponsored training. So I told him that I find there are a lot of problems with the JP group because, you know, they have undertaken large projects, huge projects, and big ones, but they are not investing any money in the project management training or project management information system. They should have something like PMIS and the project management training and the process based approach to the project. But when a company grows big, it should have that in place. If you don't have that in place, if you try to grow big, it is just like a building is it's a huge building, you are trying to make it big, but you have not increased the number of the pillars and the beams, and the whole structure falls down. Okay, it is just like having a person growing up in size, but he is not taking an intake of enough calcium and his bones are getting brittle and they can break due to his size. So this is what an organization does when it grows without project management. So then he told me that, look, why I'm paying for the personal, from the personal money for these guys, because, you know, they have team, I have developed a lot of affection for them. So I'm in a very senior position and I'm a program director here. And these people are my core people. And if the JP group collapses in the future, in the next 5 to 6 years, so I will take these people with me in my new company. Okay, if in any company which takes me, I will hire them also. So that is why I'm training these people. So that was an interesting revelation for me. So after 5, 6 years, then the JP group collapsed ultimately. Okay, so you have to understand one thing, that what I'm trying to convey here, I'm trying to convey you this thing. You should have sufficient plan. So it means that you should be using PMI and the PMP practices. That is what is the core meaning of this training. So these will always work for you and these will give you these benefits. This is the benefit of the planning. This is real. And PMI certified people, whichever certification they have. So mostly if you look at the PMP in India, so you know they are doing quite well. They are working according to certain plans, processes, templates, and they are creating very structured document. They are sharing information at the right time, at the right place. They are using a lot of tools as per the PMI recommendation, and they are in full control of their projects. Now, let me tell you one thing about the projects. You have to be in control of the project. If the project is in a good shape and you don't know that how good it is, then it is bad. And if the project is in a bad shape, it is late or it is utilizing more money than planned, and if you don't know about it, then it is the worst. Okay, so in any situation, whether good or bad, a project manager should know the actual health status of the project. Mind it, health status of the project should be always known to the project manager at all the times, and that is what is a good project management is. So guys, is this thing clear? You should be in control of the project. It really does not matter whether the project is currently good or bad shape, because if you know that it's in a certain bad shape, you will be able to take an appropriate and measured corrective action, which is really very important for any project manager. So is this clear?
Yes.
Good. So that is why we need the project. Now there is something called a baseline. I believe that you must have heard of the baseline. So baseline is there in every aspect of the human life. So by comparing with the baseline value, we can determine the health of a project. Okay. So guys, tell me that what is the baseline temperature of a person, of a human being?
Ideally 96.5 or something like that.
So someone can tell the exact one? What is the baseline temperature of a human being? Acha, okay, I'll just tell you that what happened yesterday. I'll just tell you what happened. That yesterday I went to a shopping mall. I had to buy a mobile phone. Okay, so I parked my car from the parking till the entrance. That was quite some distance, and here in the Delhi NCR, it's quite hot. So when I reached the entrance, the guard took an infrared thermometer, pointed at my forehead, And then he said, sir, you please wait here. So then I asked him that what happened. He said, sir, your temperature is 100. So then I asked him, just as a project manager, sometimes, you know, I have some fun also. So then I asked him, अच्छा मेरे को एक बात बताओ कि baseline temperature क्या है? ये जो 100 पे तो आपने मुझे रोक दिया, तो कितना होना चाहिए मेरा? सर आपका ना 98.4 होना चाहिए. So that is the baseline temperature. Because it is not that he was a dumb. So I was just checking that does he really know that why a person should be stopped at 100? So I just waited for some time. So just to have a cool down. So he wanted to make sure that a person with a real fever should not be entering the premises. No, that's a risk. So after some time, when my temperature was okay, normal, okay, so then he checked it again. He said, yes, sir, now you can go. It is now normal. So that is the baseline. So similarly, what is the baseline blood pressure level in the human beings? Do you know?
It's 98.2.
No, blood pressure.
80, 120.
80, 120.
So what is 120? When is 120?
High.
When is 80?
120 is high and 80 is low.
Only the other diastolic.
So what is diastolic and systolic?
One is when the heart is at
See, what is the beating of the heart? The beating of the heart is nothing. The heart is squeezing the blood. Okay, it is squeezing the blood into your arteries. It is pushing the blood into various parts of the body. So when the heart is squeezing, the maximum the pressure it should create is 120 millimeter of the mercury column. Okay, just try to understand. When the heart is resting, when it is not squeezing, it should come down to 80. We can say that is the normal for any person. Now, what happens if the person is having a high blood pressure? But why the high blood pressure is a risk? Because if the blood pressure is high, first thing that the heart itself is at risk, and then there are many organs which are at risk. Because the high blood pressure squeezes the cells in various parts of the body, and it can lead to multi-organ failure. So slowly, it can be a very slow process, but it should be controlled. So doctors, the medical science knows that baseline. Similarly, there is a baseline for the sugar level also. Once you have your meals, the sugar level should not shoot up beyond this level, and it should not go below this level. If it goes below a particular level, then the person might faint, and if it goes above certain level, then the person might feel unnecessarily thirsty, and the body is trying to expel the excess sugar. So the doctors, they work with 200 different kind of baselines. But in the project management, we need only three. We need only three baselines to handle the project health. Three baselines are the schedule baseline, the cost baseline, and the work effort baseline. Just imagine the job of the doctors. How do they manage each of the patients when they look at their reports? If you have you looked at your comprehensive full body report? It runs into at least 10 to 12 pages minimum. And each of the range which is being mentioned is a baseline, upper and lower. And then doctors are able to decide that what you should be doing, whether you should be just only taking morning walk or doing some exercise, or you should be taking light medicine, or you should take some treatment at the hospital, and then you will be fine. So similarly, once you look at the job of a project manager, he is also doing the same thing, is looking at baseline. So what is a baseline in a project? Baseline are the planned way. So these baselines are determined by your project team only. So you determine by your good planning. So these are the baseline of schedule, of cost, and of work effort. Now this is the reality. When you start the project, so this is your plan. The plan looks good, very smooth. Okay, so once you look at the plan, yes, you know what is the plan. Plan is nothing but wishful thinking of the human beings that we will survive, and we will survive in style. Okay, so that is what we are all hopeful of the life, and we should be hopeful. So we must have always a realistic baseline also. It's not that we create some baseline which is not realistically possible to implement. Then in the reality, we start our project. So it goes a little bit. So this is called a variance. So this is the baseline. So here we vary. So it becomes, our speed becomes slow. It will take us certain resources, extra resources to come up to the schedule. And this is a flag. Now, what is the flag? That is the achievement. So that's a milestone. So here I get paid by my client. I've done something. So I might be a little bit faster or slow here, but on the milestone date, I am on time. So the client pays me. So then I face some other problem. Then this is called a workaround. Do you see this thing? This is called a workaround. I see the risk ahead and they do this workaround so that I'm time. This is my milestone 2. This is another variance. This is a risk. Then another variance, and risk, because this is not something that I plan for. Okay. So I reach the final milestone. So, here I have got multiple milestones, and this is the finish date of the project. Finish date of the project is also a milestone. And here I get my final payment. So during that, variances and the risk, they happen. So since I have a baseline, so I always come back to what has been planned for, which keeps me on the track. So once I'm on the track, so it is easier for me to reach my goal of achieving the milestone. So once each of the milestones are achieved, even the last one, which is the finished milestone. So finished milestone means final deliverable has been delivered to the client. Once you deliver the final deliverable to the client, the whole set becomes a product and the client can use it, right? So that's what it is. So guys, any questions on this baseline?
No.
Baseline clear? Sometimes when people immediately say no, I get frightened. Okay, it should not be going too high, it should not be going too low, it should be going directly to your head. So if you are able to understand with that clarity, sometimes, I must have some questions from you. Yes, please go ahead with your question.
Sir, I have one
Good. Yes, tell me.
question.
Can we have
Hello.
two baseline or three baseline depending on the situations?
See, we do not have 2 or 3 baseline, but we can have a second and third and fourth baseline. See, try to understand what I'm trying to say. We cannot have 2 baselines at the same time. We can have a second baseline after the first phase of the project is completed.
First phase, or you can
if
say
you're
that
going
milestone or phase.
See, let me explain to you. I started a project in the month of the October. Right. So in the month of the October, I had not anticipated any coronavirus or a COVID like the situation that is the current situation. I had planned that my project, which is of the 6 months duration, it will start in the 1st of the October, November, December, January, February, March. And in the March, by the end of the March, it will be completed and delivered to the client. Now, what happened that during the March, I started to get signals that travel is getting restricted. Some of my people are getting stuck here and there, and suddenly the government put the lockdown. So the final milestone got delayed due to the lockdown, April, May, June. So I could not do any work. I can start the work from the 1st of the July. Now, what will happen when I start the work? I will create a second baseline in which the start date of the remaining work will be different. But I cannot have 2 baseline. See, I'll just tell you. See, over the last 60 years, the medical science has adjusted the blood pressure level of a healthy individual. But no doctor will say, no, it can be 80 or 85. No, the current medical science says that it is 80 or it is 120 by 80. So 120 will be 120, 80 will be 80, until and unless there is a large number of statistics to prove that the best blood pressure is around 122 by 82. So that has not yet come. So we can't have 2 baseline, but we can have a second baseline also if after some time, if medical science finds more and more evidence that no, 128 is not a healthy one, but 118 and 78 is healthy. So they will recommend you to keep it around that. And they will recommend the doctors to give a medicine if your blood pressure is found more than 78. Okay. So you cannot have 2 baselines, but you can have the second baseline, third baseline based upon the new evidence.
Sir, in that case, the primary baseline which we have fixed at the initial stage of the project, that will remain or that will be vanished?
That will be archived. That will not be deleted. That will be archived. That will be archived as part of the lesson learned. Okay, so that when we create a baseline in the future, we can create more accurate baseline. The data from that, the rejected baseline will be taken and studied as a lesson learned that what to not to do in the baseline so that it needs a rejection. So we create something which works throughout. See, normally our hopeful is that we should be able to use one baseline to control the entire project. But due to certain risk, unforeseen risk, like if you look at many of my clients, they're from the construction and the civil engineering industry. So, they had to pause their projects for 3 months, 4 months. So then they planned with me and they said that, okay, we hope to start around the July. Then I told them that, have you ever considered the risk that those people, those who have gone back home, will be willing to come back during the summer months? Once they are gone back, see, after going back, the mood of the person changes. Have you considered the human angle? No, no, they will come back. So I told them that, look, just try to talk to them. There could be a risk. I foresee a risk in the human mood because I have done wide variety of the projects in various industry. I've seen the mood of the people change once they go back home. If the person is at the site, he's at the site. So if you are keeping that person on the side, then he would have continued to work. Since you wanted to save the cost, you have sent the person back home. So once the person back home, his mood might change. And exactly this is what happened. 50% of the labor, they refuse to come back. They say no, that we are ruling, and 50% of the say that we will charge 25% more, 30% more. You will have to give me a free transport, free this and free that, and it has increased the cost of the project. Then we had to re-baseline the project with a new cost. I cannot now measure the cost of the project based upon the old cost. So that is a lesson learned for us. The old baseline we have archived, that this is the baseline which should be used in the normal times, and this is the baseline which should be used during the lean period or exceptional periods. Okay, so that is the lesson learned.
Sir, for the baselines, like you said, for the cost, so is there some parameters like cost, quality, for which constant baselines are considered?
For time, for cost, for work effort. So work effort means man hours, man days, machine time, machine days. Okay. And also
Okay.
the quality. What should be the minimum performance level? I say what should be the uptime, what should be the strength, robustness, speed, fuel mileage. These are certain quality parameters of a product. So for TV,
Okay.
what is the functionality? Functionality is the picture. Then what is the quality? Quality is the parameter of sharpness. Contrast is the parameter of how good the color are rendered. Okay, how the black to white
Okay.
gray shades they are visible to you. So that is
Okay.
the contrast level. Some models they have, say we have a contrast ratio of 1:20,000. So it will be able to show you 20,000 shades of gray. Mind it, 20,000 of the gray shades can be distinguished by the human eyes. Okay, human eyes can do it. And they say that our TV has 16 million colors because the human eye can distinguish between 32 million different colors, and the TV can display up to 16 million different shades of color. So that is the TV. So that is the quality. So the quality sits on top of the functionality. Functionality is to display the picture, and quality is how it satisfies the end user. So you have to understand the baseline for the quality is also made so that you can compare as the product is being made, that will the end result will be satisfactory and acceptable to the sponsor or the buyer or the customer or not. Okay, so that is the purpose. Because now let me tell you about the quality, guys. Keep in mind, quality happens by planning. Quality is not by chance. Quality is not by accident. Quality happens by planning, and you cannot improve the quality at the end of the project. It will lead to reject or rework. Rework is costly, and reject is the maximum cost, because in the reject you just scrap the entire thing. All the man hours, all the machine hours, all the material goes waste. If the quality is not acceptable to the client, you cannot fix it. Can you rework the taste of the curd if it is too sour at the end of the project? No, you can't fix it. So you have to plan that if you are going to turn the milk into the curd, that at what temperature you should start to put in the the generation of the stock of the curd, the curd that you put, that is the quality which will set the curd in certain number of the hours. So what is the quality of the bacteria in it? What is the temperature at which you put it into? If you put it while it is too hot, then the bacteria will be killed. Then it won't turn into a curd. It will be some sort of a semi-liquid sort of a thing which cannot be perceived as a curd. Okay, so you have to adjust a lot of things. That is called the expert judgment in a project. And the final outcome, when it is acceptable to the client, we say that, okay, it is of quality. It is a quality product. Okay, then there are certain things called standards. So standards are guidelines to help us achieve the quality. Okay, so standards
Okay,
can
sir.
be created by the company, standards can be created by the industry, and standards are also created by the governments. Okay, so is this thing clear, guys? The baseline is clear. Baseline
Clear.
is a
Yeah,
plan
I have got
value
a
against
question
which you
actually.
compare the health of the product or the project to make sure that what you are doing turns out right in time, in budget, and in quality. Yes.
Yeah, this is Dev Shankar. I've got a question. That is, in this particular second diagram, where the variances are shown, suppose there are multiple variances, and for that variance, will there be, change in the timeline for the deliverables that will
No,
ultimately?
we might not change the timeline in
Okay.
case that is manageable. See, for
Okay.
example, I will give you. Suppose I'm doing a project starting in the month of I'm giving the example of the same project which I gave earlier.
Okay.
What happens? It is a 6 month project and which will be delivered on 31st of the March. So my start date is 1st October and my finish date is 31st of the March. Now what happens that as I'm doing the project in the month of the December, there is a 3 days band. If there is a 3 days band, after the band, I have a meeting with my team. I say, guys, can we do this thing? Since we are 3 days late as compared to the baseline, can we cover this up by working a little bit extra during the next 2 weeks? They say, yes, boss. So what is the time lost in 3 days month? It is the 24 man hours, na, right?
Correct.
So what we will do that each of us will work, say 2 hours extra. So we can cover this 24 man hour on per person basis within 12 days. So within 15 days, we can just come up to the track. So in this case, I am not going to change the baseline, right?
Okay. Okay. That means there will be no spillover in the delivery of the product also.
Okay. It is not going to affect the delivery of the product because the milestone is after the 15th day only. And we are going to come up to the track within 12 multiplied by 2. So I am going to cover the 24 man hour loss on per person basis in 12 days. So I catch up with the plan in 12 days and on the 15, on 13, 14, 13th day, 15th day, I am just doing only 8 man hours of work. So during the last 12 days, I was doing 10 man hours of the work on per day basis to cover up for the lost 12 man hours, 3 days month. Now what happens that there is a lockdown announced by the government on 15th of the January. Now tell me, can I use the original baseline if there is a 3 months lockdown starting on the 15th of the January?
No.
No. In that case, I decide. So guys, let us do this thing. Let us mark all the tasks as fully complete or partially complete. And let us move the partially complete task and the incomplete task to the next date in the plan. So I put a tentative date. I say that, okay, I'm putting the tentative date as 15th of March. So I use a software. Yes, of course, I need to use a software. The software can do it. The software will split the incomplete, the task in progress, and the software will move the task which have not yet started to the tentative day. I said I anticipate that the lockdown will be opened on the 15th of the April. So as I'm nearing the 15th of the April, on 1st of April, I come to know from the ministry and that the baseline from the TV and the media that the lockdown has been extended till the 30th of April. So I shift my start date in the software to the 1st of May. And when I reach the 1st of May, then I come to know from the media that the baseline the lockdown has been extended till the 30th of May. So I shift my start date to the 2nd of June. But in the month of June, I come to know it is till the 30th of June. Then I shifted to the 3rd of the July. And on 3rd of the July is my start date. Then I create a new baseline for the time and a new baseline for the cost also, because the labor is now demanding higher cost and higher wages because of shortfall. That's a new baseline you have to create. You have to create. Now this is the second baseline.
Correct.
This is the second baseline. I cannot say that my project is late. I said that my project from this point onwards has to be compared from the start date of the 3rd of the July. I cannot compare it to the date on which it was paused and say, no, you guys are late. No, I cannot compare that with the. I will tell a person if he is late, if there is no lockdown, if the work is going on, and he is coming to the office, is suppose he has a task starting on the 3rd of July and finishing on the say 13th of the July. If he is delayed, then I will tell him, yes, you are delayed. But in case there is something, some other circumstance beyond my control or his control, then I say that, okay, I will re-baseline the project. I will not re-baseline the project due to internal reasons. Okay. If I plan it with my teams, then my team should stay committed to that baseline. Baseline is nothing but an internal promise and an external promise to the client.
So in that case, we also have to, I think, take care of the capacity planning and the resource utilization.
Yes, of course. If now my resources are less, if I want to bring the resource level to the original level, then I have to put in more money because I have to get the resources at a very high rates. So that will increase my cost. That will increase the increase from the original budget, which has happened in many of the client cases. It has happened. I've seen that happening day and night as I'm planning them, as I'm re-baselining the projects. So what I'm seeing that in certain company, they are saying, no, we are keeping the budget as same, but we are stretching the time duration. We will work with the same set of people in a slow fashion, but we will keep the same budget. So I say, fine, it's your choice. So both ways the software will calculate.
Right.
Okay. So it is your choice and your priority that what is the agreement between you and the client. If the agreement between you and the client is some sort of, you can say that that the time is highly fixed, then you will have to increase the resources. Definitely, if you try to increase the resources at this point of time, it will overshoot your budget. Yes,
correct. Correct.
So that's a new reality in the business.
Who has the authority to change the baseline and milestone and that all these things? Is a project manager or a program
sponsor?
Stakeholder.
Sponsor. Stakeholder minded guys, it's a very wide term. Stakeholder includes all. Stakeholder includes you, your project management team, the program manager, client, suppliers, vendors, associates, end user of the project. Anybody is impacted by the outcome of the project is a stakeholder. Anybody who is going to change the baseline is only the sponsor. Only sponsor can change the baseline. But sponsor has to be apprised and given the knowledge by the project manager. To what extent?
Okay.
So in our company, who is the sponsor? Means company's CEO or maybe.
See, whoever gives you the permission to do the project is your sponsor. Tell me who gives you the project. What is the designation of that person who gave you the current project?
That's a principal Mafi.
So then he is the sponsor. He's the.
Okay.
Suppose if you are doing your own business, you are interacting directly with the client, then your client is the sponsor. But in a company setup, since all the things are very huge in scale, then your client is not the sponsor for you because you didn't get the project directly from the client. You can't even do that. That would be illegal to do against your employment terms. So you will get the project from some marketing person or the director or the program manager.
Okay.
Yeah, so he will be your sponsor. But if you are running your own project, so your client is the sponsor. Only he can upscale or downscale the project. You can't do it. So you will only do whatever he has demanded. Okay. So is this clear? Is this clear, guys? So
yeah.
Any more doubts?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me.
What is the relation between the sponsor and the portfolio manager?
Yes. See, portfolio manager is the person who is taking care of a particular business unit or a vertical.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And the sponsor is the person who is working within that vertical to assign the project to the various project managers. So the sponsor could be the program manager. Portfolio manager may not be directly assigning any project to the project manager. He is just getting the projects in the various portfolios and he is giving them to the program manager according to the specialization. Suppose there is a software company. I'll just tell you. In the software company, there are various business units. One business unit is catering to the airline. One business unit is catering to the learning domain. One business unit is catering to the finance. So who is there managing that business domain or business unit? He is a portfolio manager.
Portfolio.
So portfolio manager is running marketing campaigns in his own business unit. He is getting the projects and he is getting those projects and he is giving them to each of his program manager. And the program manager is scheduling the projects in parallel or in a sequence based upon his resource of the project manager. And the project manager is telling him that this is the number of the resources I need, and the program manager is setting the priority based upon the resources that the organization. If the organization has more than ample resources, then almost all the projects will be running in parallel. If there is a little shortage in the resource, then some of the projects would be just overlapping. If there is a very too big shortage of the resources, then you might see that the projects are almost running end to end. One finishes, then another ends. Right? Because so that is prioritized by the program manager, that which project should be done first, then number 2, then number 3. That is dependent upon value, the customer size, and that is based upon the customer importance. Okay, so there are various strategies which are balanced by the program manager and to start a project. But if there are good enough resources, so there are lots of people, lots of equipment, then in such a big company, big setup, they keep resources on bench. I believe that some of you understand resources on bench. So what does it mean? What is the bench strength? Why do the companies have bench strength?
To showcase our ability or manpower.
No, it is not about showcasing. I'll just tell
So
you
that they
that
can
what is the
immediately
meaning of the
engage.
bench.
So
See,
that if any new project comes, so they can immediately find out the exact candidate with the correct set of skills and engage them.
yes, not to engage the skill, but to hook the client. I'll just tell you, it has got a business strategy. See, in bigger company, they keep the bench strength as 5 to 8%. 5 to 8% means for every 100% that is working, so they will keep 8 people sitting on the bench. They will keep them free. Not they are doing it intentionally, but they are doing it strategically. What is the strategy? The strategy is like this. The company is working in a high value domain. The projects, they are starting at minimum $1 million value and they are going up to $100 million. If the project is going from 1 million to $100 million, keeping 8% of the bench strength is not a big deal, because once the project comes, they get it. Because what happens when the client walks in with a project, he says that, look, I'm very happy with the services, certification, quality, track record, everything is fine. Can you get my project started next week? Yes, sir, we can do it. Okay. So I'm coming to your premises next week. I will have a walkthrough. So what does walkthrough mean? I have conducted many such walkthroughs. The client, first of all, comes to the company. He just looks at the premises, facility, environmental factor. He starts to look even at the parking. Some clients are so finicky. They come from the US and oh, you have got a very good parking. Oh, you have got a very good reception area. So you have facilities for people to come here. They come this and that, cafeteria. Then we take him to our development center. Inside that, we show him our server rooms. Then we show our meeting rooms, that we have the various Cisco tools for the face-to-face meetings. Okay, Cisco telepresence. So as it is called, because Zoom is small thing, that first we used to have the Cisco telepresence, and then we show him that where people are working. So how many people you can put to my projects? So that we can immediately put 10 people. Oh, okay, fine. So where are they? Okay, come here, meet them. So we take them to the bench room where people are sitting. We introduce them. So these are the guys amongst them. We will put the people in your project as soon as you just sign the contract with us. So the client is happy and convinced that, okay, so this company has the ready people that is available. You know, when I get a minimum $1 million project by keeping 10 to 12 people free, so it's not a big deal. Okay, try to understand. So we have to understand that is called the buffer resource. That is called the reserve. So reserve is sometimes good. So don't you guys carry a spare tire in your car dicky, as in India we call it, in the US they call it the boot of the car. Why do we, if you take that tire out, I'll just tell you, if you take the tire out, you will save 10% on the fuel cost, guaranteed. But would you like to do it? Tell me, guys. A spare tire is so heavy. If you take that out of your car, you will save 10% of the fuel. Would you like to do it?
No.
No. Why not? What is
For the risk factor.
What is the risk factor?
If there is a puncture in the middle of the road.
Not only in the middle of the road, in the middle of the night.
That's what I'm saying.
With your family, you are returning from a marriage function and you have got ladies and the children with you and you are the head of the family. It is your responsibility to take people safely and bring them back home safely. And your car is punctured in the middle of the road, that too in a bad patch of the road in the middle of the night. See, a moving car is always safe. Okay, nobody can harm the occupants. But if the car is stopped and you know, if you guys are robbed or hurt, so that is the strategy. The strategy is that you should be risk ready, you should be emergency ready, you should have a tire on the bench. So you know, that is a tire, that is a resource. It is sitting on the bench all the time. In case you are stuck, I will just get over from the bench, I will occupy the position of the flat tire and I will become the active resource. Okay, now is this thing clear? So
Clear.
people on the bench, they are not bad. They're like the reserve, they're waiting for big business. So keep these people on the payroll is not a big deal. It is very small cost as compared to the high cost of lost opportunity. Do you understand cost of the opportunity? If you lose $10 million project as compared to the 10 lakh rupees that you would pay to these people per year, just to keep them on the bench. So just see that. So that is why the big companies, they have some people on the bench. But if you're running your own small business, you will not have any people on the bench. You'll say, no, I can't have any people on the bench. If you give me the project, then I will plan and hire the people and then I will get your job done. Okay. So that's how the small to mid-sized companies, they work. So that is why their projects, they charge less money. But high ticket clients, they don't go to such companies because they want their work to be done immediately as per their business strategy and need. They can't wait. Okay. So the big ticket companies, they always demand that their project be started maximum within a week's time and not more than that. That is why some people on the bench are useful. So big companies in India, they can do it. Wipro, TCS, HCL, IBM, Microsoft, Accenture. Okay, they always have some bench strength. Okay. So guys, is this thing clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So tell me guys, how do you feel? Are you feeling that you want to be the project manager?
Yes, sir.
Project manager, you should be. See, a project manager means a lot of things. A project manager is not a project manager. A project manager, first of all, is a people manager. He is a leader. He gives a leadership to his team. Okay, he directs them, he motivates them. And project manager is a profit manager. He utilizes the resources very in a planned fashion so that the cost of the project is minimum and we get the maximum profit. So he's a profit manager also. A project manager is a process manager. He's applying industrial processes as well as PMI processes. So just to say the least, he's a process manager also. He's a problem manager. If there is any problem in the project in the middle, he solves that problem, human resources problem, technological problem, any kind of communication problem. Okay, he solves various kind of problems. And on top of that, he's a promise manager. So you know what's the promise? The contract signed by the company with the client is the promise. So on whose shoulder that promise is carried? Tell me, guys, who
Project
is
manager.
carrying the promise?
Project manager.
Project manager. So that is why you say project manager is the promise. And I'm not quoting from the PMBOK. I'm quoting from my own experiences of what I felt during my direct work in the IT industry of 29 years of work. So this is what I felt. I am the one who is carrying the promise. Okay, you know, this is what I told my boss. Once my boss said, "Huh, increment मांगते हो हर 6 महीने." And I go, "Sir, this is what I am. I am the promise manager. I'm problem manager. I'm people manager." Okay, so my boss was really very impressed. Yeah, then you know you sometimes have to sell your values. So but you need a lot of confidence in that. I got a lot of confidence after passing my own PMP. Okay, so because I was doing things with a surety, certainty, with structure, with documentation, I had all the information at my fingertips in a meeting. I was telling everything at the right point at the right time. So everybody was very much pleased. At least if those people that didn't like me, at least they were not displeased. So they were quiet. So there is a lot of political things also it will solve for you. Okay. So guys, so what is the time right now? Tell me. Because you know I'm very poor at tracking the break timing. I can just go on and on and on.
It's noon actually. 12.
Okay. It is right now it is 12. So we meet at again at 12:15, right?
Right.
Okay, good. And so you can pause your recording after you come back, you can start it once again. And I'm going to put everybody on the mute. Okay. Okay. So I believe the baseline is clear now. So this is what a baseline looks like if we look at any project management software. So, you know, the gray line which is there, it tells that this is the start time, this is the finish time, or this is the start date or the finish date. And this is the slippage. Okay, so this is the delay, and this is a successor. So since the predecessor is delayed, the successor. So this is a time baseline. The cost baseline is maintained in a tabular fashion, in which the data is stored in the tables. Okay, so that is the baseline cost, actual cost, and variance. So here the data can be visualized in the form of this gray bars. I believe that you have used it. So once we see this, we get alerted to this situation, and then we take a controlling action. Like this task is complete. Now this task has not yet started. So you know this task is supposed to be done for a period of 8 days. If you look at this Monday to Saturday, 6 days, then Monday and Tuesday, 8 working days. So to bring the project back onto the baseline, I should be doing some extra work over the next 7 days. So I should be completing 8 days of the work in 7 days. So what I will do, I will increase my working day by 8 divided by 7. So guys, tell me, what is 8 divided by 7? What is 8 divided by 7? How much is that?
1.14.
Yes. And if you multiplied 1.14 by 8, so how much you get? Tell me.
Sir, please pardon.
If you multiply 1.14 by 8, how much you get?
9.12.
Yes. So you know what is the calculation telling you? The calculation is telling you that from Monday to Monday, if you want to finish this work instead of the Tuesday and Monday, so each day you should be working 9 hours and 0.12 hours. So how do you convert the 0.12 hours? You multiplied the 0.12 by 60. Okay. If you multiply the 0.12 by 60, what you get is the 7.2 minutes. So you should be working 9 hours and 10 minutes each day extra to cover the 8 days of the work in the 7 days. So that is called a controlling action. So instead of this extra 1 day, as you can see here, we'll be able to finish the work on the Monday itself by increasing the number of the man hours on per day basis. So once you do that, this this line will slip back on the baseline, and we can say, look, my project plan is back on the track, right? So this is what is the benefit of a project baseline, and you can use any software for this. Okay. Yes, Hitesh, tell me, what is your question?
Sir, for a project, it is advisable to increase the timeline instead of 8 hours for working for 9 hours, or we should deploy the more resources. Number of resources should be
See,
increased.
that is based upon your choice. That is based upon your choice. What I'm saying that increase the work effort. I'm saying that
Okay.
instead of 8 man-hours, put in 9 man-hours of work. So how you can put in 9 man-hours of the work? You can ask the regular resource to do 8 man-hours, and you can ask an additional resource to do extra 1 man-hour of the work anytime during the day. That is your choice,
Okay.
and that is dependent upon the kind of work that you're doing. If some part of the work can be done in parallel, so you can put the resource to come and work anytime, an extra 1 man-hour in parallel, and each day he will cover some extra work in parallel, and 8 days of the work will be covered in 7 days, and your project will be back on the track. And then you have to maintain that there should be no slippage from the baseline. So this thing is called the slippage. Okay, so this is slip, and all the lines which are in red color, and you can see this 0%, guys. You can see this zero means that this work has not started. You see this 100%. So 100% means that this is a completed task, and completed tasks are rendered in blue, and live tasks are rendered in red color. And the part of the work which is completed will be rendered either in dark red or dark blue. Okay, so that is the benefit of a project management software which is recommended by the PMI. PMI is not recommending any brand. See, guys, let me be clear. PMI is recommending that you should use a project management software that could be belonging to any brand. Okay, so this is how a project manager's role can be visualized. So, that is the project manager. So he's trying to balance the constraint of time, cost. So he's like a juggler. And his rule is that throughout the project, he will be inside this triangle called the quality. Okay, so this is the triangle called the quality, and he will be juggling these three balls: time, cost, and the scope, and he will make sure that the work is completed as per the quality. So this is what the project management is like for the project manager. He is to juggle the time, cost, and scope within the quality. Okay, and these are the various stakeholders. So stakeholders are project manager and project team, then project portfolio and program managers, resource managers. So resource managers are the human resource manager, equipment resource manager, and they are the material resource manager. Then who are the sponsors? Sponsors are your company bosses, those who give you the project. Sponsor can be the government, and sponsor can be your client. And then you have other stakeholders: supplier, customer, and users. And, okay, so now we come to the next one. So what is the next one? So
Sir,
next one,
what is mean by steering committee?
steering committee. Sometimes in certain bigger project, you have a series of advisors. Okay, those advisors are named in the charter that the project manager, if he is in doubt or if he needs any kind of a help, so he can consult these people.
Okay.
So that is called the steering committee. So they are steering the project in the right direction. Okay, so that is the idea of the steering committee. So is this thing clear? So
Yes, sir, clear.
these people are named by the sponsor in the charter, that who are the right people to steer the project in the right direction, and the project manager should consult these people only, not someone else. If he needs any advice in the absence of the sponsor, or the sponsor may not be the absolute subject matter expert, but he knows that who are the right people to advise the project in case the project manager needs it. So that is why they create a steering committee in which multiple subject matter experts, they guide the project team. So what is the project manager's role? It is very, very important. See, if you look at this visual, the project manager is at the person he is leading this team. So the tip of the arrow can be comprised of the team leads. Okay, those who are reporting to him directly. And you know, this whole crowd behind him, this can be a very huge. Okay, this can be a very double, triple long line. So all these people, they are controlled by his team leader. So the project manager is guiding the team leader. The team leader in turn, they are utilizing the man hours or the manpower of this huge number of the people. So they are guiding them. So the guidance of the project manager should be good to all these people. Those are reporting to him directly. So these are the direct report people. Okay. And after that, these are the indirectly reporting people, those who are doing the work in the project through his team leaders. So that is the way to go. So the project manager is responsible for the overall accomplishment of the project, ensuring the project objectives are achieved. So basically he would be working toward the objective, but he will be delegating the right task to the right person. So that is why we say that project manager is also the people manager. He is people manager because he knows skill of the people, experience of the people, qualification of the people, and the quality of the people. Okay, so he is able to interact and he is able to delegate the right task to the right person, and that ensures a very big value to the project. His key role is the project manager is to ensure project integration. What is integration? Integration means to ensure the project integrity according to the baseline. The project should be always aligned as per the plan. The role of the project manager comprises many responsibilities like planning and defining scope, resource planning, time estimating, developing a budget, managing risk analysis, documentation. Now you might be thinking that as a project manager, should I be doing all this? No, actually a project manager has got resources. So you know what is the job of the project manager? So what the project manager will do, he will say that, okay, you do the planning. He will say you do the resource planning. He will ask another person, okay, you do the time estimating, okay, you develop the budget, okay, you do the risk analysis. So that is the job of the project manager. Just imagine this huge team of the people. Just if you just eliminate this guy, do you think they will be able to achieve the objective? If there is nobody to delegate or monitor them the appropriate task, do you think the team can work, the team can survive? Tell me, guys. If I just remove this one person,
Shift without a compass.
No,
so
there will be lack of coordination.
not only there will be lack of coordination, the people might start infighting to occupy the positions of power. That happens. If you don't have a prime minister in a country, you know, what is the value of a prime minister? Even if the prime minister does nothing, but he has to be there because he is the executive lead in the Indian political setup. If our prime minister is killed, okay, then what will happen? There will be a struggle of power in the cabinet, and soon the country can collapse into the civil war-like situation. That is why we are fortunate that we have a president. The president can step in case of the prime minister is not replaceable immediately. So we have a sort of a safe political structure here. But okay, now coming back to the project manager's role. So the project manager is the guy so who is leading all this, and he is making sure that everybody is able to work together. Okay. So now let me do this thing. So he is basically the person to first look at the task. He will look at the task, then he will delegate. He will delegate the right task. Now what this guys will do, suppose if he delegates to this guy, so you know this guy has this whole team behind himself, this entire line. Okay, so he gives it to this guy. So this guy will subdivide the task and he will monitor these people. At the end of the day, he will consolidate the result and give it to the project manager, and then the project manager will accept or reject, or project manager will ask for any changes. So this set of the people, those whom I have marked here, they are purely technical people, and these guys, the team leads, they are 50-50. 50-50 means they are 50% technical and 50% they are into the management, and the project manager is 95% technical and 5% he is, no, 95% is management and 5% is technical. Why technical? Because when the project manager is leading project manager in the leadership role in a particular domain, he should have the domain knowledge. Okay, so that he is able to verify all the estimates which are given to him by the team members. So that is why I say that the project manager should also have some technical knowledge. 5% is good enough, and 95% is the project management knowledge. So that is why the PMI has come up with this triangle: leadership, technical project management, and strategic and business management. Yes, questions please. Very good. Go ahead. Ask your question, the unmute and then ask.
Yeah. On the right hand side, if it's going to the points, on the 8th point, there is something called strategic influencing.
Yes, strategic influencing means that suppose if some person is suggesting any improvement in the project or a change in the project, he should strategically try to understand and strategically influence them in the right direction. So that the person is able to understand that if it is good, suppose if someone suggests a good feature and that helps in easing the achievement of the objective of the project, then the rest of the people should be influenced and encouraged into support the positive value that it creates or the positive behavior. So that is called strategic influencing. Suppose if some person is suggesting something which is not of much value to the project, but it can also lead to the increase in the time and the cost of the project, but not very much useful. But the person himself is very much convinced, no, it is something very useful. So the project manager's job is to strategically influence the person without hurting the feelings of the person, that look, that this is the thing which is not going to create any value if we do that. So that is called the strategic influencing. So strategically,
On a high level note, actually, is it?
yeah. So is this clear?
Yeah. Got it.
Okay. So keeping the people in the right direction by advising them, mentoring them. So that is called strategic influencing. Now we come to the organizational structure. So see, the whole set, okay, this is called the organizational structure. So let me clear this first. This is the organizational structure. Okay. So let us see, this is called a projectized structure. Okay, in which there is only the PM who is leading the whole pack. But there are two more organizational structure. So one is the matrix and one is the function. In the projectized structure, the project manager is the whole sole leader and the decision maker for the project. Then there is a matrix. In the matrix, he is sharing the power with a functional manager. And in the functional organization, he is a project expediter or a project coordinator. He is not even named as a project manager. And in the matrix, there can be three variants. In the strong matrix, the PM is strong. Okay. Where in the balanced matrix, the project manager is balanced with the functional manager in 50-50 power. And in the weak matrix, the project manager is having less power. Okay. And in the functional matrix, there is almost zero or no role of the project manager, but there is someone called the project coordinator or project expediter. So let us look who is a functional manager, because project manager is something that you know, but who is a functional manager? A manager responsible for activities in a specialized department or function is called a functional manager. A functional manager is responsible for one of the principal elements such as production, marketing, finance, design, research and development, okay, testing. Now, these people are called the functional managers. So what do the functional managers do? They have specialization in a particular functionality so that they can contribute to some way of the design, technology or something. They are not concerned with the time or the resource constraint or the budgetary constraint. They are only concerned with a specialized skill. Specialized skill can be testing, designing, researching, and developing a product. So each functional manager tends to emphasize his own function or department, and his authority level is limited to his department or function. Functional manager is likely to be part of the function or department. Now the project manager, you know who is that? Is responsible for managing a project, an entire project. The project manager is responsible for whole project. Project manager is responsible accomplishing the project objectives. Project manager is involved in planning, controlling, and assign project resources to best meet project objectives. So, functional organization structure, let us start with this. What happens in a functional organization? Now, where is the functional organization? Actually, they used to exist around, say, 50 to 60 years ago. So, what used to happen in those organizations? A client would come, then the client would meet the business development or the marketing person. The marketing person will understand the requirement of the client and explain to him that which services the organization is providing and how the organization can help him. So after the deal is settled, the client will be met with the project coordinator. So he will say that, okay, sir, come with me. I will get all the job done for you. So he will look at the first step. So he will, the project coordinator will get the step 1 done by the functional manager 1, step 2 by the functional manager 2, step 3 by the functional manager 3, and in this way the project will be completed. Step by step it will be completed. Those were very simple times. So people would not ask for much detailed plans or very much pressure. They will not do, because there were not much competition. Because if there is one company, there is one company. So there is one company to make the car, that is the Ford is there. One company is there in electric, General Electric, so General Electric is there. So there was not much competition. Even if you look in India, so I'm talking of the time, there was only two companies which would make the car. One is the Fiat, one is the Ambassador or the Hindustan Motors. Or there is one company, Bajaj Chetak or Vespa. They will make, two companies will make the scooter. There was only one telephone company, that is the ITI, Indian Telephone Industries, based in Bangalore. Okay. So, there were very few players and there was not much competition. Such was the condition of the world. So the functional manager is the manager who would need a resource and not need a resource also. See, if you look at this functional manager, so he has got a team of people. So he's a designer. So he will need the help of the assistant designer 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this guy is a research and development scientist. He does not need any help because all the knowledge of science is inherent in him and he is able to do the work all by himself. So he is a functional manager. So similarly, functional manager may or may not have a resource. Okay, they report to the director. Now then what happened? Then the structure of the company changed due to the business requirements. The pressure increased due to the competition. After the World War II, as the world settled down more into the business and people moved from the armies to the industries, okay, they took all their management skills, they took all their energies and the skills of survival into the business. Then as more and more businesses they happened, they started to appoint a person called the project manager. So this project manager along with the functional manager, he will have a reporting structure with the dual reporting system. So he will also control the resource and the functional manager would also control the resource. Now, if the resource or a person who is assigned to the project wanted to know what to do, that will be told by the project manager. If he wanted to know how to do, then he'll be guided by the functional manager. If he got technically stuck, he'll be helped by the functional manager. And if the person got stuck in the understanding of the work or the details of the work to be done, then he will be helped by the project manager. Okay, so guys, is this thing clear? So, there can be three situations. Let's say strong matrix. So if this guy is stronger, so it is a strong matrix. If this guy is balanced, so it is a balanced matrix. If this guy is weak, if the project manager is below the functional manager level in the power, so the downward arrow is pointing, that is power is less, then it is the weak matrix. So that's a logical thing which can be resolved. So guys, tell me, are you working in a matrix or projectized?
Sir, I have one question.
Yes.
So then what is the difference between weak matrix and functional organization? In both the cases, function manager is holding more powers.
See, in the functional, there is no project manager at all. There is only project expediter. And here, the person who is in the weak matrix is called the project coordinator. So coordinator still does have some power. He can push some parts of the project. So he's the coordinator and the expediter. Expediter is more like a postman. But whereas the coordinator can push some parts of the project, and in the balance matrix, the project manager is a full-time person. He has a power.
So,
Okay.
sir, in that case, project manager has the control over other departments also. That means power over the other functional managers.
No, he does not have power over the other functional manager. He has got power over the resources and the decision. He has power over the budget. In the balance matrix, the functional and the project manager might be balanced in utilizing the funds, resources, time division. Okay, so they can decide it jointly. They have to decide it jointly in the balance matrix. But as an end, then the market become consumer oriented. So they started to make the industry structure. They started to make the project manager more and more stronger. Okay. So guys, tell me that what kind of organization you feel that you are in. Are you in balance matrix or strong matrix? And what do you feel regarding your position? Do you feel strong or do you feel projectized or do you feel balance matrix?
Sir, I'm still having question. Then what is the difference between strong matrix and projectized matrix?
In the strong matrix, the functional manager still have some residual power. And in the projectized here, there is no functional manager. Now, where is the functional manager? The functional manager is here. The functional manager is reporting as a team leader to the project manager. So this is the functional manager. So he was heading the quality. And here is the functional manager. He is team leader of the research and development. Okay, they are all reporting to the project manager. And project manager totally decides their time limit. In the functional organization, the time limit as imposed by the project manager may or may not be acceptable. It might be subject to discussion by the functional manager. Here, if the project manager says, we have to deliver in 15 days, so we have to deliver in 15 days. That's it.
Okay.
Now you tell me that what kind of matrix you feel you are in.
I think I'm in
Sir, please
balance
change the screen.
matrix.
Okay, Deepali, you think you are in the balance matrix.
Yeah.
So you are the project manager, then who is the functional manager? What is the role of the functional manager in your organization? What is his or her contribution in the functionality? Are they writing the content of the learning management system?
Yes. So there is a content development team. There is the operations team. So operations team has their own hierarchy. Content development team has their own hierarchy. Then the IT department, within IT department, there is an infrastructure team. They have their own hierarchy. And for a project, let's say for LMS application development, all of these should be talking to each other for LMS to go live. So
yes, absolutely.
So I think I'm working in balance matrix.
So you are working in balance matrix because you are taking the requirement and time constraint and the budgetary constraint from the client. And
Correct.
then you are discussing it with the various functional managers that look, my dear functional manager of content, please develop this content. My dear infrastructure manager, please provide this server and the software. Then what else is there? Who is the
Operations.
Yeah, operations. You tell that, look, you maintain the operations after the project is completed. After the learning modules are online, you make
Correct.
sure that it is ongoing for the 24/7 for the
Right.
client's industry or the domain, so that the client's employees or the people, those who are subscribed to the client domain, they are able to learn it 24/7. They are able to complete their lesson. They are able to see the video. They are able to log in. They are able to log out. And at the end of the learning, the system should generate a certificate for the participant. The system
Right.
should keep a track record of the certification done by the participant, whether the participant has passed the certain degree or not. If he has completed a set of 3 subjects, 4 subjects, then he is entitled to this degree or that degree. You know, that is completely like a university, a learning
Correct.
management system. I worked on one such project many years ago. So I had used the open framework that is called the Moodle.
Okay.
Moodle and SCORM. Okay.
Okay.
So SCORM is a framework for the learning management system. And definitely I had to interact with a lot of functional managers to get this thing done. And then there are people, those who design the courseware, the looks of it, how it should look online. So
Correct.
the design manager is also a functional manager, and I have to push and coax and cajole these people so that my project could be completed on time.
Right.
So yes, so I believe that you are starting to get the idea that where you are, and someone would like to say that what kind of matrix he or she is in.
Uh, Sir, I think I'm in strong matrix. Sir, please change the
Okay,
screen before
okay.
that,
So,
which was showing all three
what
matrix.
is your organization name and what is your name?
Hitesh, sir, Hitesh Ahuja.
So yes, Hitesh. So what is your organization and the domain?
Sir, it is civil construction.
Yes. So how do you feel that you are in a strong matrix? So what is your functional manager doing versus you?
So I think my function managers are my procurement managers, accounts manager, which are not reporting to me, but they are supporting me, but they are reporting to our MD.
Yes, very nice. I'll just tell you that why you are strong, because they are not deciding the timeline or the budget for you.
Ah, yes.
And they have to support you functionally by providing you the material and the resources. But they,
Correct.
but they can't override your decision. But definitely, if you're asking for 10 resources, they might have a reservation. They might say that, okay, I cannot provide you 10, I can provide you 8 because I have some other projects are also as of high priority, which is going on. So if you need 10, then you can come and discuss with me, and which is chaired by the sponsor. So, some senior person can come between you and him. But
Ah,
definitely,
yes,
if
exactly
you're
the same
asking
thing
for
only.
10, he might give you the 8 right away.
Ah, yes, sir, it's exactly the same scenario.
Yes, very good. So, you are now able to understand that you are in a strong matrix because these people, they cannot thwart or they cannot expand your timeline or your budget. They cannot push that. But definitely when you are asking for a resource, they do have some part of the power or the decision in that. So that would be the strong matrix. And if is there someone who is in the balance matrix? Someone who feels in the balance matrix? No? Or any kind of matrix someone would like to share? See guys, let us make the training interesting and interactive. Feel how it is relating to your current situation. You must be in some matrix.
Yes, Rajveer this side,
Yes, Rajvi, tell
organization.
me.
Yeah. So for me, I believe mine is the projectized one, wherein you know uh, we are the ones leading it end to end, and then we have team leaders who are reporting to us of from various domains and functionalities. Um, so in here, we capture all the information, and then share that with different team leads and get the work done. So there is no functional manager in our organization. So yes, we have team leaders who are reporting directly to project managers.
And I will just tell you for one more reason that why it is a why it is a projectized one. Because
Mm-hmm.
see, some of the team that is working for your project, they are external subcontractors or contractors. Those
Right.
are Microsoft Gold partners, right? Since they're Microsoft Gold partners, you might hire them from time to time. They cannot override your decisions, can they?
No.
Subcontractor cannot. That
Right.
is why you are in a projectized where your decision has to be followed absolutely. That is why you are in a projectized. So the team lead could be internal and the team lead could be external. So the external project manager, from your point of view, is a team leader. That's it. He might be a project manager in his own home, right?
Exactly.
Do you get the point?
Yes, sir.
He might be a project manager in his own home, inside his own company, inside his own building. But when he comes to you for business for you, he is a team lead, right? So once you give him an instruction, it is his job to get that done without questioning you that why are you asking me to complete it in 15 days. No, if you want the business, do it in 15 days. That is my time constraint, this is my budget constraint. Take it home, plan it with your team, send me the plan, and confirm to me that you can do it. That's it. Okay, so I believe all the questions are answered. Do you have any kind of questions here, guys? Okay, fine. So this is what a matrix looks like. So in which, let us look at this thing, project managers authority. And if you look at the projectize, it is high to almost total. If you look at the resource high to almost total. If you look at the budget, the control is completely with project manager. And project manager's role, so it is a full-time role. In project management administrative staff, it is a full-time role. Now, if you look at the strong matrix, it is lowered. Let's say that the project manager in the strong matrix, he is in 70% control. He is having 70% control. And 30% is still with the functional manager. In the balanced matrix, you can visualize it as 50-50. Okay. There is a 50-50 decision making with the functional, and in the weak matrix, it is reversed. So in the weak matrix, it is like 70% is with the functional manager and 30% with this. And here the functional manager is 100%. And here in the projectize, it is the project manager who is 100%. Okay, just like this. So you can visualize it like this. So slowly and slowly. So these days, if you look at the software companies, the software or the IT or the services based company, they are 100% projectized to be able to deliver on time. Okay, any kind of service. Okay. Now let us come to the term the stakeholder. I believe that you might have heard it, but let us look at the standard definition of the PMBOK. PMBOK says stakeholder is a person or organization that is actively involved in the project or whose interest may be positively or negatively affected by execution or completion of the project. Now let me tell you one thing. Who is a stakeholder? Someone who is impacted. Now see, all these people, if you look at this entire bunch, all these people, they are all positively impacted. They feel good. They feel good about the project. Okay. Why do they feel good about the project? Because the success of the project will bring them individual benefit. Now, what is the benefit to the project manager? His project is completed on time and value, and he gets a very good appraisal from his boss. The sponsor who has given the project to the project manager, he is feeling good because he is going to get the money on time from the customer. Okay. And the project management team is feeling good because the project team is successful and the other team member also feel the same way. And similarly, the project management office, they also feel good about the strategic goal. One project completed out of the strategic goal of the company. Program manager, he sees a very good percentage of completion and profit in his project, and the portfolio manager sees that this particular portfolio is doing good. So is the other stakeholder. Operation management team, functional management team, business seller partners. So they are selling stuff here. So they see the project is buying stuff from them, services from them. These are all the subcontractors. They feel good about it. So these are called the positive stakeholders. But then there are certain people, they feel negatively affected by the execution. So guys, can you guess an example of a negative stakeholder? Positive stakeholder, I believe it is clear. I want you to give an example of a negative stakeholder. You can describe a project, then you can describe such kind of a stakeholder would feel negative.
Sir Hitesh here. The farmers whose land government is taking for some project and they are opposing that.
Yes. So in case the farmer feels that they are not getting a fair compensation or a good compensation, they would be a negative stakeholder. They would like to stop the project. But in case the farmers, if they look at the price that they are getting, and if they feel that for so many years I was not able to get much productivity out of this land, I am getting a more than fair price and a better than good price. So he would be a very positive stakeholder. He will not only sell his land, but he will tell all the other farmers whose land comes into the notified area. So no, he will tell them, why don't you guys sell it? Sell it, sell it, sell it. So, it will be good. So there can be both a feeling of the positivity and the negative feeling depending upon the situation of the farmer. It depends from place to place. Okay. Now, I'll tell you another positive and the negative. See, negative is a negative stakeholder. So, there was a project in Gujarat regarding the Narmada Dam. So there is an activist in Gujarat who has the problem with the dam. See, the dam, once you raise the level of the dam, it will hold the water for a large number of people. Let's say that the dam would benefit say 10,000 villages, but once you raise the level of the dam, yes, 10 to 15 villages might be flooded. That is fine. You can relocate this 10 to 15 villages, their population, to a better place, but it will benefit the people of 10,000 villages down the line. How? It will not only prevent the flood, but it will hold the water for the dry season. If there is no rain next year, the water from the dam can be released for the continued working in the agricultural sector, and the release of the water also generates the electricity. It will produce the electricity. It will work as a water fixed deposit. But some activists, NGOs, they always feel that it will hurt negatively. So it may not be backed up by any fact or scientific reason, but that can be due to some political or some nefarious design. Okay, so that is a negative stakeholder. I will give you an example of a negative stakeholder. Like there was a Tata Nano project in West Bengal. Many years ago, Tata went there, invested a lot of money in a place called Singur. I don't know the exact location. So there was one person who was the opposition leader in West Bengal, now the chief minister. That person opposed that project to the nail, said that no, this is a highly productive agricultural land and the people of this place would benefit a lot if they went back to the agriculture, and the Tata should move out. And Tata moved out because Tata will not go down to any kind of pressure. So Tata Group, they moved out of the West Bengal. Now the same person is asking the Tata Group to come back to West Bengal. Why? Because not many industries are willing to go back to West Bengal because Tata was kicked out of there. They said that if Tata can be kicked out of the West Bengal, then why should we go? Okay. So that is why the development doesn't happen due to the negative stakeholder. I'm not saying that it is negative because that it is not beneficial to the people or something. So the negativity could be due to the personal reason, negativity could be due to the political reason, but whatever is the reason, so that is another thing, but a project manager should know why it is important for a project manager. If the project manager feels there is a possibility of a negative stakeholder, then the project manager should reevaluate and meet the negative stakeholder and see if there is some negotiation that can be done. The negotiation could be a workaround or alteration in the project plan, or negotiation could be in the tone down of the project size. So a lot of things can be done on the negotiation table. If the negotiation does not succeed, then there can be a gradual termination of the project also. So okay, if that is too much negative, let us not do the project. That's it, very simple. So there are many industrial groups in India, those who were trying to do some projects, and there was some aluminium plant being set up by Hindustan Zinc. So when the people around, they say, no, this is not good for us, this or that. So, they were politically misled. Immediately what this group did, they immediately shut down the plant and they closed the project. And after 1 year, the same people are now demanding that it be started, because a lot of people, they are unemployed due to the agricultural work not being productive. So, but from the project management point of view, you should know your positive stakeholder and you should know your negative stakeholder, and you should know that who is a stakeholder, who is a not. Now, let me give you one example that how you can identify a stakeholder. Suppose if I go to Mumbai. Now, in the Mumbai, there is a metro. In the Delhi also, there is metro. Now, does the progress of Mumbai metro impact me as a resident of Delhi? Tell me, guys, yes or no? Suppose if I go to Mumbai for 15 days, I might use the metro. Okay, so that is fine. But if some part of the metro is slowed down, does it impact my life? Because I'm spending most of my lifetime in Delhi only, because I'm a resident of Delhi. So am I a stakeholder in the Mumbai metro? Guys, you are there. Someone should give me a wrong answer. No, what is the problem?
Yeah, if you are in Mumbai, then you are a stakeholder of.
No, I'm not a stakeholder at all. Because I have the choice of taking the cool cab. I don't even go into the Mumbai metro. because I'm afraid of crowds. I'm afraid of crowded places. I'm not used to, this. I get it because I live in very open space in the Delhi NCR. So I'm personally a little bit of a claustrophobic person. I don't get into the local train. I don't get into the Mumbai metro. Delhi metro I sometimes go, but I mostly drive my own car or I take a cab. So I'm not a stakeholder because if the project is stopped, okay, for me 15 days stay is not a problem. I can go by cool cab or I can go by some other means. Okay. So if I am a resident of Delhi, if the metro is stopped for 3 or 4 days, it will create a complete chaos. Even if I'm driving my car, I'm not going in the metro. What is the problem? There will be more traffic on the roads and it will thwart my driving because of the metro I'm able to drive. So I feel that I'm a positive stakeholder in the metro. I want that the metro should go on and every day more and more people should travel in the metro so that I have more space to drive. No, isn't it? So I feel positive
Yes.
even though I don't use the metro on a regular basis, but I'm a positive stakeholder by the fact I want the metro to run each day so that I have more space to drive my car. Okay, so that I'm not stuck in the traffic. So I'm a positive stakeholder in the metro. That is the Delhi metro. Okay, because I am directly impacted by the outcome. So who is a stakeholder? Who is not a stakeholder? Whose interest may be positively or negatively affected. But if there is no effect, so I'm not a stakeholder. Similarly, any person who is living in Mumbai, if that person comes to Delhi for a couple of weeks or days, so whether some part of the project is delayed or not, that person is not impacted because the person is here on a short stay. Okay. And that person has got many alternatives during the short stay. But the person who is going daily, suppose a person is going daily 50 kilometers, so definitely you can't take a cab every day. It will cost you a lot of money. But if you go by the metro, it will be very comfortable and it will be very cheap also, which is the affordable also. But going by the cab each day will not be affordable for a person who is good traveling 50 kilometers on a regular basis. Okay, so that is the impact of the stakeholder. So keep in mind who is a stakeholder. So stakeholder are a lot of people, lot of functionalities. Now we come to the constraint. Have you heard of the word this constraint before? Have you heard in some other context? Have you used it in your normal conversation? Constraint.
Yeah, we usually use it in projects while uh,
So
communicating with the
what
client.
does it mean in the context of a project when you use it? So what are you
Mhm.
trying to convey?
which you cannot change or you cannot stress out means constant is.
Uh, for me, constraint is anything that is impacting the usual progress of the project, kind of roadblock, you can say.
Actually, constant is not a blocker. Now let
Mm-hmm.
me tell you the constant. I'll just explain to you like this. See, there is a stretch of road, 50 kilometer in Delhi NCR, which I can cover in 50 minutes in the morning. 50 kilometers in 50 minutes at the speed of average of 60 kilometer per hour. Now, when I travel by the same road in the evening, instead of the 50 minutes, it takes me 120 minutes. Now, what is the problem? Problem is that there is more traffic around me, which is preventing me from driving any faster. So I'm not blocked, but I'm constrained. So constrained means that I'm limited in my ability to drive any faster. So constraint comes from the word constrained. Constraint means that you are limited by your ability. So the situation is called a constraint. Okay. So constrained is the action of the constraint. So what are the constraints? Scope. So suppose the client increases the requirement in the middle of the project, okay, so that will result in increased work, so that will result in a constraint.
Mm-hmm.
Client reduces the timeline, that will result in a constraint. If the client decreases the cost, he says that I'm going to pay less, so the budget will be impacted, so that will be resulting in a constraint. So quality and resources and risk will be under the constraint. So, you can visualize the constraint as a triple constraint. So this is the triangle. So one side is the time, one side is the cost, and one side is the scope. Now, guys, before we go deeply into this, there are certain terminologies. So let me clear this. See, there are two variants of time. One is the duration and one is the schedule. So guys, do you know what is the difference or similarity between duration and schedule? What is duration and what is schedule? So can you tell me?
Duration is the total number of days, the time taken, and schedule is start date and end date, when exactly to start and when exactly to end that activity or project or a phase, anything.
Yeah, correct. So duration is the span of time. So span of time can be represented in minutes, in the hours, in days, in weeks, in months, in years. So these are the span of time. So you can choose your span of time based upon the size of the project. And schedule is the exact date and time for a task to start or finish. Now, there is another term along with the cost, that is the price. So what is the similarity and difference between cost and price?
Cost is something which you spend on, and price is something you offer to your client.
So
price is cost plus profit.
Price is the cost plus profit. But where does this profit come from? Is it that you can dictate a profit? No, first you have to create a value. I'll just tell you where does this price come from. First, let me tell you that cost and price, they are both amounts of money. That is the similarity. Cost is an amount of money and price is also an amount of money only. Now, cost is the amount of money which is spent on doing the work of the project. For doing the work of the project, you spend money on people, paying the people's salaries or the wages or the contract money, or on the machine, or on the material, and on the subcontracted work, which is paid purely in cash. Okay, so when you sum this together, the actual cost of paying for the people, for the machinery, for the material, and the subcontract, that is called the cost of the project. Now, what is the price? See, when you are doing something or creating something that has a certain value. Now, in the human society, we are exchanging the values. So what kind of values we are exchanging? There are primary two values we are exchanging. One is the goods and one is the service. Right or wrong? Okay. So I'll just stop this. I will put it on to the video mode. I'll explain this face to face. See, we are exchanging two different kind of the services here. I mean, two things, goods and the service. I explain to you what is the goods and what is the service. I go to the doctor. Okay. I explain to him that how I am feeling. Then the doctor writes me a prescription. He writes on a piece of paper, this is the medicine, this is the precaution, this is the diet you will have to take. And after 7 days, you come and have a checkup with me. So he gives me nothing. He just gives me an advice which is written on a piece of paper. So what have I taken from the doctor? I paid him 600 rupees. So what have I taken from the doctor? Goods or the service?
Service.
Service, right? Then I take this piece of paper to the pharmacy and I have it to the pharmacy guy. I tell him nothing. He looks at that piece of paper. He gives me all the medicines. He packs it up and he takes the money from me. What did he give me? Did he advise me? Or did he give me the goods? Goods. So the doctor gave me the service and the pharmacist gave me the goods. So in the human society we are exchanging goods and the services. Now what happens that we have to basically set the amount of the money which is equivalent to the value. Now how do I get this value? That value depends upon the usefulness of the goods or the services. So, the price is the amount of money which is paid in exchange of a service or the goods that you create. Now, let me share the screen with you once again. So, we will try to understand that what happens in a project. See, when do you create a value? It's like this. You bought 100 liters of milk, okay? You converted that milk into the curd. Now, The amount of money that you put into buying that is the cost. And will you get the same amount of money or more when you sell that card?
No, we will get more amount of money because
You will
the
get more
efforts.
amount of money because you have created value with your effort and with your expert knowledge, skills. Because maybe not many people know how to make a proper card. Okay. So you get an amount of money which is called the price. So between the price and the cost, what you get is a profit. But where does this profit come from? This profit comes from nothing. It comes from your own, the effort first you put in labor and your skills. Okay. So you are doing this business for some time, but after some time, what do you do? Okay. You say that, okay, let me make butter. So you learn how to make butter out of milk. Okay. So you sell butter instead of the curd. Now tell me, you will be paid more or the same?
More, sir.
More.
More. So so let's say that your cost is still the same. Your every day you are buying 100 liters of the milk, but you are converting that into the butter since it requires the higher scales. So you are getting paid more.
We are creating more value actually.
You are creating more value, yes. So when you create more value, you get paid more for your time because your expertise has changed now. Not many people can make butter. Okay, fine. So what happens? You go on with this business for some time. Then what happens that after some time you realize when you survey in the market that there is one more item that you can make with the milk and that will give you more price. So you go and learn that how to make sweets. Okay, so you're converting that 100 liter of milk into some sweets and which sell at a higher price as compared to the butter. But definitely you have to upgrade your skills also. Now you are getting paid more, right or wrong? So now your value between price and cost, the difference has increased, right or wrong?
Yes, right.
Okay, so how the human society they are doing the projects that is there driving. Okay, so that is how the projects they are creating the value. Now let me tell you one thing, guys. See, the project managers mostly do the cost management. Then who does the price management? Have you ever thought who is doing the price management? Someone is doing the price management. Who do you think is doing the price management? You are doing the cost management. Who is doing the price management? Do you know or do you have any the idea? Someone is doing that. If I tell you the answer, you know it. You will say, "Oh, now I realized." Yes.
Sponsor of the project?
No, someone would like to try some other answer.
Is the customer who is making more price out of it?
No, customer is not doing the price management. He will try to lower the price. Price management is actually done by the marketing guys. No. What do the marketing guys do? They drum up these services of the company. They announce through digital marketing, hoardings, newspaper, radio, whatever means they want. Look, we are a company. We are selling this product, that product. Our services are better. We are ISO certified. We have got PMP certified project managers. We can do more work, get more quality for the more value for your money. So, they are creating a quality perception, higher quality perception in the mind of the customer. They're trying to push up the price as much as possible in light of the competition. You cannot push up the price too much because then there will be a price which is not the affordable price, but they want to get the maximum of the affordable price versus the competition. So it is the marketing people who is doing the price management, but then the price reaches a limit due to the competition and it just stops there. Then comes the cost management. Why the cost management? Because if a project manager can optimally utilize the resources, then he has managed the cost. So the difference between the price and cost, if it is more, is it not a beneficial situation for the entire company? Tell me, guys. Tell me. If a company is having wide difference between price and the cost and the customers are happy, so is it not good for a company? Will that company be able to pay good salaries or not? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. It
Yes,
will be
sir.
beneficial for the company.
Yes, that is why we all want to work in multinational companies, actually there is nothing so-called multinational companies, but those are good, well-managed companies. Now what happens in the well-managed companies, they have very good project management system, they have got very good business management people, they have got very good financial management people. You know, those people are very sharp. They are making sure that all their projects are done in a very cost-effective manner, and everybody is doing the work in time, and everybody is clear, and everybody. So they have processes, they have systems, they have people, they have capabilities, and they create a lot of the value for the client. So that is why they are creating a wide gap between the price and the cost, and they are very, very profitable and prosperous countries or companies. If you look at Japan, okay, so you know Japanese brands are there like Sony, Hitachi, Toshiba, and there is Matsushita, Panasonic. All these are electronics brands, and they are multiple. They are making multiple products also. Now comes the Korean companies. So that is the LG, Samsung, and Hyundai, and you know there are many other companies which are into the electronics and some other sectors. Now, if you compare them, so you will find that the price of the average Japanese product is 25% more as compared to the Korean product, right or wrong, in the same segment, right?
Yes.
Why it is so? Because the Japanese products have a higher value, higher appeal, and they say that our products will have a 10-year warranty, whereas the Koreans say that our products will have a 7-year warranty. But now let me tell you what is the difference between the Japanese cost and the Korean cost. If the Korean company is selling something at 100 rupees, so their production cost is 50 rupees. If the Japanese company is selling something at 125 rupees, their production cost will be 35 rupees. How can a Japanese company sell something where the production cost is 35 at 125? That is dependent upon their process. Their process is highly um, automated using artificial intelligence and robotic processes. Okay, they are using less human resources, but human resources are mostly involved in design, research and development, and controlling the production lines. And they are making more and more quality products with less errors and which have a long lasting value. So that is why they are able to offer more warranty periods to their customer, and customer seeing more value, they are willing to pay a higher price. But once you come to the project management, in the project management, sometimes once you are doing a big infrastructure projects or something where there is a competition, you can't push the price. Oh, okay, you can't push the price. No, all you have to do is manage the cost. So that is why it is very important for a project manager to control the cost. Is doing cost management. And what is the scope? What is the scope? There is something called requirement. So guys, I would like you to guess the difference between scope and requirement. So what is scope and what is requirement? Tell me. Guess.
Requirement is something which is expectation of the stakeholder, and scope is something putting down the activities which are doable, not doable, uh, due to the capacity or probably the technical constraints.
Hmm. Yes, yes, good. You are nearly there. Someone would like to add or improve it, but
Sir,
Diwali sir.
scope means what to do, what not to do.
Hmm.
That should be clearly documented. What is to be done by performing organization.
Hmm. And what is the requirement?
Yes, plus what is the requirement?
See, I will tell you a story and it will be simplified. See, you know, basically, you know why I'm spending a little bit more time here, because once the basics are clear, our speed to understand the project management and the PMI process would increase. So basically, requirement can be visualized like this. Let's say 6 people. We make a group and we go to a restaurant and we are seated. So once we are seated, the waiter comes to us and asks, "Sir, what you would like to have?" So he notes the requirement of food. He notes 6 items. So 6 items are what? They are the requirement of what? Food, particular food item for each of the persons. So he notes 6 items. So that is called the requirement of food. Now he takes that requirement of food to the back end. So what is there in the back end in a restaurant? There is a kitchen. So who is the main role? Who is managing the kitchen? What is the role name of the person who is heading the kitchen? The role name is waiter. No, chef. So what does the chef do? He looks at the requirement, then he tells his team member various tasks. He tells one person, you cut this. One person, he says, you start boiling this. One person who said that you microwave this. One person said you fry this, do this. Do this. He gives the various tasks. One person, he gives the task, you mix these spices. Okay. So he is giving lot of work to his team member based upon the requirement. Now the requirement is simply stated, it is the wish list of the client, and scope is the work which needs to be done by the project team to fulfill the wish list. Right? Requirement, the wish list of the client, regarding the functionality of the product, and scope is the work to be done by the project team to fulfill the wish list or requirement of the client. Is this thing clear now?
Sir, can you explain in detail? Not clear.
Scope is the total work to be done in the project to fulfill the requirement of the client. Requirement is the wish list. Client says, I want functionality 1, functionality 2, functionality. He does not tell you the technology, nor he can tell you the steps in which it is to be done. He says that I want this. So that is called a wish list. And scope is the detailed work which is listed down in a document by your project team, that what we should be doing to fulfill the wish list of the client. Is this clear?
Hi, sir, clear.
Yes, sir, clear now.
Now just imagine this situation. 6 people have already placed the order. Now what happens that within 5 minutes, another 4 people, they come and join the group. Then what will happen? So the person who is already seated, let's say that one person is a senior person. So what he does, when 4 more people joins in, he will call the waiter. So he will tell him, please note the food preferences of these 4 more people. So the waiter will write 4 more items in the same list, right or wrong. It means that the requirement has increased.
Correct.
Requirement has increased. So, this senior person tells the waiter, look, we all want to be served at the same time. We do not want the items to come one after the other because that will be too odd. We are a group, we want to have the food started at the same time. People may eat at different speeds, but we want to start at the same time, right? So we don't want people, those who don't have any food, to stare at the others, those who are having the food, because that would be too odd and that would be very unnatural. So the waiter says, sir, give me extra another 10 minutes. Okay, so he will ask for some extra time. Now guys, tell me, will the total cost increase or decrease, or it will stay the same?
Increase.
Will increase. Okay.
Increase.
Price would increase and the time will also increase because the requirement has increased.
Right.
That is why we say that we have to give him the extra time and extra price. And suppose I don't give him the extra time or the extra price, can he complete the work? Can he
No.
No. And will it impact the quality positively or negatively?
Negatively.
Negatively. So suppose I give him the cost, but not the time, even then the quality will be affected
Yes.
negatively.
Yes.
If I give him the cost, but give him the time, but not the cost, he might use cheaper ingredients and that will affect quality negatively. See, what is the lesson learned here? See, guys, keep one thing in mind is, can someone control the background noise, or if you are having any background noise, just to the switch off your mic. I don't want to switch off all. So keeping this meeting room quiet is our joint responsibility. Okay, now I'll just tell you what happens. See, in the beginning, whenever you are undertaking a project, now you guys just imagine that you are running your own business. Will you take or will you quote any price to the client which is not profitable to you? Tell me yes or no.
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 You will not do it. Okay. Second thing, will you quote to the time? Will you quote any time to the client which is not true? If the work is going to take actually 3 months, will you quote him 2.5 months?
No.
No.
But
You will
more
not.
than 3 months, I can say.
So you can put some buffer also if that is
Buffer.
agreeable to the client. But now let me tell you one thing, that what happens. See, you need some time and the cost to do the quality. So keep this picture in mind. If there is a constraint of cost, there is a negative impact. If there is a shortage of time, there is a negative impact on the quality. If you are not able to fulfill all the steps, maybe you are able to do all the functionality, but you cut down on the quality steps. So there will be impact on the quality. So keep this triangle in mind. So before you undertake the project in your current organization, make sure that the time and the cost and the scope, they are able to fulfill the quality expectation of the client. Then you say yes to your sponsor. So I'm not saying that your sponsor has no ability to estimate the project in the first place, but you should do a cross check. You should do a cross check. Because I faced a situation in a mid-sized company. Because what happened, that many years ago I joined a company as a senior project manager. So senior project manager, was job was that he will come and join the company and he will conduct some miracles. They expected me to conduct some miracle. I will just go on to the video so that you can see my expressions. So I was asked to conduct some miracle in the company so that the project which are truly constrained, they can be also delivered successfully to the clients. So when I estimated using the project management tool, I've always used a tool. I learned it myself. Okay. So by buying in those days, I'm talking about 2010, there were hardly any books, hardly any training programs. So I will buy some books and I will read them and then I will try to implement and see if the maths adds up. So when I found out that the math does not add up, since the company has many support projects, that is why the company is running. Some of the projects are not profitable based upon the profit margin which is expected. An IT company maybe is feasible if you have minimum 50% profit, because you have to keep certain people on the bench, not due to the reason that you want to keep them on the bench. There can be a time gap between two projects, three projects. So another project, before it comes into the pipeline, the company has to pay the salaries to the people. Now, when I looked at the profit levels, some of the projects were having less profits. So I told my senior person that, look, this project I have calculated, this is not having the requisite profit margin, due to which we should negotiate with the client. No, then he said, no, you should do something about it. That's why we have hired you. I showed him the maths. I showed him the all the maths which is done in the Microsoft project. Okay, I used to use that very extensively. Still I do. So then he was convinced. Then he got convinced after looking at all the calculation. Yeah, he said, no, no, this is something we need to renegotiate with the client, or we might have to drop this project. Now, once he called a meeting for the other project managers, and the other project managers, they took some political stance. They said, no, we don't believe this. So I think that we can do it. We have been doing it. So because they were not willing to follow the new project management processes that I was supposed to put in place. That there should be some due diligence done, because we were going to expand the company size and we were going to get investment from outside venture capitalists, and they need a total transparency in the project estimation, because they want everybody, if he's investing in a new company, he would like to invest in a profitable company and a process based company. So that is what I was supposed to work upon also. So I told them that we'll have to do this thing so that every project that comes in, it has already been checked for the feasibility, profitability of the 50% margin as set by our CFO, so that the company can go on in a self-sustaining fashion. Because the company after some time have to retrain our staff, so that is an extra expense for us, because the technology is changing very constantly in the IT and we have to buy new hardwares. Okay, because during those time there was not much cloud, so we had to change our servers every 2 or 3 years, replace the laptops of the people. So that was happening. So what happened? one project manager, he said, no, I can do this project very, very profitably. So what I did, I took a printout of my calculation and I put it in an envelope and sealed it and gave it to my senior. I told him, look, this is my calculation. And if he can do it, and if when he has done it, you just compare the calculation. So according to my estimate that he will run out of the work hours or the man hours based upon the cost calculation. So he will be running out of total man hours at 80% completion of the project. At 80% completion, he will run out of the cost of the project, whatever is the budget. So that budget will run out at 80% completion of the project. Okay. So I said, okay, let us compare this one parameter. I put it into the envelope and gave it to him. So after a couple of months, so we looked at the project. So it's going fine. But then one fine day, that project manager came. He said, oh, I want to have an emergency meeting. Emergency meeting with whom? Emergency meeting with the sponsor. So surprise or surprises, he wanted me to come to that meeting also. So he came to me. Then I told him, if I come to that meeting, I will tear you apart. So it is better that you don't call me to this meeting. You have that meeting directly with them. No, sir, sorry, sir, your calculation is right. No, it's not my calculation. It is a calculation from the process, from established maths and fundamentals in the field of the project management. So he said, no, you, sir, you just tell that how you can now manage this project. So then I went to the meeting. He said that my 70% of the work is complete, but I have utilized 100% man hour. So in IT industry, we are given man hours because those man hours are equivalent to money. Okay. So they have a certain per hour dollar value. So once I have utilized that many man hours, it is said to be that I have utilized that much money. So once that was done, so it means that you are now going to shoot on top of the cost and you are going to reduce the profitability. 50% margin is there. So if you go ahead, your profit margin instead of 50 might turn out to be say 20 or dismal 15%. There will be no loss technically, but it is not useful, okay, at all. So when I went to the meeting, so I told the sponsor to open the envelope. The sponsor said that according to your efficiency, it was 80% of the work will be completed. Since these guys are not using any project management processes, they have completed 70% of the work only, but utilizing 100% cost of the project. So you utilizing 100% cost of the project. So they have completed only 70% work of the project. Now that is a problem. Now then what to do? I told to my sponsor very clearly, as per the promise made to the customer, we just have to close this project or else we lose future business. And let us keep this project as a lesson learned. Okay. So let us keep this project as a lesson learned. And this is not something to be discussed between three of us, but let us also call the other project managers and let us ask them very straight away. Would they like to work in a profitable company or a loss-making company? Where is the future of their career? So I called for a meeting that day. So I told them very clearly, guys, we are working in a private organization. In a private organization, every year we pay corporate taxes and personal taxes also, income tax. Tell me, if the company goes bust, will the government come and save the company? Guys, you would tell me one thing. If your company makes loss, who will come and save you? Tell me. Switch off mics.
Nobody.
Nobody will save it. No? Whether it is your personal company or whether it is the company of your boss where you work. So nobody will come. So who will save the company? Each and every employee should save the company.
Right.
Every employee should utilize project management policies first to check the profitability of the project. Then we should undertake the project because we are not a charitable organization. And there are different places and time to do the charity. When you do the charity, you don't have to put any brand. But if you're doing business, then you have to make sure that your brand is surviving. Okay. And there should be no compromise in business. In charity, you can donate your entire lifetime of the earnings. So that is fine, because that is the charity. But when you are doing business, you should not compromise on the value and the price that you charge for it. You charge a reasonable price for the value as per the market and as per the agreement between you and the client. Okay, as per the complexity of the project, as per the risk in the project, as per the value of the product, as per the functionality of the product, as per the exclusiveness of your services. If you are providing some exclusive services, some exclusive or exceptional skills, which is not available, nobody else can do it. If it is a complex thing, so you should charge, so which is justifiable. So ultimately, a private organization will be sustained on the basis of its own resources only. So where is the resources generated? The resources is generated by the profit. The profit, part of the profit goes back to paying the salary. Part of the profit goes back into replacing the depreciated equipments or the equipments which have become obsolete due to the version, change in the version of the software and the hardware, and for training the employees and providing the infrastructure cost also. So this has to be on self-sustaining basis. On top of this, you have to pay the taxes also. Paying the taxes is not bad, but the paying the taxes is not an insurance also. It is not an insurance of the policy that you continue to pay for taxes for 20 years. In the 21st year, you make a loss and you start crying, and the government will come and save you. Did the government save the Jet Airlines, Jet Airways?
No.
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 It not save. Did it save the Damania Airways? You remember? There was a Damania Airlines, East West Airlines. India used to have. So they were not able to manage it. Okay. Since they were not able to manage it, they were not able to run it profitably. So it went off the radar. Air India is running into losses for many. It is just like a mascot. It has to run. Okay. But rest of the airlines, whether it is SpiceJet or the Indigo, they have to run on their own strength and profitability and good management. So similarly, if you are planning to just think that you are going to run your own business, how you are going to run your own business. Will you not deliver on time? Tell me one thing.
Yes, we will.
There are values, two benefits of delivering on time. One, client is happy. Second, you can do more projects. Okay, you can do more. Let's say that 1 year is the financial year. You set a benchmark for yourself that every month I will complete one project. So how many projects you can do in a financial year? 12 projects. Okay, let's say each of the client has an average time period. The delivery period is 1 month. So if you can maximize, if you want maximum profits, then you should be able to do more projects. And if you do project management, you might be able to do 13 or 14 without compromising on the quality. So you increase your profit. Second, would you not like to be a profitable company?
Always.
Always. You should be always think of a profit. You deserve the profit because you are giving the service. You are giving quality, you are giving functionality, you are giving the after sale service, you are going to basically support the client, you will train the client staff in using the product. Okay, so during the lifetime of the product, during the warranty period, it will be free service, and after the warranty period, it will be the paid service. So you should always think of the profitability, because the profitability will pay for you. It will pay for your training, your employees training, and your company's replacement of the asset, everything else. It will pay for infrastructure cost. It will keep the business self-sustaining. Okay. So if you give a quality, will it not make the client come back to you? Would you like the client come back to you or not?
Absolutely,
Yes.
because
See, how are the companies running? Because once the company has crossed the 5th year, it becomes self-sustaining, because of the fact by the time you cross 5th year, it has got a client user base where 70% of the business that the company is doing currently is coming from the repeat clients. Clients are repeating their business. 30% is new business. So no, that is why the companies, they don't have to spend a huge amount of money in the marketing cost. You'll find that many companies are not even advertising. Why they are not advertising? Because their hands are currently okay. I'm not saying that certain companies are advertising, so they're losing business or they're not good in their work. So sometimes the companies are advertising only to make themselves to be remembered. Okay, we are there. If you need any work, you can come to me, but I'm not advertising for asking you for some business. Okay. So that is the reason. So you have to understand that what is the value of the project management. So basically the value of the project management lies in the fact that you are able to give a satisfaction to the client while managing time, cost, and the scope. These are the immediate three triple constraint. And if anything is compromised here, then the immediate impact is on the quality. You will have a product which is unsatisfactory to the client. If the client refuses to accept something, then it can't be encashed. Okay, if something cannot be encashed, then the value of that product is zero. Okay, so do you get the point? Something that cannot be encashed, the value is zero, there is no price. The price is zero. If the client says no, it is not satisfactory to me. So create something that works for the client, create something for which the client pays. Okay, so guys, do you have any question? I see a raised hand from Dev Shankar. So you have any question?
Yeah, actually, in our environment, I've seen for an ongoing project which is going on for the last 6 months, there are certain requirements which come from the client where they call it, so that particular requirement might be for, say, around 3 weeks, wherein we have to involve around 4 or 5 extra resources. So they call it as a work package without any specific payment to the organization. So, like, how to differentiate between a work package and a project, and how to whether it should go as a project, whether it should pitch in as a project, or it should be a work package only. So, how it should be defined? Means how to clarify that?
See, there might be certain products or the services already delivered. If the client is asking you to fix them, just find out if that is a warranty service. Warranty service is a time period in which the free services is provided to make sure that the product is meeting the expectation on the performance level.
They call it a work package. They give us a certain, so they give us some documentations, and they want within that particular project itself, they want something to get extra that to be implemented.
So they, within the project, see how the projects are priced in your organization. Are they priced flexibly, or they are priced fixed?
They are a fixed price offshore.
So if the project is fixed, I will just tell you a story. So I love to eat dosa. Okay, I'm a fan of South Indian food. I go to a restaurant. Okay, so it's a restaurant that doesn't know me. Okay, I go and one bowl of the sambar is served with the dosa, which is usual. So as I am finishing my dosa, I need another bowl of the sambar. Okay, I ask for another bowl. So the waiter immediately and promptly he brings it to me. Then I ask for another, I ask for another, I ask for another. Do you think the waiter will continue to give me?
No, never.
The price of the dosa is fixed or not fixed? The price is fixed because it was displayed on the menu. On the menu, it says 100 rupees. Okay. Now, on top of that, if I ask some extra beyond the two, which is the usual, okay, if I'm a regular customer, I might get three. But if I'm not a regular, okay, and absolutely new face, now the manager would step in because the waiter will escalate it to the manager. So this is a new customer. So do you know him? He's asking for the third. Then the customer will tell him, you would just tell him that for an extra bowl of the sambar, he'll have to pay 15 rupees more. So I'll have to pay 15 rupees more. So now you tell me what exactly are you doing in your company? Are you serving extra bowls of the sambar without getting paid or what?
Well, The small work, the small assignments which are coming actually is a part of the project. It's very much related to the project. But for that, like whatever resources we are employing or we are involving in the project, or whatever man hours we are actually, since it is a fixed price, we cannot go for this man hour, and we have to engage extra resources.
So extra resource means extra cost. Whether the resources are internal or external,
Yeah,
cost is there, right?
correct.
Is it not possible that you create a detailed work breakdown structure in the beginning? Is it so difficult domain that you are working that it is not possible to fully document the requirement of the client or not fully understand the requirement in the beginning so that you have a very highly defined and fixed scope of the work? Is it not possible? So what is the domain of your company? I'm just curious what kind of work your company does.
Yeah, it's basically IT services.
IT services, but that is highly predictable. We are not inventing anything new at all.
No, we are not.
The software is also a service. Okay. So we predict all the functionalities in the beginning. We can talk to the client and we can freeze and we can say, okay, this is a fixed price of 10 lakh rupees and plus minus, let's say 5%. So within the range of plus minus 5%, I will entertain any extra feature you would like to tweak, but you want anything extra, then you have to pay for that. So in that, what we do, if the client is asking for anything extra, we compare it against the requirement document which is signed off by the client. If the client is asking for anything which is not covered in the contract, we give an impact analysis sheet to the client. What is the impact? Impact on the price and the time. And then the client has to agree to it by discussion with your sponsor, not with the project manager. Project manager cannot upscale or downscale a project. Project manager cannot increase or decrease the requirement. Project manager cannot increase or decrease the scope of the project. Project manager can only determine the requirement. Project manager can only determine the scope. Project manager can assign the resources. Nobody is going to question him. Project manager is going to create the work breakdown structure. Nobody can question him. But a project manager cannot go beyond his charter limits. So charter is the permission. The document contains his constraint. So the project manager is given a budget of 100 crore. He can finish the project in 95 crore or 105 crore because he has been told by his sponsor that the variance is plus minus 5%. So which is fine. So he cannot cross the 105 limit, the upper limit, because that will lower the profitability. He cannot go below the 95 crore also. He cannot go below the minus 5% also. Can you guess why? If he lowers the cost of the project, then what can be impacted? You see, the answer is right in front of you. If you lower the cost beyond the minimum cost, it is going to directly impact the quality. It will lower the quality. If the quality is lower, the value of the product might be zero. See, I'll just tell you a story. You go to a car showroom, you want to buy one of the high-end car. Okay. The price of the car is 25 lakh rupees. So, you know, so after a test drive with a test car, so then the showroom manager tells you, sir, here is the car that will be delivered to you. So you, after you have taken the test drive in a test car, you like the car and you are sure that you want to buy it. So as you go around the car, you are checking it and you find there is a 2 mm scratch on the bonnet. Now you tell me that are you going to ask for a discount or you are going to say, no, give me another piece?
Give me another piece.
That's it. You have to understand that is the impact on the quality. If you take it home and you can put 10 scratches, so that is okay with the client. But a buyer will not take any damaged product. Damaged product means zero value. Zero value means that you have not paid for it if the car is not paid for. So a lot of cars are lying around the country. There is, I will tell you, there is an inventory of around it is estimated by the government 10 lakh cars. 10 lakh new cars are lying around the country in factories and showrooms and in trucks. Okay. Because not only the economic downfall which was there and also due to the coronavirus. Okay. I was planning to buy a new car, but since I postponed, I say, what the hell do I do with a new car? So the new cars are all standing in the parking. Okay. So that is what is happening. If something is not bought or paid for, so the price is zero. Okay. Because the price happens only when someone pays cash for it. But the cash will happen if the quality is acceptable. If the quality is not acceptable, it is a problem. So as from the project manager's point of view, there should be no compromise on the minimum side of the cost or the minimum side of the time or the minimum side of the work to be done. So that is the triple constraint. Okay. So now you tell me that what is happening in your the company. You can now judge it yourself. I don't want to judge that situation. You might be doing extra work which is not covered in the contract. Now you tell me, Dev Shankar, can you judge that what is happening, what might be happening in your company? Tell me. I don't want to give a judgment because I don't know. Unless and until I have studied the papers, I can't give a judgment. Now you tell me that what is happening in your company.
Now, since a client, it's a client that is coming, I mean, with the organization for the last around 10 years. So, like, you know, we gave this example of this dosa and sambar, this extra ball of sambar. So probably this is the extra ball of sambar they're treating like that way.
Yes. So now you visualize that with that story, you are able to understand. See, if I am selling a fixed price product, if the product is flexibly priced, if the restaurant in certain places they mention that if you want extra bowl of say of the curry or sambar, so that is a flexibly priced product. So up to this point it is fixed, and beyond that you have to pay extra. So that sounds good, and that is okay. That is okay. That's fine. Okay. So if the customer has been told in the beginning that you can have extra bowls of the sambar at the plate, that is fine. But some customers, they are very smart customer. They are very stubborn customer. So they will point that your dosa, it takes around 3 bowls to complete. I should have the third one free. So there will be a dispute also.
Correct.
So that is why we tell the companies that the requirement document should be diligently created by the business analyst. It should be diligently examined by the project manager and the sponsor, so that there is no ambiguity in understanding the requirement. There should be no ambiguity in the work to be done. If the requirement is ambiguous, then the client will take advantage of it. I've seen that happening. I've seen that in my projects, but prevented it. It's not that I was just a quiet spectator. So many a times, people will feel irritated by me. So what I will do, I will take the requirement document. I will convert the requirement directly without the scope. I had that expertise because I was earlier a technical architect, and after that I became a project manager. So after reading the requirement or just by talking to the client, I could create the work breakdown structure. I'll put the work breakdown structure into the Microsoft project and immediately put some man hours against that and calculate the cost of the project. I will tell the cost of the project to my sponsor and tell him, sir, this is the man hours which is required in this project. So now you see that whether it is meeting the criteria of the profit margin or not. Because if the margin is less, then you might have to either push the price or reduce the requirement. You can't do charity in a business. That is very clear.
Exactly. Okay. Got your point, sir.
Yeah. So this is how you can analyze your situation. Is your company doing business or is your company doing charity? So if your company is doing charity, then all of you might have to one day go into some charitable organization to help your situation. So let that not happen. Okay. So just run the project management and you can decently write a mail informing your boss or your sponsor. Look, this is what is happening with the client. Okay. So there are ways to deal with it. So that is your communication management. So is this clear now?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. But
okay. See, the PM also means profit manager. So basically, if the client is getting done something which is not covered in the contracted work, so definitely it is affecting the profit. Okay. So it is your job to write a very decent and reasonable languaged mail to your boss, to your sponsor, that, sir, this is the original contract, and this is the work that we are, this is the features of the product that we are supposed to provide, and this is the total man hours, and the cost of the man hours is this much, and this feature is not covered and they are asking for it, due to which we are incurring extra man hours, and let me know if that can be covered as a courtesy or we need to charge anything extra. If we need to charge anything extra, so here is the impact analysis of the extra price and the time. And then the discussion should happen between your sponsor and the client, because the project manager is not involved usually in the business deal. The business deal is usually done by the sponsor, because the sponsors can be your CEO, he could be the director, he could be the person having big contacts in the industry, and he will be contacting the top bosses of the clients to give him the project. So he will be in the best position to appraise and make it palatable for the client to accept it. Because what happens, the client says भाई 100 करोड़ दे रहा हूं मैं तो, लेकिन अगर वो एक्स्ट्रा 10 करोड़ का काम पुश कर रहा है तो 100 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट मेरे लिए प्रॉफिटेबल नहीं है. You have to understand, this is a basic fact, bare fact. A business is business. Right. Maybe I am doing this 100 crore project at a thin margin of just 5 crores only. So I have to be very careful with the money that I'm spending. And if the client is trying to push in 10 crores of the extra work and telling us that he has given us a 100 crore ka project, it means nothing to me. It is going to bring my company down. Okay. Make sure that you are creating a value by your project management. Okay. Understand the triple constraint. Now, once the constraint is understood, you cross-check a project before you undertake a project. Just imagine you are going to run your own business. This is what should be your mindset. First, you check this. You give the right expectation to the client and meet it. You tell the client very clearly, yes, sir, this is what I need as a price. Okay, you don't have to tell him exactly your cost. You should always tell only the price and the time, okay, and the quality that you will achieve for him. Okay, never ever share the cost with the client. You know, some people say, look, this is my cost, that is my cost. No, you know, that makes the client basically feel low about it. You say, no, that is my, if the client asks for it, so you can politely tell the client, sir, that is my expertise. Just try to feel the value which you are paying for the product and my services. So you should match the value with the price. If the value expectation is matching the price, tell me if I should go ahead with the project. And if you want a price breakdown, I can give you the price breakdown. But price breakdown is not a cost breakdown. Cost breakdown is a highly confidential thing. Price breakdown is something that you break down the price for the value that you are creating. So what is the price breakdown? Suppose I'm making a shopping mall for my client, 5 stories. I say, sir, 500 crores. So 100 crore per floor. That is the price breakdown. So the client says that, okay, 100 crore per floor, you break it down further, what you are doing for 100 crore in each of the floor. You break the 100 crore on each of the floor, but keep the cost confidential. Okay, do you get my point? Yeah. Your cost may be 250 crores, but since you are doing big business, big risk, large number of resources, there might be resource idling due to some bandh, due to some climatic condition, due to the corona and whatnot. Okay, so you have to have your margin. So that is reasonable. Now we look at the project full constraint. You know, the project can be imagined like a snake. So this is the snake. So this snake is going around the scope constraint, then time constraint. You know, it is a very grinding situation. Cost constraint, then it has to keep a high quality, then it has to go around the risk, and then it has to utilize all the resources, not only people, equipment, material, all kind of resources. Then the project will achieve the objective or the goal. So it is a snake going around this. Okay, this snake is taking all the grind. So you have to understand the objective is very difficult, but not impossible. So what is a project constraint? It will happen if the schedule is shortened, if the scope is increased due to the requirement increase, if the requirements are changed. Now what happens if the requirement is changed? One requirement may be replaced with another one. If the requirement is replaced, that doesn't mean that the price is constant, but the price can also change. Okay, because First of all, you might have to undo something, then redo something. Undoing and redoing is also involving a lot of cost in the project. Okay, budget is reduced. If the price is reduced by the client, then the budget is also reduced. So in the real life challenge, so just think of it, guys. Keep in mind you are going to run your own business. Option one. So you will have to increase the price. Budget needs to be increased to add additional resources to do the same work in less time. Tell this directly to the client, but in a very polite and professional manner. Sir, since you have increased the requirement, I will need to add more people to do your work in a short period of time. So I need to increase my budget. Second, if the client says I cannot increase the price, then of course the price is derived, the budget is derived from the price only. Then you tell the client very politely, sir, can we sit down and discuss if there are any low priority features that you would like to remove from the project, so that we can basically deliver the product in the same budget but with less features or less quality parameters. So this can be done. So this can, if that is not acceptable to the client, then what will happen? Sometimes you might have to leave the project. No? Yes or no, guys?
Yes, I completely agree.
Because
It's
see,
always good.
Yes.
just imagine you're not a big business. So I'll just tell you a story, real life story. I'm telling you real life story. Once my boss gave me a project. It didn't seem very big. It was just only 5 months project. So boss gave to me. I had my due diligence in my mind. So it is due to some self-discipline also. It is the project management is sort of a self-discipline. The self-discipline was acquired as a personality from my father who was in the army. So discipline means that if you are doing any work, then do it according to the process. I'm not rigid on that, but it is mostly to keep you safe. Now, I did the estimation of the project and with my team. So we, after doing 2 times of the estimation, we came up with a profit of 7%. 7% profit. Just imagine this. So we were all looking at each other. How is that possible? That boss has already given a quotation to the client and this project is committed and the profit is only 7%. So after that, we did 2 times just to be sure. So 2 times, first we got around 6%, then we got 7% after squeezing a lot of things. So then we told the boss, we'd like to have a meeting. You must spare some time. We want to discuss the profitability of the project. So boss, when he came into the room, so there were 5-6 people, team leads and myself, we were seated and we had this work breakdown structure open on the projector and we told him the man hours and I converted the man hours in the calculated column. I converted the man hours into the calculated column and there was the cost of the project calculated by the software. So the boss smiled at us. So he laughed at us. He said, oh, you guys have squeezed out a 7% profit, but I'm doing this project for free. So then he told us that if you guys can squeeze out 7% profit, just do one thing. You take that 7%, I will write a mail to the CFO at the end of the project. You take that 7% money in cash, you guys have a party. So then we were even more surprised that what does he mean by that? He says that, look, I'm doing this project for a PSP, public sector undertaking. This is a government organization. I've just got a foothold through some, you can say some broker. Okay. I paid him some money under the table. So we are doing this project for almost for free just to get a foothold and get a recognition and become approved vendor in that organization. So after I become approved vendor, after doing this project, I will have a record. I can get projects in this organization, plus that certificate can be used in many other PSS to get projects and which we can do at a very high profit. It really doesn't matter in this project. We must get the foothold. So guys, do you get the point? Because he's the sponsor. He can decide to do the project for free, but a project manager cannot. Now, do you get the point?
Yes.
Yes.
So the project manager must apprise the sponsor of this situation before starting the project. He was very happy that I had told him. He says, what is the benefit? The benefit is that maybe I could be by mistakenly doing some loss making project. I don't know. I will just commit that project. If someone who is working for me does not want me, I might have to then commit to the project because I have already signed the contract. Otherwise, the customer can take legal action against me. He can blacklist me also. So it is better to say no before you sign any written agreement or contract. You can always do it. It is not a charitable organization. But one thing you have to keep in mind, when you are running a private limited or a limited company, and if you are signing on the stamp paper in India, we use stamp paper to sign the contract. Okay, that becomes a legal document. The customer can take you to the court. Okay, and that going to the court itself in India is a stigma, whether you are right or wrong. You might be proved right, but before that you get a lot of stigma, so that can be a problem in India. So make sure that you say no before you sign something. Okay, so he was very appreciative of this fact. So we have to understand, if I'm doing my own business, before I accept the work order from the client, I have to tell his sir that this is not a profitable project for me. I am a small company. I don't have any budget to spare. Every project should be profitable for me to be sustainable for me, so that I can pay for myself, I can pay for my people, I can pay for the subcontractors. That's that's a true situation. Sometimes, you know, when I go to the client side, sometimes the stakeholders on the client side, they have the differing the ideas. Again, I have a true story, and we have to balance the demand in order to deliver a success project. So that is the responsibility of the project manager. Due to potential for change, project manager plan needs to be iterated and progressively elaborated. Now, this can happen if you are not doing project management. There can be a time overrun when you are executing the project. There can be a cost overrun, dissatisfied stakeholder, demotivated team member, loss of customer and money. So you guys, you are doing this training not for your boss, you are doing this training for yourself, right or wrong? Who is paying
Right.
the fees? You are paying
Right.
the fees, now.
Right.
So
Yes.
just think that you are doing this training for yourself, for the benefit of your own future and career and business. So always keep in mind, there should be no time overrun, cost overrun, there should be no demotivated, there should be no loss of customer and money. So if you do this training with that mindset, you will be able to see how beneficial is PMP. So that is why we need formal project planning. So what is formal project planning? Project planning based upon the PMI process. That is the meaning of the formal project planning here. So keep this in mind. Any project which is based upon the PMI project is a formally planned project. And once you make the plan, you should do effective monitoring and control. Without monitoring and control, even a good plan can fail. Then you have to apply tool techniques and the methodologies. So we will learn all that. So that is the project management methodology, is a collection of process, methods, and tools. It provides a roadmap to manage a project effort and activities. It provides a checklist of key deliverables and activities. So that is called the project management methodology, which is there enshrined in the PM Box 6. And slowly we will learn. So there is something called process. Okay. So process is something which is there in every industry. Those are called industrial processes or technology processes. Now in the project management, according to the PMI, every process has an input. So it has an input, it has a tool, it it has not only one tool, but multiple tools can be applied on this input, and multiple techniques can be applied. Then what we get is an output. So these are in short called the ITTOs: input, tool, technique, and output. So this is how the processes are defined. Okay, let's say that this is the input, and here these are the tool and techniques here, and this is the output. So okay, so I want to create a process to make tea. Okay, so can you guys tell me that what should be the input if I want to make tea?
Milk, sugar, like ingredients.
let's say I'm going to make a very basic tea: milk, sugar, water, and
Tea
water.
powder. Tea powder.
Yes. So let's say that I'm using tea leaves, not the powder, tea leaves. So, what are the tools that I need here to process this into the tea beverage? So what do I need here?
Pan,
So,
gas.
yeah, let's say the gas is the stove. So it can be electric stove, gas stove, coal stove, any stove. Then I need a teapot. So I write pot here. So I need this tool, I need a stove, I need a pot. Do I need something to stir? So I write spoon. Okay. And
Spoon strainer you will require.
and I will require a strainer also. Okay, so I write a strainer. Now, what is the technique? So what do I do with these inputs and this tool? So what is my first step?
Boil water.
Yeah, actually the water is the medium. Actually, I am boiling the tea. Okay, boil the tea leaf. Then in the second step, what do I do?
Sugar.
Add sugar. Then in the third step, I add the milk. So, okay. So now what is the outcome? Let's say that this is not the outcome, but only one outcome. So what is the outcome of this once I complete this process?
Cup of tea.
Yeah, so it is called tea, but it is now not tea leaf, but it has been processed. So it is a tea beverage. It is a beverage. Okay, because this is a drinkable format. You can drink it. Okay, so either you can drink it hot or you can drink it also. So this is a tea beverage. So it has been processed. So, the organization of the knowledge area is highly structured. They are very logical. Now we will see the whole picture in a while. Now, the outcome of one process. Okay, so if you look at the top, it can become the input of another process. So, the input can go through a series of processes and it can become highly ordered and structured and highly. So this is in certain organization called standard operating procedure, but in the project management it is called. Okay. Now, what are the process groups? See, in the project management there are 5 process groups. The initiating, and basically the purpose of the initiating process is to give the permission for the project. Yes, Abhishek, you have a question.
Can we take a break for lunch, sir?
Yes, sure. Just give me a moment. Let me check. 2:20. At 2:30, we will take a break for 1 hour. So let us complete this and go for break.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, this is to authorize the project. See how the project is authorized. Have you heard of anything called the project charter? Okay. Has someone heard of anything called the sanction letter, project sanction letter? See, in the government organization, they have something called sanction letter. After that, the project manager can start the work. In that sanction letter, the project is sanctioned or approved by some top level authorities. They sanction the budget, they sanction the time, they sanction the resources, permission, and all kind of things. Authorization means that you get a formal written permission from the project sponsor. So that is called the charter. So charter formally authorizes the project. Then in the planning, you plan out the detailed course of action. So you plan out the work, you plan out the schedule, you plan out the cost,
Sir, excuse me.
plan out the resources, you plan out the quality, risk, procurement, everything.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Sir, for the project charter, you said in our organization we are getting permission from government that for this much of land we are getting Raja Chitti that you can build this much of quantum of construction. So in that case, sponsor will be government, or our director will be sponsor, because he is giving us permission after that. But first,
See,
initial permission is given by government.
so what he gets from the government is the permission to do the project, and what he gives you, that is from the PMI point of view, that is the charter. So the internal permission given to the project manager to start the work by any sponsor is called the charter document of the project. In many organizations, they have adopted the complete PMI methodology, and I will provide you the templates. I'll provide you the templates as part of the student package, which you can utilize to create the charter, to create the requirement documents, scope document, they're as per the PMI processes. So this will benefit you, and you can create this document for yourself, or you can create this document for your organization also. So that will be basically a very good show of your project management skills. Okay. So you must have a structured framework within which you are doing the work. So you make sure that you have not missed anything. And what is PMBOK? PMBOK is nothing but it is a collective experience since 1969 of 1 lakh project managers. You know, there are so many people that have contributed to it. So you don't have to make any mistake in your lifetime to do the project management. So your experience is accelerated. Okay. So that you are always looking good in your role as a project manager. Now, what is execution? Using the resources to carry out project tasks. And in parallel to the execution, see, these are happening in parallel, not in not one after the other. So, you know, when the execution starts, the monitoring starts. When the execution finishes, maybe the monitoring also finishes. But monitoring may continue a little bit more than the execution. It measures progress to identify variances. Variances of what? Variances of the schedule, variances of the cost, and variances of the work effort, variances of the quality. Because the final outcome to be acceptable, there should be no variance in the quality, and of course there should be no variance, because if you are making a good quality product but if you are delayed in delivery to the client, even that is not acceptable to the client. Okay. And closing means to ensure structured and graceful project closure. Okay, so we will see. So, you know, just keep these 5 process groups in mind, but I believe that by your work experience also you are aware of this. Okay, so this is the interaction between the process groups. So this is a picture that you should keep in mind, that it is not a flat structure, but you know, it is a structure like this. You start from here, then you go to the planning. After the planning is done, so you start the execution. So you go here. So while you are doing the execution, you are also monitoring and controlling the execution. And sometime from execution, you are going into the planning, but it is only sometime, rare. Rare why? In case the client increases the requirement. If you're going from executing to the planning, it should happen only because of the client, or maybe due to the government changing certain rules, but not because due to the fact you did not collect the requirement completely. Make sure, guys, going from the execution to the planning is not a normal thing. If you are going there, it means that some requirement in the project was missing, or it is an extra coming from the client. If it is coming from the client as an extra, which is okay, fine. But if it is something that you didn't determine in the beginning, now to add it in the middle of the project scope, then that is a bad news, because then it can increase the cost of the project. After you are done with the execution, so where do you go? You go into the closing, and the outcome is the product or the service which you transfer to the client. Okay, product or the service which you transfer to the client. This is how the interaction between the project process groups happen. So this is just the last slide before the lunch. Always keep in mind, guys, 68 to 70% of the project cost is used in carrying out the work in execution process group. Now, what is the moral to be learned here? If you make a mistake here, it is still on the paper or in the computer. If you make a mistake here, it is still on the paper or the computer. But here, you are building a bridge. Okay. And you have got 150 labor, supervisor, and you, the project manager, is also working here. If you make a mistake, it's a very huge mistake. And
this figure 68 to 70% is not coming from any particular domain. It is coming from all the domain. It is the nature of the project. Whether you are making a bridge or a highway or a software or a movie, 68 to 72% of the cost of the project is utilized upon execution only. Just keep in mind. So do your due diligence here. If you have to iterate, it is a small cost. But here you have to bring down the entire structure if it is unsafe. If it is not meeting the seismic standard, it might fall during the earthquake. If it is not straight, then anything built on top of it would topple later. If you are building a software, if your database structure is not correct, then your software might crash during the peak usage. If you are making a movie, if the storyline is not corrected in the beginning, it might look like a very odd thing in the end. Then people will say, yeah, they are making a fool of the people. In the beginning, they showed that, but in the middle, they changed everything. So, because 68 to 72% of the project cost is utilized here. If you are making a movie, make sure that your script is correct and your storyline is convincing. That is what I mean by the design. So in the planning, you are doing the proper planning and the design. So the things might be in certain the order in different industry. In the construction industry, you have to do the things in a sequence. But in the software or in the movie, you can do things out of the sequence also. You can then join them later to create the entire product. Okay, guys, so keep this in mind. So we will meet after the lunch at around 3:30. Fine. So right now it is 2:30. So what you need to do, you pause your recording. Don't stop it. Pause your recording. Okay. And also mute and mute all. So this is the project life cycle. So the project life cycle is basically, it is depicting that what is the total amount of the money which is spent on carrying out the work. So the lesson learned here is that if you want to do the work in the project, so you should start with a very good understanding of the objective, top level objective, with the understanding of the top level constraints of time and cost. I mean the price. So what is the price? Price is translated into the cost for the internal purposes. So price is the amount of money which is equivalent to the value of the final product. And price is the amount of money paid by the client in exchange of the value given to the client. Okay. So the outcome of the product is valuable to the client, and to index that value, we use an instrument called money. Okay. So money is an instrument. Money is nothing but pieces of paper. So which have got some numbers written on them. So these index the value of the goods and the services that we exchange. And then we are making sure that the amount of money that we are spending or the effort that we are putting is the cost, and cost should be optimized to create the maximum value. So once that is done, so in the form of the charter, so we come to the organizing and preparing. In organizing and preparing, so we do the final product design, and we translate the design into steps into which we will do the work. So that is called the scope of the document. From the written scope, description, then we create the work breakdown structure, which in short is also referred to as WBS. So I believe that you may have done it already. You are aware of the WBS processes, the steps. And to describe the steps in the WBS details, we create another document in which the details of the WBS work packages are mentioned. That is called the WBS dictionary. So once that is done, so if we are good, then only we should be doing the work. If we are in doubt, so we can hold the project. Okay, so we make sure that when we do the work here, so we are going to spend a lot of money. So within this period of time, the same amount of time, so almost double the amount of the money is spent here. Okay, maybe more than the double.
Sir, I have one question.
Mistakes we make here is more than double. Yes, Hitesh, go ahead.
Sir, what you told about the WBS dictionary?
See, dictionary is something which describes in detail the work included in the WBS work package. I will show it to you. I'll show it to you practically also. Just don't worry. I'm just using this term so that you get used to it slowly and slowly. So keep it in mind, WBS dictionary. If I
Okay.
don't explain it, you ask for it. It will come.
Okay.
Okay. So when we are doing the work in the project, 68 to 72% of the project cost is utilized here. Mind it, it is not about any particular industry. It is about the nature of the project itself. Whether you make a movie or whether you make a software or whether you make an infrastructure, so it is all the same. No, this is not a miracle or this is not a uh, discovery. Basically, it is coming from the statistics. Okay, so statistics, they tell this is the nature of the project. So that is why the project management is a profession, just like an accountant, just like a CFO. Okay, people those who handle the money. So similarly, those people those who plan the project, so they are project management professionals. So that is why PMI is so successful all over the world. So then we close the project gracefully. Now these are the knowledge areas and their meaning or their utilization. So integration management. So it is basically to integrate all the project management processes and activities in meeting the project objectives. Keep in mind, I will show you a graphic in a while, which will explain all this. It will put all the pieces together. Scope is the total work to be done in the project, and you make sure that you do the complete scope, nothing more, nothing less. Schedule is to ensure the project is completed within the time constraints. So time constraints, start time, finish time. So there is a start date and finish date for a project. Similarly, there is a start date and finish date for each and every task in the project. So all that is derived from the top level start and finish date of the project, and which is basically fitted in using the WBS. Then cost management ensured that project can be completed within the approved budget. So you know the what is the budget? Budget is the amount of money which has been basically examined by the sponsor and found to be good enough. So based upon the understanding of the sponsor. Okay. Quality management ensured that project meets the quality requirements or satisfaction, leads to the satisfaction of the customer. And human resource management or resource management, as in the PM box they say, organize, develop and manage the project team and other resources. Communication, ensure management of project information. Risk is to increase the probability and impact of opportunity and decrease the probability and impact of threats. Now here in the project management, it is something new for you guys. Risk, the word risk itself is not a negative word. In the project management, as per the PMI process, the risk means an uncertain the event which has a probability number associated with it, so which can be predictable within a range. And risk has got two type of risk. One is the positive risk and one is the negative risk. So negative risk, they are called the threat, which cause damage, which cause hurt, and positive risk is called the opportunity, so which bring profit and which bring benefit. So then we do the procurement management, means that we have to get some stuff from outside the project team. So that is called the procurement management. Then we do the stakeholder management. Process required to identify the people, groups or organization. Then in the end, we have professional responsibility and the ethics. So have you heard of the PMO? PMO is the project management office, which is very much part of the PMP process, PMI process. It is a strategic function in an organization. So what is the purpose of the PMO? PMO facilitate accomplishment of strategic goals. It works with the, it is a centralized effective project program management group. It enhances the competencies of the organization project management community and enhances the organization project management maturity. I'll just tell you that what does it mean, so then you can relate to it. What does your PMO do? PMO is the project management office, mainly the people, those who are highly experienced project managers. So those who have done and worked upon many projects in the past, so they are members of the PMO. PMO can be part-time and PMO can be full-time also. It depends upon size of the organization and turnover of the organization. So if it is a high turnover, high value organization, so they might have full-time people dedicated into the PMO functionality. So what do these people do? So they implement the quality standards. They help the project management teams utilize the various resources, and they help in the prioritization of the projects in case there is a resource constraint. So they will prioritize the project and appropriately provide the resources to the project teams. PMO help the project manager by providing various templates and data from the past archives. They maintain the data and archive of the current project upon the closure. They provide all the quality standards. They provide the training to the project groups. They provide training to the project team members. They provide any kind of softwares or approvals for software and tools to the project. They try to facilitate the project management. Okay. So this is what they also do, managing shared resources across all projects and identifying and developing project management methodology. PMO is, say, it's not about only about PMP. PMO can also recommend Six Sigma. PMO can recommend Prince 2. PMO can recommend any other standard which is good for the organization or specifically demanded by the client. So, PMO can implement that. And how does the PMO work? It does the work by coaching, mentoring, training, and oversight. So what is the meaning of the oversight? Means that it is keeping an eye on the project that you're doing from the top level only. Okay, it is just looking at the compliances, not the details of the project. The details of the project, of course, is to be managed by the project manager and his project management team. And it is from time to time, it is doing the project, the audits. See, what is the purpose of the project audits? One purpose is that all the projects which are being done by the organization, they are compliant with the standards adopted by the organization. I believe that you must have heard of the CMM level 3, 5, and the ISO certified organizations, right? So tell me one thing, are these certifications permanent?
No.
These
I
are not
believe,
permanent.
yeah,
No.
yeah.
So, there is a time period for this certification ranging from 2 to 3 to 4 or 5 years. So whatever is that, so the PMO ensures that all the projects which are relevant under a certain standard, they should be compliant. Because when it is the time for the certification to be renewed, the external lead auditors will come and they will just go through all the projects which are to demonstrate the compliance. If the compliance is not there, then the recertification will not happen. Okay, I once remember in an organization when the compliances were being checked. So, we just got it by the hairline. Okay. So, it is a due diligent process, and the people, those who come, they are highly dedicated in the truthfulness in checking all the project documents. Okay. So we have to make sure that we are compliant from day one. So that will be reflected in the project document updates and coordinating communication across the projects. So what kind of communication? If one project is facing a problem, so PMO can put a word across the other project teams. So do you guys have a solution to a problem like this? If yes, so provide it. So communication for what? If you are sharing a resource, if there is an emergency of a resource, a person, a key skilled person, if he falls sick, and if another project team can spare that person, similarly skilled person, so that is the kind of the communication can be there. So it is good that PMO can mediate between multiple project teams and project managers. PMOs create value through standardization. What is the purpose of the standardization? See, standard is something which is utilized by many people in an organization. Standards come after long period of observation that if I do things in a certain steps, so that the outcome will be highly predictable, good and quality. It will be a quality outcome. So, that is why we try to standardize everything so that even low value resources can produce high value outcome. Have you heard of standard operating procedures?
Yes.
Standard operating procedures are used for basically for safety. First of all, if you are going to set up this heavy equipment, this is the standard operating procedure to keep you safe. In case you are going to make any software, this is the standard operating procedure. In case you are going to fabricate this equipment, this is the standard operating procedure you have to follow, right from selection of the raw material till the point of the fabrication, installation, delivery, and training of the. So standardization, they ensure a minimum quality guarantee within a fixed time and within a limited resource. So that is the value of the standardization. So nobody has to apply too much brains if things are standardized. Okay. Then knowledge retention. So in adding the knowledge gain during the current project into the knowledge base, and then evolving a curriculum also for the graduate trainees. So PMO do that, and consulting project outcome. So that is what the PMO does. So PMO processes can look like that. So this is a process which is taken from an IT company, but of course, a similar process can exist in any industry. First of all, to initiate the project, how do they help the project management team? They might help you fill the form. They might provide you project standards and procedure. They might provide you a similar plan so that you can modify it quickly and create your own plan. So time to time, they might take the status, top level status. They might help you review in the document and tell you that the documents have been created right and compliant. They might help you get project sign off from the client. They might approve your timesheets. They might help you during the project closure. They might help you during the design and development also. So they can give you certain design technical specification which are from the industry standard. They can help you in the change management if it is required, and they can help you ensure the quality by doing code review, defect report, release note, test cases, unit test checklist. So, all these are standard items which can be provided by the PMO. That is called the PMO governance. And all this is part of the project management framework. Now we come to the quiz. So before we come to the quiz, so guys, I believe that you have that printed workbook. So at the end of there is a sheet there. If you want, you can write there. If you have not taken a printout, I believe that you have downloaded an Excel sheet as well. From the folder, I believe that you have downloaded the Excel sheet.
Yes.
So what you can do, look at the top. So the first column says project management framework, right?
Sir, which Excel you are talking about?
The name of the Excel, yeah. Can you tell who has downloaded? Deepali, you can tell what is the name of the Excel sheet?
Yes. Let me just go back to my data.
Yeah,
Because
so
that is not open.
It's
there
I
were
believe
four.
exercise response sheet.
Yes, exercise response sheet. So if you look at the Google folder, if you have not yet downloaded, just look at the Google folder from the link which has been received by you in your Google account, and click on that link once again and refresh. If those who are already in the Google shared folder, they can refresh, so they will find this file there. So
Sir,
you
can you
download
send
this.
this? Hello, sir. Can you send this link to WhatsApp group?
Yeah, I will send it again. Just a moment. Just a moment.
Next.
You can move next. can move next.
Yeah, next. So the problem.
Next.
Can you please show question number 3 once again, if everybody is done with this? Yeah. Thank you. Done. Thank you.
So, guys, shall we start the review of the answers?
Yes.
Okay. So, the first question is asking, see, if you look at this, answer is inside. Now, if you look at the word product, so what does it mean? Product means completed. It is a complete. So, when you put together all the deliverables, it's a product. Now, can you get a product in the planning?
No.
No. So, you just eliminate this. Can you get a product when you're still working? Means you are monitoring, controlling, means you are still executing. Can you get a product here?
No.
Can you get a product when you're just starting the project?
No.
No. One answer has to be correct. So do you have a fifth choice? No. So this is the fourth choice. So basically you are inside the closing process. Because once the execution is complete, so you have a product. So you're looking at it, you're making sure that it is as per the project plan. And that is why we say it is in the closing only. Because in the first three, you cannot possibly have a product. So in the closing, you have a product, right?
Right.
Now, what is the output of the initiating process group? Why do we initiate a project and what is the outcome?
Project charter.
charter. In the initiating process, we first try to do an top level assessment of the project and we get a permission for the project. So the permission of the project is in a document as per the PMI, it is called a project charter. Okay. So the charter is the document which validates the existence of a project and it gives the permission to the project manager to utilize the resources of the organization to do the work of the project. Now, what does the charter contain? What is the content? Purpose we have known. Now, what is usually contained? Now, let me tell you one more thing, guys. A charter cannot be more than one page. It need not be more than 1K. Even if it is a mega project, even if it is a 20-year project, it can be done in one page only. What does the charter contain? It contains the top level objective that why we are undertaking this project. What is the problem if we don't do this project, or what is the benefit if we do this project, or what is the strategic importance if we do this project, right? So it can be described in one paragraph. Then charter contains the top level budget. It might say 600 crores. Then charter contains the top level duration. It may not have a start date, but definitely anybody who is the sponsor, he can say the project should be done within say 5 years from the start date of the project. Okay, so it has that. Then top level milestones and the deliverables which are to be delivered on those milestones. So it can put milestones at 6 months interval. Okay, so every 6 months we expect one milestone deliverable. And the charter can contain the top level risk. Charter can contain the list of the joint venture partners. Charter will contain the list of the subject matter expert or the steering committee members, those who will provide the guidance or answer the queries of the project manager. And ultimately, it contains the name and signature of the sponsor. Okay. So that is what, if there are lot many stakeholders in the charter, you can put up a second page also, but the main content doesn't take more than one page. I have not seen more than one page charter. Okay, so that is the purpose of the charter. So who is in control?
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, please.
Sir, for the question number 1, project manager making sure that product of the project is as per project management plan. Sir, it can be under the monitoring and control, because monitoring and control, we are monitoring and controlling the product is as per the our requirements or not when the first product is out for deliverables.
There is a word called the deliverable and there is a word called the product. When the last deliverable is completed and assembled into or integrated with the previous deliverables, only then you get a product.
Okay.
So if you are in monitoring and control, it means that you are still working on the deliverable, maybe the last one. Maybe the last one. But it is still not a product.
Okay.
Because when you have stopped monitoring and controlling, it means that you are done even with the last deliverable. And you have also integrated it.
Okay.
So once you have integrated the last deliverable into the previous ones, what you have is a product. So product is the fully integrated list of or the set of the deliverables and which can be ready for testing at the product level. Okay. Deliverable level testing is there. That is called the unit testing. So once you integrate it, we call it the integration testing. And along with the integration testing, we also do the regression testing, at least in the software. So regression testing means whenever I add a new module into the software, I will check all the previous functionalities if they are working still the same. Okay, so that is called regression testing. Regression means going backwards and testing all the previous features if they are also performing fine. So once all this is done, I have is a product. I'm in the closing process. So finally, as a project manager, before, see, the client is trusting me. I'm the one single point of contact for the client. So the client relies on me to get the right product. So it is my responsibility as a project manager to check to final approval that it can now be given, even though the quality assurance and quality control team is there. They're there, very much there. But they are working under my directions. I'll ask them to have a last look, then I will also have the last look, and only then it will go to the client. So I must be in the closing. Okay.
Okay.
Who is in control of the project during the project planning phase?
Project manager.
Project manager.
Now let me tell you one thing, guys. A project manager is in control of the project since the day he gets the charter. Since the day he gets the charter, he is in control of the project. And throughout the project, it is only the project manager who is in control of the project. Okay.
Sir, once the project charter is given to the project manager, that stage comes into planning or end of the initiation?
It is the first process in the initiation where you will see, if you look at your process sheet, it says develop project charter. So the project charter is developed by the sponsor. So the project manager can help in developing the document, but it is signed by the project sponsor only. Sponsor can give the permission to the project manager. Project manager can assist the sponsor in preparing the document, but a project manager cannot give the permission to himself. Okay, right?
Once the project charter is given to the project manager, that stage comes under planning or initiation?
That stage comes under the initiation. Planning is done when you have the permission. Unless and until you have the permission, why would you plan for a project in detail? Okay.
And so, once project manager gets the project charter and he looks reviews further for the, as you said before, that for the details he is looking in the project charter, that stage comes into planning?
Yes, he is going to use the charter as an input to many processes in the planning. He is going to use the charter as an input for schedule management. He is going to use the charter in the cost management, requirement management. So everywhere he is doing some kind of planning work, the charter will be an input. Okay. Charter will provide him the top level data of the project planning. And then he will detail out all the work according to the given objective and the constraints. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Now here it says, here is the hint. You can see this high level. So when is the high level constraint there? In the planning or in the closing, in monitoring or the initiating? That is very much logical.
Planning.
See, in the planning, it is the low level. It is very detailed.
Initiating?
Yes, in the initiating, it is the beginning of the project. So we say the project duration is 5 years. The project budget is approximately 600 crores. There are approximately 6 milestones in the project. So, you know, all this is high level. In the planning, it is absolutely the detailed level. In the closing, we don't need it. Monitoring and controlling means that we are using the plan. So these two are eliminated right away. And in the planning and the initiating, it is a contrast. In the initiating, it is high level. In the planning, it is deep. So this is also ruled out. So the initiating, so where is it high level? So before you write the charter, you determine this, and then you put them into the charter. Now it is the just like you have aptitude test, odd man out. What is the odd? What is the odd one?
D, repetitive.
Yeah, projects are not repetitive, so projects are usually very, very unique. Now here there is a dual reporting. So if there is dual reporting of the resources, dual so what kind of organization is this?
Matrix.
Matrix.
The matrix. In the matrix, there is dual reporting. One could be the project manager, one could be the functional manager. Okay. So maybe either the finance manager or the HR manager is doing some project, and the other one is a functional support to him. Right. And which is not a knowledge area.
Sir, I have a doubt on question number 6.
D.
Question number 6, you have a doubt. What doubt?
Sir, when we were going through the slides previously, when you given us,
yes,
in the 6, it was given functional organization. So I was not clear at that time, but now as you said, it is matrix organization. It was as per me.
See, in the functional organization, it is only the functional manager who is in control. And in the projectized organization, it is only the project manager. So, you know, in this both organization, only one manager is in control, either the functional or the projectized. So in the matrix, the power is shared.
Sir, this is my question. I was also as per A, as you said now. But when initially when you gave us the slide, na, in that answer was C.
Answer was C means?
For this question, answer was C, functional organization.
Okay, just let me have a look. So C, no. Answer is not D. So answer is basically, it is just a moment. So let me fix this thing. So answer is basically, answer is A. In a matrix organization is a dual reporting. Okay, you know, sometimes there is some problem. So I fixed it. So I will share, because I'm updating the slides from time to time. So that's not a problem. So I will share it once again.
Okay.
So, okay. And okay. So yeah. So where we were at the 7th. Not a knowledge area. So which one is not a knowledge area?
D. Legal.
Yeah, because it is not there. The answer is also in front of you. If you look at your exercise response sheet, it is not there. So there is also, so we don't need this. Okay. So which of the following statement describes a project? Which one
B.
is?
B.
B.
B is a project because B is not repeating, because once the migration is done, once the upgrade of the finance application from Unix to Microsoft based operating system is done, so it is the final thing. So there is no other thing that can be done. So it has achieved the objective. So now the same application can be run on a Windows based software, I mean Windows based operating system. Okay, project management process groups are, so these are 5 process groups which are very logical.
In B. Initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing.
Yeah. So this is what something that you know already. Okay, by your experience. Team member in a projectized organization. If you're team member in a projectized organization, then who is going to help you out?
Project manager.
Yeah. So you will be helped out by the manager. So, and you will be given the direction by the project manager. So answer is A. A projectized organization always has the project manager in control. So just keep this in mind. Okay, so this is the project management framework. So I call it the project management concepts. And just have a look at this. You know, there should be some humor. So project management is not always a serious business. Sometimes there is a lot of humor in it. So this guy is sitting in front of the HR manager, and this is the initial screening which is going on. And this is what he says. So do you think it is possible?
No, sir.
This is not possible. You have to train for it. You have to learn it. It's a skill. Okay. Yeah, sometimes people have good voices, but they still need to be trained to make it better. Yes, some training is good. So now we come to the integration management. So before going into the integration management, so let me tell you this, it was not there until PMBOK 3. Even PMBOK 3 didn't have it, but what it is. So let me show it to you first. Just look at this picture. So this picture has been created by me. So you will not find this in the PMBOK. You know, this is an exclusive picture that I've created, this visual, just to show that how these things, they basically interact with each other, the 10 knowledge areas. Now, why I have not submitted it to the PMI? If I submit it to the PMI, it can be included in the PMBOK also, but I want to keep certain things exclusive to my training. See, first of all, what I've done, that I have created this group of the people. Okay, so I'm starting with this. See, whenever I'm doing any business, I have some clients or some company's clients or my clients. If I'm working for someone, so they are my company's client. So how many people do you count here? Tell me, guys. How many people?
27. 27.
17.
Now count again.
17.
17.
Yeah, 17 people. Now I'll just tell you that what is the meaning of this exercise. See, whenever we do any project, we do it for people. Ultimately, if a bridge is made, suppose you are the civil engineer and you have made a bridge. You have made a bridge in a city where you don't live actually. You live 2000 kilometers away. Maybe you live in the north and you go to the south and do a project and come back home. Tell me one thing, will not the bridge be used by some people? Ultimately things goes to the people, okay, even if you don't know them directly. But in certain industries you can actually know the people directly, especially in the service based project in which you create a service. So you have to talk to each of the people, so you have to count the people. So you count the people, you create a stakeholder register, then you ask each of them that what is your need and what is your expectation from the product. Okay, now guys, tell me one thing. If you are able to determine the requirement clearly, requirement means is their wish list. Can you determine your work correctly? I'm asking this question. If you know the requirement correctly, can you determine the work correctly and completely? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
So that is called the scope. Okay. Now, what is the scope? Scope is the total work to be done in the project. And if you know the scope correctly, can you determine the time that it will take to complete each task?
Yes.
Yes, you can do it. Now, if you know the scope, then what you can do, that you can apply the resources to each and every task, and then can you calculate the cost of the project accurately?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, once you have very good calculation of the scope, the schedule and the cost, so I believe that you will be in good control of the quality as well.
Hmm.
So I call them as the core functions. This is what a project manager does. So he is, as a core function, he is managing the scope, the schedule and the cost to achieve the quality. So what does the quality represent? Quality represents the satisfaction of the client. Okay. Now to do all these things, he needs people, he needs to communicate, he needs to make sure that no untoward incident happens during the project. So nobody is hurt, nothing is damaged. So he needs to procure certain things, some materials. So if you're doing a construction project, you need to do a lot of procurements of materials, labor, okay. And then stakeholder management means all the people, those who are stakeholders. So they are being engaged effectively by the project manager. So, you know, these are the two sides. On one side, there are 5 processes. On one side, there are 4 processes. Okay, so these make 9, and this is the 10th process. This is the 10th process. Now, integration management is the process which integrates these. So you can visualize it like this. Integration is keeping the entire project together, integrated as a whole. Now, tell me one thing. If the scope increases, what will it impact? Will it have an impact upon the schedule? If I increase the scope,
Yes, it would.
Yes, it will impact schedule.
yeah. Will it impact the cost?
Yes.
Yes.
And will it impact the increase of the resources in the project?
Yes.
Will it lead to increased risk in the project?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Now, you know, there is a simple thumb rule. Big project, big risk, small project, small risk. So, you know, we can come up with a statement, risk is directly proportionate to the scope of the project, right?
Right.
Small project, small risk, big project, big risk. So this is how it happens. Then comes the procurement management. So what is the procurement management? So this will be also impact, because if I'm increasing the scope of the project, then I might have to procure more resources. So I will need to utilize this process. And of course, all these things, they have an impact upon the quality. So I'll have to do increase quality management, and I have to communicate to all the stakeholders in the project that this is how I'm doing this project, and these are the details of it. And of course, I'll have to manage the people as well. So that will be impacted also if I'm changing the scope of the project. So, so this integration management is the process which is keeping all these processes balanced. If something increases, proportionately the other knowledge area also increases. That is happening through the integration management. So I call all these functions which are on this side as facilitating function. They facilitate me doing the core functions. So what is the outcome when I do the core functions? I'm applying tool and technique, and I'm applying the PMI processes. So what do I get? I get the successful project. Okay. So successful project is something which gives the company in business. So guys, tell me one thing. Let's say a company does 100 projects a year, and out of the 100, 5 projects might fail. So do you think there is a chance of the company shutting down business if only 5 projects of the 95 fail?
No.
No. Suppose if 50 projects out of the 100 fail, then?
Yes.
There are probability for failures.
There is a very good
Probability.
probability that the company won't be able to sustain itself, because if the 50 projects fail, that there is no payment from the 50 clients. And if there is no payment from the client, then what happens? Then remaining projects might not be sustainable. Okay, so you will have more resources on hand and you will have less projects. So the less project won't be able to pay for the sustenance of the resources or any other kind of the risk. Okay, so that is the thing. So now we come to the organization of the processes, how they're organized. So they're organized like this. In the initiating process group, we have this develop project charter. In planning, we have got the develop project management plan. In execution, we have got 2 processes, direct and manage project execution and manage project knowledge. And in monitoring and controlling, we have got 2 processes, monitor and control project work, perform integrated change control, and in closing, close project or phase. Now, if you look at all these knowledge areas, so, in the knowledge areas, so we are going from top to bottom. So first one is the integration management. We are going from top to bottom and from left to right. So we are going to start with the initiating, develop a project charter. Then we go to the planning, develop project management plan. Then we go to the executing, direct and manage project execution, and so on. So this is the way we will go for the purposes of the learning. So it becomes easier for us to learn. Now there are 2 inputs. Inputs are the things which are provided to the tools to work upon. So there are 2 inputs. One of them is organization process, the asset. Now, organization process and the asset, I will explain to you. I'll simplify this. Sometimes what happens that people are not able to understand it. So how it can be explained? This is the key word, that is the asset. Now, guys, tell me one thing. Do you know what is the formula of the Coca-Cola? Coke. Can you have the formula of the Coke from the internet or somewhere, which is an exact replica of the taste?
No.
No, sir. Actually, it is hidden in one of the most secure vaults.
Because why they put it in the secure vault? Because it is an asset. What is an asset? Asset is something which creates value. What is the value? Value represents the profit that the company makes. Now, if that is out of the world, then entire world can replicate it. Everybody could be making Coca-Cola at home and enjoying it. So one guy worked in the Coke for 20 years. He worked in the Coke for 20 years, not to work, just to determine that what is the formula of the Coke. So he came up with a company called Pepsi Cola. Have you seen the name of the PepsiCo below, PepsiCo? Actually, he came up with Pepsi Cola. Then Coca-Cola went to court and filed a lawsuit against him that he is not making a cola. Nobody can make a cola because nobody has the formula. So he can't have a similar name. So he just renamed his product as Pepsi. So Pepsi may look like a Coke, but it is not Coke. So there is an Indian version of the Coke also. Do you know what is the name of that?
Thumbs up.
Yes, Thumbs Up. And Thumbs Up, you know, it is a product of the Parle Group. So Parle Group came up with the Thumbs Up. So during the emergency, what happened? Coca-Cola and many multinational companies, they had to leave India. Okay, so once they left India, so there was a void. There are certain things that we could make. So we made a replica of the Cokes, and that was called Thumbs Up. So even Thumbs Up is not a Coke. So this guy was Chauhan. He was smart enough. He didn't try to call it Coke or Coca-Cola. So he thought that if it is not a workable thing, then people might make fun. So he just called it Thumbs Up. Okay, Thumbs Up means yeah, it's okay. Thumbs Up. Okay. So that is near to the Coke. So if you don't have a Coke, so you can have a Thumbs Up. Now Thumbs Up has its own separate fan following, but it is not Coke because the acid is not revealed. The acid is in the formula, which gives it a unique taste. And there is a plant in Georgia in the USA where the Coca-Cola plant, where they only produce the concentrate. They only produce the concentrate. They send it to their franchises throughout the world to maintain the taste. So what do the franchises do? Mainly what do? They take filtered water as per their process and they mix the sugar into that and they carbonate it and they package it according to their labeling standards, labeling design. So wherever you go into the world, the Coke may be produced locally in that part of the world, but the taste remains the same due to standardization and due to the process, the asset. Now, what is the purpose of this word? Just to understand that what is a process asset in context of the project management. See, in the project management, we utilize policies, procedures, guidelines, and lessons learned, historical information. These together, they are called organization process assets. Why? Because it takes many years of mistakes, of hard work, of risk. Even people have died and before the lesson learned could be compiled. Okay. So all these are called the process assets. They keep us safe. They keep us on the right path and they give us standard operating procedures so that we can do the work safely and with quality. That is the value of the organization process assets. Now we come to another terminology. This is another input to the processes, enterprise environmental factor.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, can you please move to last slide? Sir, in the last slide is written that the lesson learned and the historical information. So how can they be asset? Because the
There is
historical
an asset
information.
because if people look at the lesson learned, they won't make a mistake.
But I think the lesson learned is open to everyone. No? That
Open
if
to
they
everyone means have you signed an NDA with your company or not?
okay.
Non-disclosure the agreement at the time of your
Yes.
employment.
Yeah, it is. I have signed.
What is your domain?
Marketing, sir.
Marketing. See, in any company that you join, you are exposed to all the company confidential documents. You have signed the NDA. It means, so if you read the terms and condition, not only during the employment, let me tell you, in certain companies, even after you leave the employment, you cannot share any kind of organizational details, even for the next 5 years. Read the term and condition carefully.
Yeah,
You
it is
cannot
correct.
contact the rival company. You cannot go and take an employment in the rival company. They will give a list of the industries of which they consider as a rival. They will give you a list of the companies also. So if you like it, then you join their employment or you don't join them. But of course, if the company is in exclusive business, they will pay you a good salary to continue to retain you. Okay. But of course, the things which are being shared with you, that is confidential, company confidential, and these take many years, and maybe previous people, they made mistakes and they put it into the lesson learned that what is the right way to do the things, because the wrong ways have already caused the loss and people have learned their own lessons also. So historical in information, how it can be an asset. Historical information can show certain trends and from which you can form a guideline and an idea that if this thing happened in the past, so how we should be working in the future so as to be on the best course of action. Now we come to the environmental factors. What is an enterprise environmental factor? Environmental factor is the factor which promotes and facilitates the project manager and project management processes and the project management team. It helps them. So how is it helping them? I'll just tell you. Just look at this bunch of the guys who are sitting there. Let's say that this number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, let's say that this is an IT company. So number one is the sponsor. Number 2 is the program manager. Number 3 is the project manager, and number 4 is the programmer. Now the number 4 has a question. So number 4 asked his project manager, "Sir, I have a question." So the project manager gives him the answer, but he says, "Just hang on for a moment." He will talk to the program manager. The project manager will talk to the program manager, and program manager will seek a confirmation from the sponsor, and this guy will get the answer. He will go and continue with the work. Now there is another organization in which everybody is just seated in their separate cabins. So what happens that this guy sees that the project manager is absent today. So he goes up to the program manager, and the program manager tells him, "Please come through the proper channel. Please first escalate your question to the project manager. If he can't answer it, then I will answer." So he goes back to his seat, and the work he's supposed to complete today, that is not completed properly, or it is not started at all, because he is in doubt about something very, very crucial and important. So he waits for his project manager to come next day. So, such kind of environment is called the organization culture and structure. So if the culture and structure is good, then the things are having a good environmental factor. Or else we say, oh, the environmental factor is poor. Now, another thing which enhances is a project management software. It is clearly written. Project management software is enhancing the environmental factor. How does it do? Your boss says, "You get me the scheduling done, but your organization has only Excel. So can you do the scheduling and the Gantt chart, sequencing of the task using the Excel? Can you guys do it? Has someone tried doing it?" Can you do the scheduling in an Excel? Yes or no? Guys are there. So someone can give me a wrong answer. That's not a problem. So that I can explain to you further. Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Yeah. So
Can you do scheduling in Excel?
No. Not as effective as in other project management software.
Maybe you can do to some extent, but suppose there is a requirement change and there is a new task to be inserted in between the 1000 tasks. So you'll find it very, very problematic. Okay, so you can't do it as effectively. So, that is called an environmental factor. And what is also part of the environmental factor? The existing resources, commercial databases, market conditions. So, all these are environmental factors. Now, guys, tell me, suppose if you're seated in your home and suddenly the power is gone, your laptop will continue to work and your Wi-Fi is backed up by the UPS, but there is no fan or the air conditioning is off. Okay. Now tell me, slowly and slowly as you start feeling hot, will that facilitate your learning or will that hamper your learning?
it will hamper.
It will hamper because you are not comfortable. That's a poor environmental factor. Similarly, any environmental factor which is facilitating the project is called enterprise environmental factor, which exists in an enterprise. So these are mentioned as the project management software, organization culture, infrastructure. Infrastructure means that you have very good servers, places to work, you have got very good equipments, and you have got very good building. These are called infrastructure. Existing resources are good, and then you have commercial databases to look at any kind of reference data. So that is an environmental factor. So keep these two things in mind: organization, process, asset, and enterprise environmental factor. These are very, very common inputs to all the processes in PMI. Okay, so they will appear multiple times. Now we come to the three things: work performance data, and information and reports. Now, let me ask you one thing. So what is the difference between data and information? Data is a number, information is the interpretation. I will just tell you that I have just blacked out the slides, so just don't adjust your screen. I'll just tell you that what is the meaning of this. I will just tell you a situation. The situation is that a person has taken the temperature of another person. So there are three people. So two are in front of you, you are just watching. So the first person takes the temperature of the second person. So he tells you, sir, he has got 100 degree Fahrenheit. So what is this 100 degree Fahrenheit? It's a purely number, right? Right or wrong?
Right.
So this is called the data. Number, purely number, is called the data. Then you tell that person, oh, he seems to have a fever. Now, what is that?
Information.
Information. Because you know, you're comparing 100 degree with the baseline temperature of the human body. The baseline temperature is 98.4 degree Fahrenheit. Since it is more than that, it is significantly more than that. It is on the borderline of the starting of a fever. You can say that, okay, that he has a fever or it might increase. So what you do, you guys decide that, okay, let us take him to the doctor. So the doctor examines him and doctor says, no, he'll be fine. He has just got a viral. So he should take rest for 5 days. This is the medicine he should take and this is the diet he should take. And so what is that? That is called a report. When you detail out the information, it becomes a report. Now, in the context of the project, so what can be the data? The start date and the finish date of the scheduled activities is a work performance data. When you compare the actual start with the planned start, when you compare the actual finish with the planned finish, you might see a variance and then you might take a resolution or an action. If the, suppose, just listen to me carefully, the planned start date was 1 and the actual start date is 3. Are you on time? Are you late or are you ahead of time?
We are late. Please pardon?
We are late. How many days?
2 days.
2 days. So in the project information, you will write that we are late by 2 days. Then what happens that boss asks for an explanation. So writing for an explanation will become a report. That how it is delayed by 2 days, what happened? The supplier was late due to this person was late and this person was late and this person's output was going to 10 other people. So that will become your work performance report. So data is number. When you compare the numbers and you infer something, that is an information. Now let me tell you that what can be the data in a project. Number of the change request, number of the defects, actual cost, actual duration. So you know these are some representative ideas which can be the data. And what can be the information? Status. Status means that what is the current state. So I say the current status of this product is that it is on time, it is ahead of time, it is behind the time. Implementation status change for change request. So what I will do that if it is behind time, I'll ask my team to work extra. Forecasted estimate to complete. So what does it mean? That if I continue to go on like this, so this is the number of the extra time that I might take and extra man hours that might be needed. So that is the benefit of the work performance information. Now, what is the report? Report is something in which you detail out for the project. Okay, you detail out for the project and it is sent to the top management. So reports are usually utilized by the top management. So reports, they contain an analysis of the project situation and their possible implication. Okay, so is this thing clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, so that we call as status report, project reports, weekly reports. Okay, so we send that to our bosses as per the name of the project. So just keep this in mind, data, information, reports. Okay, so now we come to the second process, which is the develop project charter. Now, what is the purpose of the charter? The purpose of the charter is very simple. It is to give a formal permission to the project manager. So the process of developing a document that formally authorizes the existence of a project and provides the project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources to project qualities or project activities, so that the project work can be done. See, it is basically to give the permission. It is basically to give the authorization. And can a project manager directly go and start utilizing people and equipment? No, he can't, because he's not the business owner. He has to seek the business owner's permission before he goes and starts utilizing the resources. So he can't do it. So the first thing that we do is to develop the project charter. So what do we need? So we need a project statement of work. So statement of work will come in case you are working in a consulting organization. A customer will come and you will ask the customer, so you write a statement of work for me, you detail it out so that I know that what work should be done for you. Then there is something called business case. Business case means maybe you are working in a product-based company and you have justified that why you should launch this new model of the mobile phone. So what are the features in the new model and how it is useful in the business. Then third comes the agreement. So if you are basically having a project, there might be certain agreements with the client. So that can be used as an agreement. In the agreement, the constraints are mentioned. Constraints are mentioned for the top level duration. Constraints are mentioned for the agreements regarding the time, and the cost might be there. So that is called the agreement. Then of course we need the environmental factor and organization process assets. So what is the tool and technique? Tool and technique is the expert judgment. So guys, do you know what is an expert judgment? Can you guess? You try to guess.
Taking support from some experts. Hello?
Basically, it comes from your experience. I'll just tell you where is the expert judgment. Guys, you must have observed during the one-day cricket matches in the commentator box, there are two, three more people seated along with the commentator. Have you seen that? Have you noticed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commentators.
Are they coming from music industry or the software industry? Which industry they are from?
Cricket.
So basically, they are former cricket player. Due to their experience, they are able to judge the course of the action of the way the game is going. And that is why they are brought in there to give expert judgment, because they are no longer playing. So they are retired from playing. So they will now basically work as the expert judgment. I mean, they will provide expert comments. So where does the expertise come from? Expertise comes from experience. Expertise comes from your qualification, industry knowledge, technical knowledge, and your training by the company and your conditioning by the company's process all together is called the expert judgment. So what is the value of the expert judgment? The expert judgment is collective and you are able to take the right decision for the projects and for the charter at this point of time, because you are just going to write a charter. Then facilitation technique means the project manager would facilitate, he would bring in the experts and he will make sure the right experts, they come and join into the meeting so that he gets a project charter. So the project charter is examined by the sponsor of the company of the projects. So he looks at any other detail which is to be included or excluded, and the project charter is given to the project manager. So that is the outcome of it. So what the project manager will do, based upon the charter, he will start asking for the resources and he will utilize those resources to complete the project work. Okay, so that is the purpose of the charter. Now, before initiating a project, this is what we need to do. So we basically, for a product-based company, this is what the processes are. So what is the need and demand? What is the feasibility study selecting the project? And the thing goes into this business case. What is business case? Business case is a justification. And the benefit management plan, that what is the benefit and what is the project success criteria set for the project measurement. So what is the successful project? Something which goes ahead and meets the goals. I'll just give you an example, the project success criteria. See, it is like this. So you are the project manager of a metro project. Okay. And this metro project is happening in parallel to already a bus route. The bus route is going on a certain road through the city, and just exactly parallel to that particular bus route is the metro project that you are working upon. Now, what happens that before starting the project or at the time of anticipation of the project or the design of the project, so a lot of people, they felt in the project team that some of the people would come to the metro. They will use the metro to go to their office, but not all. So then you said that, okay, so how many minimum? So in the project charter, you wrote as a success criteria that when we complete this project, we will observe that if within the next 6 months from the commissioning of the metro route, if 50 to 60% of the people move into the metro, so we will consider this metro project as a successful. So that is the criteria for measuring. It is not that they have started the metro. That is not the criteria. So that is the fulfillment of the scope. But that is not the criteria. Now, once you have the criteria fulfilled, okay, so you can say that your project is successful. So how do you get it as the successful? It is very simple. First you complete the project, then you hand over the outcome to the operations team and ask the operations team to collect the data of the number of the bus riders that have shifted to the metro. Now in Delhi, it was detected that first they had set a criteria that out of the 100 people that are traveling in the bus, they had estimated that 60 will shift to the metro. But when they started the metro, 90 people shifted, plus there were 20 more people. So they had actually 110 people. Actually, the bus route had only 100 people, but there were 110% people in the metro. So, the metro team that was gathering the statistics, in the beginning, they were surprised that we were expecting 90% footfall. How the footfall has increased to 110%? Where is the extra 20% coming from? So they started to ride in the metro and observe the people, and then they started talking to the people. Okay, so what you were riding previously? Some said, no, we were going in the parallel bus route. Do you see that bus going? So I used to travel in that bus. Okay, so the bus is going exactly parallel to the metro route, but now this guy has shifted. So they would ask more and more people. They started surprisingly detecting. So many of the people, they said, no, I used to drive on this route. So what I have done, I have parked the car somewhere nearby and I will take the metro. I will go to the office in the evening. I will take the metro again, come back here, pick up my car. Okay. And I have parked my car in a cinema hall nearby, parking of the cinema hall, and in the evening I will go and pick my car from there and I will go back home. So this came as a surprise to the metro people. So it means that the success has exceeded the success criteria. Okay, so success criteria is something which can be mentioned in the project charter also, that how you are going to measure the successful outcome of the project. Suppose what if you launch a new mobile model? You can say that with this new mobile model in this price range, we will capture 40% of the market in the 6 months. So if you can do it, if your sales is like 60% or 40% in the first 6 months in a particular price range, you can say that my mobile model is successful. Okay. So success is not only about completing the project successful, but the outcome should be also highly in demand. What is the success criteria of a movie these days? Guys, tell me.
100 crore.
Yes, 100 crores. If it crosses 100 crore, you say, okay, it is a movie worth the watching. If a movie does not cross 100 crores, then even more people will not watch it. So, you know, it's a very big problem. So if we crosses 100 crore, then more and more people will watch it, and it will cross 200 crore, then more people will watch it. Oh, it has crossed 200 crore, then I must watch it. So more people will go there and they will watch more. But if a movie is not able to cross the first 100, then you know later people will say, no, why you go and spend to the movie hall? You know, it is an expense of 350 plus 150 rupees for the popcorn and cold drinks. So it is almost like 500 rupees per family member. So let us not go and watch it. Let us wait for it to come to some TV channel and we'll watch it there. So that is the success criteria. So that is also mentioned in the charter, and then you undertake the project. So this is called a feasibility study. If a project, but sometimes there are certain projects which have certain longer incubation period to become successful. So it takes time. So you should mention it in the charter, and you should not consider the project as a failure until that threshold is not crossed. Okay, until that time threshold is not crossed. So suppose if you say at the end of the 6 months, if this product is not sold by this many number, only in that case we will consider it as a failure, or else we will consider it as a successful thing. So what the Delhi Metro did in the later projects, that when they did the next project, they created huge parkings at the terminal stations. Okay, so at the terminal station means starting point or the ending point, they created the parkings, and these parkings were highly successful. They are making a lot of money for the Delhi Metro. Okay, so that is the way. Now we come to the project selection methods. Before we start a project, now we are not exposed to it. I believe most of us are working in the consulting mode. Consulting mode, we are not exposed to it because the client comes to us, he says that, okay, do this project to me. Okay, now what is the project selection method? Any company which has got money to invest, so first of all, they will try to find out what is the current service of the product which is missing in the country, what is the opportunity for us, where we can fill, what is being imported from outside and which we can substitute. So they will do a project selection method based upon certain criteria. So one of the criteria is the expert judgment. So where does the expert judgment comes from? It is basically it is coming from the senior management people because they have got lots of knowledge and experience. Okay, because they have worked on a lot of projects in the past. So it can come from the senior management. It can come from an appropriate unit within the organization. It can come from the project stakeholders, including customers and sponsors. It can come from consultants. So consultants can also provide some sort of information that what is the best project to undertake. It can come from professional and technical associations. It can come from certain industry groups. It can then come from subject matter experts from within or outside. So these subject matter experts could be from the marketing department, those who will do a survey. Okay, so after doing the survey, they will analyze the data, and then they will decide that what the product should be, new one, and what should be the features. So what is the right pricing within which to launch it in the market so that it is highly successful. And then comes the project management office. So with a combination of these groups and with a combination of these resources, a project selection method can be obtained. So there are various models. So one of them is the benefit measurement model, that what is the benefit of a project. So we can measure the benefit of a project by comparing the two projects, by comparing two or more projects for perceived benefits. Also called comparative approach or decision model. It involves scoring on project based upon cost, risk. Now there is a technique called the murder board, involves challenging the project need. So I'll explain this murder board. So after going through the rest, I'll come back to it in a moment. What is the payback period? So payback period means that how soon the investment will be returned to you, how soon you will get back the investment that you made. So the sooner you get your investment is better. Cost benefit analysis means that what is the cost and what is the benefit to the public, or what is the benefit to the organization if you spend this cost. Then comes the scoring model. So what is the scoring model? We put the scores to the various parameters, and then there are certain formulas which will basically work upon the scores and tell you to undertake or not undertake the project. Then there is something called net present value. Now net present value can be explained like this. See, if you have an offer for an investment, the offer says that, okay, if you invest in this project, so after 20 years, you are going to get 70 lakhs. Okay, guys, listen to me very carefully. If you invest in this project, after 20 years, I mean, if you invest 50 lakhs today, and after 20 years, you will get 70 lakhs. So guys, tell me, does it sound lucrative to you? Is it good? Are you going to invest there?
No.
Why not? You're going to get 70 lakh rupees. What is the problem?
Sir, but we are investing 50 lakhs and we get only 20 lakhs at the end of 20 years.
Yes. Now that is the
So rate
problem.
of
Why? Because if you are going to get only 20 lakhs at the end of the 20 years, so you know the total will be 70 lakhs. Now 50 lakh is yours. Now what will be the purchasing power of the 70 lakhs at the end of the 20 years in today's term? It might not be more than 40 lakhs or 45 lakhs. That is called the net present value. Okay. The net present value of the future money. So if I say in the future, I will get 70 lakh, 20 years hence, then the net present value might be less. And if you get 70 lakhs after 80 years, or no, after say 30 years, so that's even less. Suppose if someone says, okay, if you invest 50 lakhs today, after 1 year, you are going to get 70 lakhs. Will you invest here? Yes, you may invest. I'll just tell you why you will invest. Because if you look at the return, you are getting 20 lakhs. Now 20 on top of 5, 2 by 5. So 2 by 5 means what is the return? 40%. 40% is the return. And you subtract 10% inflation rate. So 10% of what? 10% of 50. So 50 is your initial investment, and the, let us say, inflation rate is 10%. So you subtract 5 lakh rupees from the total return. So what is the total return? 70 lakhs, but the actual return is 65 lakhs because 5 lakh rupees is the depreciation. Okay, at the rate of 10% on your
Sir,
base.
this is the standard formula you said now.
No, I'm just telling you, yeah, and understanding. Okay. So how to calculate the net present value? So this is an idea that, but net present value will be calculated differently for different objects. Net present value of the building will be very high. If you invest 50, you might get 100. Now net present value of the gold can be different. Net present value of a vehicle will be negative. Okay. So if you invest in certain, say, bus route, or invest in a bus, and that bus is running and giving you some income, but the bus is also depreciating. Okay, it is becoming slowly and slowly unfit to use, and maybe within 2 years you might have to replace it completely. Okay, so you have to understand what is the net present value. If the net present value is high, then we say that the project is lucrative to invest in. Internal rate of return is basically the investment is reinvested back into the project and the value of the project increases. That is called internal rate of the return. Now we'll tell you the motherboard. See what happens.
Sir, not clear with internal rate of return.
Internal rate of return is basically the reinvestment of the return of the project to increase the size of the project. And year on year, if the internal rate of return is high, it is increasing, then you say, yeah, that is a very good project. As we are increasing the size of the project by investing the money back into the project without taking a return or without taking the money, it is becoming stronger and stronger, and the product is gaining more and more market share. That is called very good internal rate of the return.
its size or is maybe a quality also?
And it is basically dependent upon the percentage. So the return is increasing. Suppose in the first year you invested 100 crore and you get a return of 5%. So you get return of 5 crore. Now you invested back into the project and the project size is now 105 crores. So next year you get a return after investing 105 crores, you get a return of say 7%. So 7% of the 105% or even that of the 100 crores is definitely more. Okay.
Got it.
So it means that the internal rate of the return is increasing each year. So it is good project to invest in.
Sir, all these terms are important from exam point of view, from calculations point of view?
No, not from the calculations point of view, but from the understanding point of view. In the exam, you will get the ready-made figures. You just have to select the best one. So that exercise is included at the end of this chapter. We will do it. Okay. So we'll do it at the end of this chapter. We will do the objective test and that one question also. So you will be able to understand it. Now, what is the value for the project manager? See, all that will be calculated in real life by the finance guys, and finance guys will present it to you in a tabular format. Then you will select what is the best project where to invest the money. So that's how the big companies they work, whether to invest in a hospital or a college or a shopping mall or a hotel or a water park, a resort or a school. You know, all that is based upon a lot of research. Okay, so they do a lot of research on the surrounding population, and if they have a big piece of plot, so they will just decide that what is not existing and they will do that. Okay, so nobody will go for the competition. So everybody will say, let me make something different. Now let me tell you what is a murder board. Now murder board is explained like this. In early times, it was observed that companies started the project maybe more than 100 years ago. Companies would start a project, and then after some time they will observe that the project is not going to do much benefit to the company, and then they will terminate the project after investing some money and time and resources. So they will terminate the project. Now, due to which a certain amount of money, which is a good chunk of the money sometimes, was spent on doing the project, only to realize that this is not a feasible project. There were many gold mining companies, oil exploration companies. They will invest in certain location and project, and they could not find any oil or gold. They just went there on the hearsay, and they just went by the local folklore that there is a hidden gold. So there are many companies, they were seeking bounties on the missing ships. So there were many companies, they will look at the history and they will find that there is a shipwreck in this area 100 years ago, 50 years ago. There is a possibility of retrieving gold and antiques, and we can sell that, and that's a very good return. So that is something which is loss making. Okay, it creates loss. Now then what happened? Then people got wiser. They say that let us do this thing. Let us make two teams. Okay, two teams of 4 people each on both the sides. One team will decide on the pro side of the project, and one team will do the research on the con side of the project. So we will compare the figures and facts of the pros and cons, and after comparing them, we will find out that which is the best one. I mean, whether the pro is more or the con is more. So if we find there are a lot many more positive points than the negative points, then we might decide to go ahead with the project. So that is called the murder board. So murder board is basically, the purpose is that not to do any unsafe project, unsafe financially, economically, time-wise. Okay, so it would kill any project which was unsafe or unprofitable before it happened. So the amount of money which is invested in doing the actual work is far, far more. But the amount of money involved in doing the research is not so big as compared to the amount of money involved in doing the project, only to realize that it is not a feasible one. So that is why there is a technique called the murder board. It involves challenging the project need, and it is basically comparing the positive and the negative points. That's a technique. Okay, so these are the project selection method for formulas. but you don't have to use it. You just have to just decide that what is the best one. Now, there is something called opportunity cost. Have you heard of this opportunity cost?
No.
No.
Okay, so this is the cost of choosing one opportunity over the other. Now, let me explain this to you. What is the opportunity cost? Let us say that you have the opportunity to invest in two projects and both of them are profitable, but you have the money to invest in only one. So of course, then in that case, you will invest in only one, but which one? So then you will start the comparison once again. You will start to evaluate that, okay, if I have to only invest in one, if both of them are good, so which is the better one out of these two? So what you will do that you will invest in the better one and you will let the other one go. The one that you let go, the value of that project is called the opportunity cost. That is the amount of money that costed you to take the opportunity in the project which you did. That is the opportunity cost, because that opportunity you let go. Okay, so cost of choosing one opportunity over the other is the opportunity cost. You get my point?
Can you explain this with some numerical values?
There is no need for any numerical values. You just have
Sir,
to understand
just
the
like you
concept
said.
itself. There's no
No,
need
just
for
like
any
you said.
numbers. Okay, see, one project is of annual return of 10 lakh rupees, another is of 12 lakh rupees. So you choose the one which will give you 12 lakh rupees. Investment is the same in both the cases. So you say the opportunity cost is 10 lakh rupees. Okay, I lost the
opportunity cost is 10 lakhs rupees or the difference of both 12 and 10?
No. The 10 itself is the opportunity cost, because that is the total value of the project which you didn't do. That is the opportunity cost. Okay. So you have to basically decide between one. Now, what is the opportunity cost if you can do both the projects? It is zero. Because you are doing both of them, there is no opportunity lost here. The opportunity, the value of the opportunity lost, the total value is the opportunity cost. Do you get the point?
Yes, sir.
So the 10 lakh will be the opportunity cost, not the difference.
Okay.
Because that amount of income you have lost as a potential, because you didn't do it. If you had investment, then every year you would have got that much. Now depreciation, a decrease in the value of property, but depreciation is not always. So basically the depreciation is basically a negative depreciation happens, a decrease in the value. So that happens in case of the vehicles and any other kind of depreciable nature items. So not in case of the property in India. Basically the property is appreciating each year, but physically a property might be depreciating, but the market value increase is so high, so the decrease in the value of the building or the wear and tear is far less as compared to. So the appreciation, the value which you get out of the appreciation, it takes care of the things far more than the value which is lost in the physical depreciation. The market appreciation is much more. So more people are willing to buy a property, okay, then the cost of the property which is depreciating due to the wear and tear of the building. So once you buy that building, so suppose you say that, okay, I bought this building in an auction, out of the 100 people that were willing to buy it, I am the one who could win that. So that is an opportunity. So you don't care about the depreciation because that's very small. So you can spend some amount of money and you can make it better. You can make it reinforced and good for the next 100 years. So that is there. Now we come to this, what is the purpose? So keep in mind, the project charter is to provide formal permission to the project manager. Okay, so that is the main purpose. Now these are the contents. So content is the high level objective. So what is the high level objective? So let's say metro project in Delhi. So metro project in Delhi was initiated in 1996. Okay, and first metro route was started in 2000. Year 2000, we saw the first metro happening. So it covered a route of 16 kilometers. So what could be the possible charter? Because before the metro project was started in Delhi, so there were many other proposals. There was a proposal to start tram service. There was proposal to start monorail service. There was proposal to start the bus route corridor, and there was the proposal to start the metro rail. So after the feasibility analysis by the subject matter experts, okay, after 3 to 6 months, so the city planners, experts, everybody recommended that Delhi should go for the metro and the bus rapid transport corridor system, in which the existing bus routes of the buses will be blocked out for the other forms of traffic. The bus will travel exclusively on this route without any hindrance from any other kind of traffic. So they put barricades on those routes so that only bus could travel in a very high speed and people will get off and get down, get off and get down. And they will travel on these bus routes without any kind of hindrance or traffic jam. And in some places, even the traffic light was made green for the bus. If the bus approached the traffic light, it was made green. So what happened that bus rapid transport and the metro project, they were initiated at the same time in 1997, and the first metro route was started in 2000, and metro project has been highly successful. And the bus rapid transport, it just failed after 5-6 years of experiment. It didn't work out, okay, and then it was stopped. So you write the high level objective. The high level objective is that in the new transport scenario, we are going to introduce the metro train service in the Delhi city with a view to down the
Excuse me.
traveling time and the cost. Yes, tell me.
Is the high level objective is same as the company objective or something?
Company objective is to do business in a particular domain. High level objective is of the particular project.
A particular project. Okay.
Company objective is to basically to do a particular business or a group of businesses. So they are described as the business units, like company Tata. So Tata has got many businesses. TCS is about software. Then you have got Tata Real Estate. Then you have got Tata Retail, which is running the brand stores Chroma. Okay. So that is the objective of the company. Now, what is a high level objective? So basically it states that why are we going to undertake this project? So it can be written like this. So the Delhi government has decided to go for the metro rail project to ease the traffic situation, as currently it is causing a lot of accidents in the city. It is causing a lot of pollution. It is leading to the high petroleum bills, and it is leading to making the population of the city hills, and people are spending around 2 hours each way to reach their places of work. So we will come up with a metro. So metro will have a greater value to the traveler. It will be traveling in straight lines. It will be mostly underground, and it will cut down the pollution as it will be running on the electricity, and people will be paying a little bit more price than the bus tickets, but it will be highly cost effective as it will give them comfort and speed and safety. Okay. And since the metro will be traveling in a straight line, so it will cut down the time to travel also. So that's it. So then you start your projects. You put some top level constraints of 1000 crore, 2000 crore, and you say that metro project will be constructed over a period of 20 years. So you say within this 20 years, we will construct all the routes. Okay. And the metro project is still going on. It is 2020 and it is still going on. Many routes are still under construction. And Delhi Metro has not only worked within Delhi, but it has expanded into the adjacent cities. The Delhi Metro has expanded into Gurgaon. It is going to Faridabad. It is going to Noida. And Delhi Metro is going to the Ghaziabad and Greater Noida. So, you know, it is basically being seen as a very successful model in the cities, and especially the big cities after the Delhi Metro. So Jaipur Metro, and of course Mumbai should be the first city that should have a metro, because because in the Mumbai there is no circular route. Okay, in Delhi we have the outer ring road and the ring road. So if someone gets stuck at any point, so that person is stuck. So metros will be very highly useful in Mumbai. Okay, so these are certain objectives that you can write, and then you can write that how we are going to deliver this project. Then you write the total budget, high level risk. So one of the risks can be our joint venture partner can back out and stop the funding. Success criteria metric, you can write that we expect to cut down the 50% of the bus traffic. We expect a reduction, and it actually has happened. So now 50% of the bus route operators, after some time when they couldn't get enough passengers, so what they did, they took their buses out of the Delhi and they sent their buses to some other cities. Okay, the private bus operators. So that has happened. So key stakeholders will be the Delhi government and some Japanese company, the Japanese government. So, they are the key stakeholders. Who is the assigned project manager and the authority level that is mentioned, and name and responsibility of the person authorizing the charter. So that could be the Delhi government, chief minister, or some other people, transport minister also. So they are the people authorizing the charter. So that's how a project starts. Okay. Now we come to the next process. So the next process, if you look at your project management sheet, so what is the next process group? The next process group after the initiating is planning. Okay, just look. Initiating, planning, execution, monitoring and control. So we are in the planning stage. Okay, so we are going from left to right in the integration management. Okay, so in this planning stage, we created detailed project management plan document. Now, what is the plan document? Basically, it creates a guideline for every knowledge area. So it has the following guidelines already created before we start the project. Now, where do this guideline comes from? So this guideline comes from the subject matter experts. So what do the subject matter experts do? They are facilitated by the project manager to come in the project meeting or the project steering committee meeting or the project kickoff meeting. And these people, they first go through the project requirements, and then they come up with a guideline which is used to control the project work throughout the lifetime of the project. So what are these called? These are called you can say the subtopics within the project management plan. So these topics are process improvement plan, communication management, project scope management, schedule management, staffing, quality, risk, cost, procurement, all the knowledge areas which are there in the PMI process, they are included into the project management plan document. So it includes the action management plan necessary to define, integrate, and coordinate all subsidiary plans. So what are the subsidiary plans? All these are subsidiary plans. Scope management schedule, how the work will be done in the scope management. What are the do's, don'ts, best practices, standards, regulations, lessons learned, what are the templates which are applicable in this particular knowledge area? That is all listed out there. So what is the benefit of this plan? Now let me tell you one this. Suppose you have a project which is going to take 6 years. A project is going to take 6 years. Now what happens as you are moving from the initiating to the planning, and from planning you are moving to the execution. Now what will happen? See, the project resources would increase. Many more people would join. So would you like to see a chaotic situation in the project when more people join, or you would like the more people joining into the project to work in synchronization with the existing set of the people? Guys, tell me, what do you expect to see?
It should be running in.
Please pardon me.
See, my question is that when you have more and more people joining into the project, should it result in more productivity or should it result in more chaos? So what is your expectation?
It should be productive, and it should be like just going along with the plan. There should not be any chaos or any panic situation.
Yeah, when more and more people they join the project, the work in the project should be speeded up, then more work can be done in the project, but in a very synchronized fashion, in a very ordered fashion, in a very knowledgeable fashion, in a very well monitored fashion. So how will that happen? That will happen if people have a directive. So where is the directive? Directive is in the plan. How to improve the communication, how to work in the communication, how to do the communication, that will be contained in the directive. Okay, so that is the benefit of the project management plan document. It contains the directive for each of the knowledge area. Okay, so that can be done by you. Now, how do we create this document, this project management plan document? Where do we start from? So first of all, we take these inputs. We make sure that we have them. So
Sir,
first of
I have
all,
one question.
yes.
Sir, this develop project management plan, it is our process inside the project process group, or what it is? Develop project management plan. The heading it
See,
is.
if you go into that workbook, I'll just help you do this. Okay, just a moment. Let me share that document with you. Okay, let me open the document from my side and then I will show it to you that how it works basically. So let me give you the top level picture. Okay, so guys, I believe that if you go down this document, you have a page here like this. I believe that you have taken the printout because I told that you have to print it. So do you have this? Do you have this document with you?
Yes, yes.
See, this is a page which is taken from the PMBOK itself. If you go into the PMBOK, you will find that this is something like page number 75 or 78. Okay, so in the PMBOK. Now, I'll just tell you that what is the importance of this. This is the complete project management framework. So first of all, on the top, it says project management process groups. See, when we start a project, we say that we have initiated a project. So that group is called the initiating process group. Then comes the planning process group in which we detail out the project. Then execution, we do the work of the project. In the monitoring and controlling, while we are doing the work, at the same time we are watching. So watching means monitoring and gathering the data. And controlling means controlling the variance as observed in the data. So the variance is observed when there is a difference between the actual value and the baseline value. So what do we compare? Mainly we compare three things. We compare the time, we compare the cost, and we compare the work effort. Or we also compare the quality specifications also. Okay, so that is monitoring, and controlling means taking the corrective action and putting the project on the right course of action so that the project can be completed successfully. Okay, that is called the monitoring and the controlling. Now, after the work is completed, we come to the closing process. So what is the closing process? Basically, we wrap up the project work and we gracefully close the project. We complete the documentation, lesson learned. We hand over the final product to the customer. We get our payments. We make payment to our vendors, suppliers, and the subcontractors. And we compile all the document, archive them, and also compile the lesson learned from the various stakeholders and put that into the project operational, organization process, the assets, and put some recommendation for improving the environmental factors. So this is how we work. Now, if you look at the process group top down. So we are going from top to the bottom. In the real life, we are going from the initiating to planning, from planning to execution. Okay. So in the initiating, what we would do in real life, we will first get this charter. Okay. After getting the charter, what do we do? If you look down, so what is the process name that you can read here? 13.1. So what is the name that you can read here? So let me scroll down. So I'm trying to make it comfortable for you to read. What does it say?
Identify stakeholders.
Yeah, identify stakeholders is very, very important. I showed you this group of these people. Do you see this? So you need to identify them, that what is their role in the project from the client side. Are they, who is going to give the requirement, who is going to check the product, who is going to give the okay, who is going to give you the test data, who is going to be the client side trainer whom you have to train. So after doing the initiating process, so what do you do? Planning process group. So the first thing that you develop here is the develop project management plan. So develop project management plan is a very detailed document in which all the other knowledge area guideline is put. Because before you have large number of people joining the project, wouldn't it be wise to have the guidelines in place, right or wrong?
Right.
So you know, this PMP document is like the constitution of a country. So India created its own constitution. It completed and formally implemented it on 26th of January 1950. Okay, after 3 years, after approximately 2.5 years after the independence, we created and implemented our own constitution, that based upon the constitution, our country will be governed, and this will give a definite set of laws to the country based on derived from the constitution, which will guarantee the equality, freedom of speech, and all these are the broad guidelines, which is called the constitution. And from the constitution, we derive the IPC, Indian Penal Code. So we are not like any other country. So, you know, if we take one criminal in 10 different courts in the country, he will get the nearly the same quantum of the punishment, same quality of the punishment in every court, because every court will refer to the same IPC and the same constitution. If the judges are not biased, if they are neutral, okay, and they will give the same judgment, which is based upon the constitution. So similarly, the PMP document can be visualized as a constitution of the project, which will guide the project team members throughout the life cycle of the project. So there will be no chaos. If anybody who wants to join the project, if he reads through the document and then joins the project, and he will be able to work very, very productively from day one. Because if the person is not aware what is to be done in the project, that's highly dangerous situation. First of all, he will start asking a lot of questions to the resources, those who are very busy, and he might divert them from doing any useful work. Then the work which is done by him might be full of lot of the errors, so they might not be confirming. So that is why the project management plan is very important. It contains a detailed plan in every knowledge area. So do you see the next process here, plan scope management, the first one?
Yes.
You see the plan schedule management, the first one?
Yes.
So we determine here how we are going to do the scope. What is the guideline, directive, do's and don'ts, best practices, what are the standards, what are the templates to be utilized. So every knowledge area we are now going down into the schedule, we plan the schedule management. So, you know, we are creating a very, very uniform set of instructions for everyone who is a current member, who is the future member of the project team, so that everybody has the same set of standards and the rules and regulations to follow, so that nobody makes a mistake and the project goes on to the target and achieves the aim of the project, or the objective of the project is completed by the project manager under the constraint. So if you look at the cost, do you see this plan cost management, plan quality management, plan resource management? So every knowledge area has this plan. Plan is nothing but a detailed guideline which can be running into 2 to 20 pages. Okay, this plan. So yes, it is good to have that much detail. It's not bad. Why? Because people making mistake is bad. right? If the people have the detailed document to refer to, and if they're diligent about, they're sincere to the objective of the purpose, so they will do it. Now I'll just tell you how I utilize this PMP document practically. See, every person who joins the project will have hundreds of questions, especially in a bigger project. So bigger project I consider, which is something more than 3 year plus, I consider it as a big project. So what I would do, any person joining into the project team, I will give this document to the person and I will ask him to read it. And next day I will confirm that he has read the document by asking him certain question. And then once I'm satisfied that, okay, he has read it end to end, then I will give him the opportunity to ask me any question if he has any query in his mind which has not been answered by the document. So I'll ask him that, do you have any query about the document which you couldn't find? I mean, query about the project which you couldn't find in the document. So in fact, if he asks me something new, I will immediately write it and update it into the document with the approval from the sponsor. Okay. Because once a document is logged, it cannot be changed by the project manager directly. So what will happen due to this? The person who goes into the project team the next day, he is a very knowledgeable person. He will not disturb others and he will start to work along with the team very, very productively. And if he has any query, first of all, I have told that if you have any query, just go into the project management plan document, get your answer. If you try it once or twice, if you don't find an answer there, so then you ask me. So that saves me time and trouble, right? A person working according to the project management plan is basically a useful asset. So he saves trouble. And it saves my time because the document talks to the person. Document tells him that what is to be done in the project. Right or wrong?
Right.
A document once created, and if you put it onto the SharePoint folder, it works as a single point of truth for multi-location project. So any project team which is basically formed in different places of the country. So the project team is headquartered in Delhi, and some team members are in Mumbai, some team members are in Chennai, some team members are in Kolkata, some are in Bangalore. So they can refer to the single point of truth and they can basically work towards the same objective and the same goal without any doubt. Right or wrong?
Yeah, right.
Yes. So now you might be thinking that what is this number? Why this number is starting from 4? Don't you have this question? Why this is 4? Not 1?
Yes.
I'll tell you why. Because it is chapter number 4. So there are 3 more chapters which are introducing you to the PMI. So there the chapter, see, project management framework is also there. So that is the chapter 3. 1 and 2 is about the project management profession and PMI. And the third one is about the project management framework. And chapter number 4 is the start of the first knowledge area. So basically the knowledge areas are 10. So if you look from the top to the bottom, we'll find that these are 10 knowledge areas. But this is the chapter number 4. This is 4.1, chapter 4, section 1. So if you want to understand in detail how you create the project charter, you can go into the PMBOK and you can read it in detail and you can create your own charter. So it's a sort of a handbook for the project manager. Now what happens that many people, they come and tell me, sir, when I try to use the project, PMP, I mean PMBOK as a handbook, it describes a lot but doesn't give any templates. Then I told them, okay, don't worry, I will give you the templates. Okay, so you just read the process completely and take the template and use it. So you can create a project charter for your project. Okay, so the develop plan, basically the first thing is that you plan for the knowledge area. So plan procurement management means that you are going to plan in detail. 1 second. That you are going to plan in detail that how we are going to work in the procurement management. Okay, so you have to understand all these things in the beginning, and put them into the documentation. Now, what is the benefit of putting that into the documentation? The benefit of this putting that into the documentation is that each time a person joins into the company, you don't have to explain to him a lot. Okay, you don't have to talk to him each time. You can talk to him less and make him understand more. That does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
that is good. So I'll tell you. I will tell you real life example. See, there are many Indians, those who live in the US, and they apply for the citizenship. So, you know, before they grant you the citizenship, they take a test. So to give the test or to pass the test, you have to read the Constitution of the United States. You have to compulsorily read the entire Constitution, and then you have to take an undertaking, which is a legal document. Since I'm going to be granted the naturalized citizenship of the United States, naturalized means that you are not born there, but you are being given because you applied for it based upon a certain criteria. But you will follow the Constitution of the United States. And if you don't follow the Constitution of the United States or do not agree with it, you might be expelled within a period of the first 5 years. You might be expelled from the US. Okay, so you first sign that undertaking, then you take the test. In the test, you are asked all the questions which are part of the American history and the Constitution. And if you can answer all the questions correctly, written and verbal test is there, then you are granted the citizenship of the United States. You know, it is much more difficult to enter the United States than getting a job in the US. Okay, so it might be easier to get a job in the US, but getting the citizenship is quite something. So it takes around a team of people to prepare the people. So there are lawyers, so there are teachers, so there are English language teachers. They tell you that how to phrase it properly in front of the person. So I believe that if any of you have traveled to the US, you might have gone through the visa process. They ask you a lot of questions. They want to ensure a particular standard and knowledgeable code of conduct. So while you are there, so they want their country to be safe and you to be safe as well, because you, if you come under the purview of their law, so their laws are also very strict. They give you a lot of freedom, and the laws are also very strict also. So that is a big deal here. So similarly, when you are going to manage a project, a large project, having a written document with clear-cut instructions is basically will cut down communication gap and communication confusion. No, written documents can cut down the confusion or not, right or wrong?
Right.
Right.
How it will cut down on the confusion? Because each time a person reads the document, he will read the same words. Now, let me tell you about myself. Each time I'm conducting the PMP training class, so, you know, I'm talking differently with a different set of people. But when I'm showing them this process group, it is the same one. I cannot be confused here. Okay, so your learning is having a minimum understanding which is there in all the groups. It is because based upon a documentation. So this document is right in front of me. So this is the project management framework. So where we are at the 4.2. From 4.2 we will move to 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7. This is how we will go. So we are in the integration management knowledge area, and we are at the 4.2. So what do we do here? We create the entire guidelines here, and which will be utilized throughout the life cycle of the project, and which will help the project in making the new joinees highly productive and keeping the existing team members uniform and synchronized. Synchronized means that they will be able to work in a rhythm together without disturbing each other, but they will be complementing. Okay, so that is the benefit of this document. So now let us get back to the slide. So what does the slide say? That if you utilize these as inputs and apply your expert judgment, and facilitation technique means that if you bring in the right people into your project this document plan and they come and give their expert judgment, you can make the project management plan. After that, I'm just telling you what are the components. You have seen the components: scope management, schedule management, every knowledge areas, management plan, improvement plan, management plan, management plan. So it includes the management plan, and sometimes it also includes the milestone list and the resource calendar. So milestone list will tell you the approximate duration and the deliverable which should be produced at that duration. Resource calendar will tell you that when you need certain resources, human resources, machine resources, material resources, and cash. Schedule, quality, cost, baseline. So what should be the timeline for the project start and finish? What should be the cost for particular group of tasks, and what should be the minimum quality attained for particular delivery? And risk register will tell that what are the possible risks that a project can face. And change and configuration management plan is very important one. If you want to make any changes to the project management plan itself, then what are the regulations that should be followed? Nobody can do it randomly. And let me tell you this, after the document has been created and approved by the sponsor, this is set into the read-only mode. Anybody can read it, but nobody can change it like that. If anybody feels that there is a better way to work in the project, he can suggest it to the project manager. The project manager will then evaluate it, okay, with a team of experts, and then he will escalate it to the sponsor. If the sponsor gives the permission, only then this document will be changed or updated, because you know it's a single point of truth. If anything is changed here, that will be believed, that will be followed, that will be adhered by all the project teams which are scattered across the country, and then it has to be absolutely right. Okay, so it cannot be changed casually just by anybody. It has to be changed with a due diligent process. That is the configuration management plan. So now we come to the next process. The next process is direct and manage project work. So what is the project work?
Execute the plan.
Yeah, basically you have a plan. So if you don't do the work, can you create a deliverable? Can you create a product? No. So now, as you can see in this visual, if I relate it to the software industry, you know, this is programmer 1, this is programmer 2, this guy is programmer 3, and this is programmer 4. So what are they carrying? You know, so we call these a units. Unit 1, unit 2, unit 3. I believe you guys know unit testing. You know what is the unit testing?
Yes, component testing.
Yes, component testing or this. So each of them have created a component or a unit. So once this is put together, it will create a deliverable. When the deliverables are put together, it will create a product.
Yes.
So what they are doing, that they are doing their work, they are creating their own units, and they are doing their own unit testing. And when they put it together, that will become a deliverable. And after making the deliverable, when they test the whole thing, that will call the integration testing. First they will do the unit testing. If it is okay, it will be brought here. If this is okay, this will be brought here. If this is okay, this will be brought here. If this is okay, this will be brought here. Then it gives a greater chance that the integrated whole will be also good. If one of the unit is the defective, suppose if this unit is defective, will the integration testing pass or fail?
Fail.
It will fail. Because this is a faulty unit. All these are good. So when I combine a faulty unit with the 3 good units, the integration is a failure. So that is why we emphasize in IT industry that every person who is working on his own unit should do the unit testing by himself. And if he does not do unit testing, we do not do any integration. We just delay it. It doesn't make sense. So this process requires the project manager and team to perform multiple actions to execute the project management plan. to accomplish the work defined in the project scope statement. Scope statement is the statement in which the complete work is defined in details. Okay, so it is a highly technical and internal document. Requirement document is coming from the client. Scope document is created internally by the project team. So it is the primary process for carrying out the project management plan, in which we direct and manage various technical and organization interface. What is an interface? I'll tell you what is an interface. See, the data which you put into your, say, suppose if you have created a project plan in Excel, that Excel worksheet is an interface to the rest of the team members to do their work. If you put the data into the Microsoft project plan, so that is an interface. If you put the data into the Primavera, that is an interface. And if you put the data into the SharePoint list, from there people are looking at their task and they are filling up their timesheet after doing the work. So that is an interface. If you're sending mails to people, that is an interface. If you're sharing printed worksheets, I mean the timesheets, that okay, this is your task, this is your timetable for this task, that is an interface. When you are having a team meeting, that is an interface. When you are having a status meeting with your team every fortnight, that is an interface. Okay, so you're making sure that all the work is getting done. So what is the output? Very simple. The deliverables are produced as output. When you do the work, deliverables are produced. When you integrate the units, the deliverables are produced. When you integrate all the deliverable, then what is produced?
Product?
Yes, product. You know, products are produced when, so in case of the shopping mall, what is a deliverable? Each of the floor is a deliverable. And what is the unit for a floor? I say that I can say electrical system, plumbing system, air conditioning system, HVAC system. These are the units. Floor, internal, decoration, all these are the units. Okay, so units will be produced by certain small group of people, and this will be integrated together, and the deliverable will be the ground floor. So when the ground floor of the shopping mall is completed, I want my payment. But how will I get my payment? First, I will ask my internal team to confirm according to the user acceptance testing criteria that whether I am ready to show it to the client or not. So my quality control team will put up a set of conditions or the user acceptance testing criteria as defined by the client in the beginning. When I was collecting the requirement, I collected that list also. What is the checklist that should be complete before the client says okay? So I first go through the checklist, my team does the check, and once we are sure that we have checked everything according to the checklist given by the client, then we call the client. The client will also use the same checklist, same copy, exactly the same, to check it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20. If all the points are correct and they are matching, so client says, okay, I'm happy, here is the formal approval. And after 10 days, your company can submit the invoice and you can take a payment. So that sounds good, and that's a fair business. So what do we do here? Direct and manage project work. We perform the activities. Activities are small little steps that we create project deliverables. And when we are creating the project deliverables, we bring in people, we train them also, and we manage them to do their work. Okay. And then we obtain, manage, and use resources, all kind of resources, men, material, cost. Yeah, one resource I missed, very important. So let me put that also. Okay, so that resource will be the equipment or the machine. So we need that also. So let me put it right away. So, okay. Okay, guys. So I have updated it. Okay, so now I'm sharing it.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, just in the previous slide, where we have seen that multiple units, they are integrated to form a deliverable. So before this particular slide, correct. In this particular slide, so these are different units which are integrated together to form a deliverable, and different deliverables combined together to form the product, right? Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So before actually going ahead and doing this integration part, for each of the unit testing, is there any scope? I mean, is there any option of doing any POC sort of thing like we do in software or in
Yeah,
IT?
we create test cases. I believe that you have heard of test cases.
Yes, correct.
See, what is a test case? A test case is a set of tests which, when performed on the unit, they give okay or not okay. Suppose if I look at the unit 1, it has a test case which is having 25 tests. So this 25 tests will be performed by the person who has created the unit. So mainly we put it on the developer so that the developers are more responsible. Okay. So after creating the unit, they will go through the checklist and they will apply the test case 1, 2, 3, 4, and they will mark tick, 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 tick. And if one of the test case fails, so he will go and fix the unit. Then he will go to the next one, the next one, next one, next one. And if there are 25 test cases, they are okay. Then he will bring it to a common place. Okay, so he will check in into a common place and these units will be integrated to form a deliverable. Right.
And each of these units, I mean, the persons who are responsible to work upon these units individually, so will they work in silo or like they will have coordination amongst themselves?
See, when you are making the units, you may possibly work in a silo because the units are very, very unique.
Correct.
Or they might work together also.
Okay. During integration, they will work.
Because some part, some knowledge might be common, something need to be integrated. Maybe he will check the dimension of this side. Okay, see, I'm just using a lesson. So he will check the dimension of this side. So he will talk to him. He'll say,
like for example,
look, my dimension is X. Is your dimension also X? Oh, okay, he will say, yeah, it is X. So they might be working parallelly also.
Okay, like the shopping mall example you gave, no? That suppose one unit is the electrical department, the other unit is the air conditioning system. So
Yeah,
they
so
might
they'll have to talk because
yeah.
the air conditioning is going to put a certain load on the electrical circuit. So the air conditioning says our HVAC is going to consume 10 kilowatts. Okay, so the electrical system has to confirm, yes, 10 kilowatts is something that we are preparing for. We are putting some redundancy. We have prepared the system according to 15 kilowatts. So there is a redundancy of the 5 kilowatts during the summer months. So yes,
they will talk to each other.
Yes, yes. And in fact, the document will be created as such only from the main design.
Okay, okay. Right.
Okay, so the test cases will ensure that each of the units, they complement each other, they fit well. And so that the deliverable, which is the ground floor, is produced. So what is the ground floor? Ground floor is a combination of all these units, right?
Correct.
These civil engineering, electrical engineering, plumbing, everything when combined together, fall ceiling, lighting, okay, HVAC, and the ambience, then interior decoration, the looks, all the specialists, they will work together and they will combine their units together so that they are complementary. It is not that the air conditioning will complain, oh, the electrical load is not enough. The system trips every 10 minutes or every 15 minutes, the air conditioning goes down. So, then the lighting department will say, oh, the electricity which is coming in, so it is not being filtered and it is not being stabilized. So the lights are flickering. So that is that's going to cause discomfort to the buyers and people will not be buying any stuff. Okay, so that is a problem. So we make sure that the people are very, very comfortable inside the shopping malls. And that is why the concept of the shopping malls that came up, because once people are comfortable, people are willing to spend more money. They feel good about spending money. If you're uncomfortable, if you cannot see well, if you cannot see the stuff, and if the lighting is poor, you will not be able to appreciate the color, you will not be able to appreciate the looks of any product. And if you are feeling stuffy, if you're feeling hot, then you might feel like going back home instead of spending too much time to examine a thing. Okay. So the concept of the shopping mall is very successful by the fact that it increases the sales by at least by 10 to 15 times than of a normal shop. Okay. The mindset of the people changes once people are comfortable. Many shopping malls, They have the food courts. So people first might be feeling hungry if they have food, and then they go shopping, they feel good. So that is a business thing. Now we come to the project. So that is the, so what do we put into this document? So what do we do here in the project work? So we implement the planned standards and methods which is there in the scope statement. Establish and manage project communication channels. So communication channels are like this: from the project manager to the project team, from the project manager to the supplier, from the project manager to the senior management, from the project manager to the PMO, from the project manager to the from the subcontractors. So all these are communication channels which the project manager is handling. I believe that you are doing a lot of mailing these days and making sure that everybody has a very good understanding of the ongoing project. Then you generate project data by collecting from your team. So first thing that you generate is the status. So status is the immediate interpretation of the numbers. You take the numbers, then you compare the numbers with another set of numbers, which is called the baseline. And if they look good, you say status is good. We are on time, we are on the budget, we are on the work effort. And what is the forecast? We say if we continue to go like this, we'll be able to finish the project on time. We'll be able to complete the project within the budget, and we'll be able to complete the project within the work effort as planned. So that is the benefit of the forecast. Then issue change request. So change request is something, if we find that the team has been slow, then we issue a change request. We request all the team members to work some extra work effort by adding resources or by increasing their time and by adjusting the scope, plans, and the environment. Then we manage the risk. So managing the risk means, first of all, you try to prevent them, or you work around them, or you implement risk response activities. So if this is the risk, then what is the response? So all that risk response has been previously put into place and you utilize it here. You manage the sellers and the suppliers. So your vendors, they are being managed here. And then you collect at the end, you collect and document the lesson learned. So what mistakes you made and how not to do the mistakes in the future. So that serves as a very good guidance for the future project teams. So that is good. So as an organization, it only gets better and better. So when the future team members, they join the organization, they are provided these documents, the lesson learned from the previous team. And if they study it properly and diligently, so they can also prevent those mistakes instead of doing them. Because let the mistake happen by the previous team, but why should the next team repeat the same mistake? That should not happen. So that is prevented by the lessons learned. And implement the approved processes and activities. So this is what you do. So how do you do it? How do you, what do you get? So the main item that you get is a deliverable. And what
Sir,
we
I have one
get
question.
is, yeah.
Sir, from the previous slide.
Yeah.
Sir, issue change request is the responsibility of the project manager. He has to issue the change request.
He is the main person to basically to check. So change request can be issued by the quality manager. It can be issued by the technical person also, technical architect also.
Any of the stakeholder.
He has to see basically what is a change request. I'll tell you. See, if a project manager is issuing a change request, is basically asking the team member to come up to the project plan. A project manager will never go out of the charter limits, right? Because for him, the charter is the constraint and within that he has to work. Right or wrong?
Sir, it is correct, but my question is, if there is some changes from the client side, he is requesting to do some of the changes. So in that case, he will raise the change request, or project manager will issue the change request.
So I'll just tell you. See, if the client is asking you to do certain changes, first of all, you'll have to understand that what changes are within the scope and what changes are out of the scope. So if it's asking you to do any work which is outside the contracted, work, so what he will do an impact analysis. He will first do his homework. What is impact analysis? He will find out what is the impact of price, what is the impact of time, what is the impact of risk, what is the impact of quality, what is the impact of the resources, all the knowledge areas will have an impact if he wants to change something. And this change is not there, it is not covered in the contract. He will escalate this homework, completed homework, to the sponsor. The sponsor in touch will then, he will have a discussion with the client, and then he will have a negotiation with him. Possibly, if there is no negotiation, client will give him the full permission to go ahead with the change. So client give extra time and extra price. And once
Okay.
that is approved by the sponsor, it will be communicated to you by the sponsor. Then what you will do? So you will re-baseline the project and you will make an announcement to all the stakeholders. These are certain changes, extra changes asked by the client and approved by the change control board. So which is consisting of minimum 2 people. One is your sponsor and one is the client. So when these 2 people jointly agree that these changes are beneficial for the project and agreed for price and the time, so then you will do it. Otherwise, you will not do it. So they can approve it 100%, they can approve it partially, or they can approve it not at all. If no approval comes, you don't do it. If full approval comes, you will fully re-baseline with the full changes which are being asked for, or it might be approved partially. You only change that much and re-baseline, and then you re-announce the new dates, new
Sir, in the
cost
slides
of the project.
change committee.
Yes, yes.
Sir, in the below slides, I have gone through some change committee, that change requests are issued to the change committee. So it is going through change committee, or sponsor is responsible for it?
No, it is going through the project manager first. I'll just tell you that how it works. Suppose if the client is asking something which is within the charter limits, so the project manager will approve that change request and he will send instructions to his team member. So if the client is mentioning that the color and the specification is wrong, if the font is not correct and this is not, he's not asking for anything extra. He's asking that it should be according to the quality points agreed in the beginning. So if the project manager feels that yes, something has been missed out by our quality team, which has been detected by the client, and yes, the client isn't asking for anything extra. He's just asking that it should be done according to the agreed contractual requirement of the product. So the project manager will issue a change request, but that change request will be more to come or comply with the requirement signed as an agreement with the client. Nothing more, nothing less. You should not deliver anything less to the client as per your contract, nor you should try to put any more features or functionalities into the product which is not asked for by the client, because that is not going to help the project. That is a lesson learned by thousands of the project managers before us. So this is what has been derived and put into the PMI thought process. So just stick to the scope and deliver what has been signed off by the client. Don't try to remove anything that is an unethical practice, and don't try to add anything that is going to disturb the client's acceptance of the product or the deliverable. Okay. And if the client is asking for anything extra which is not covered in the current scope of the work contract, then you separate those points, do a homework. What is the homework? Impact analysis. Escalate it to the sponsor, then it is between the sponsor and the client. You're not supposed to bother about that.
No, sir, my question was, in some below the slides, I have gone through that change committee.
Change control
board. Is there any change committee specialized for this changes approval?
Change control board. See, change control board comprises of minimum 2 people. Your sponsor and the client side sponsor. So there are sponsors on both sides. One is the sponsor on the client side and one is the sponsor on your side. There can be more than 2, but minimum 2 needed. Minimum 2 is needed, okay, to take a joint decision. You cannot take a one-sided decision. Client cannot take a one-sided decision. You change it and convey it directly to the project manager. No, it doesn't work like that. He can convey change to the project manager, but the project manager will only send the impact analysis to his sponsor. And the sponsor is also a member of the change control board, and both have to work together to approve it, because there is an impact on time and price. Suppose if you do it and the project takes longer, and your sponsor will be surprised. Why did you take long to finish the project? Why is it showing more actual cost? Okay, I will come back to the dosa example. So it has been told by the restaurant manager to all the waiters that you can provide 2 bowls of the sambar to every customer who is having a dosa. Now, if the waiter goes and provides multiple bowls of the sambar, will the business be profitable? No, it might not be profitable. Okay. So what is the freedom level of the project manager? The freedom level of the project manager is mentioned in the project charter. If the client is asking something within the charter, the project manager will approve it right away. That's it. And if the client is asking for something not covered in the contract, definitely it will not be there in the charter as well. So he will only do the impact analysis and he will escalate to the sponsor. And based upon the meeting between the sponsor and the customer, whatever approval comes jointly, so that will be re-baselined into the project and the project plan will be changed. So a re-baseline plan will be declared to all the or communicated to all the stakeholders, right?
Clear, sir.
Okay. Now, what do we get in when we are doing the work? We get deliverable, and along with the deliverable, we get information and status. Okay. So status tells us that what is the current state. So what is the current state? I say we are on time. What is the current state regarding the cost? Oh, yes, we are finishing as per the baseline cost. So I say that, okay, we are on the budget. Okay. And what is the work effort? Oh, we are within the man hours. We completed this five-day task in 39 man hours. We had planned for 40 man hours, but we have completed in 39 man hour and the quality is acceptable. We say that, okay, that's fine. Okay. So that is fed into the performance reporting process. Now, what is happening that while we are doing the work, the monitoring is watching us from the top. Okay. Monitoring process is watching us from the top. It is like a CCTV, right? What you are doing. So what the CCTV is looking for, it is looking for actual time, actual cost, actual work effort, and actual quality standards that you have accomplished. And it is comparing with what? It is comparing with planned time, planned cost, planned work effort, and planned quality parameters. And it is used as input to monitoring and controlling process. So, you know, this status is fed into the monitoring and controlling process on the top, and then you can take a controlling decision. So we also implement here approved corrective action and preventive action. So guys, can you guess the difference between corrective and preventive? What is corrective and what is preventive? Just guess.
Sir, corrective actions are after and preventive actions are before.
This proactive one is reactive.
Yes, basically, you know, what is the idea of the corrective action? You fix something on the spot. And preventive action is that you ask yourself a question, if it has happened this time, can it happen once again? That would be a preventive action. Okay. See, I'll just give an example in the current context. So, suppose we are face to face with the Chinese, okay, and the Chinese, they attack our soldiers, and our soldiers, they take the corrective action. So what happens as a result of the corrective actions? 43 Chinese are killed. Okay, 43. So that is the corrective action. Now, what is the preventive action? The preventive action is that we just ask a simple question: are they going to come back? And if we look at their past trend, yes, they are going to come back. And they are going to fool us first and come back. We say that, okay, we'll take a preventive action based upon the history. So we are taking the preventive action by putting all the weapon systems and people in place. So that's a preventive action. So we are going to cause a deterrence. So it means that if they look at our buildup on the border, so you know they will not dare to take any kind of mischief, and that will prevent their future incursion into the Indian borders or into the Indian land. So in the project, when we correct a mistake, so that is called a corrective action. But when we prevent any kind of repeat of that mistake again and again and again, so we are saving a lot of time and trouble because each of the corrective action has a time cost, it has a resource cost, it has a material cost, it has a risk cost also. But if I prevent it completely, I have saved a lot of money, time and trouble into the project. Okay, so first time it is a corrective action. When you are an active project manager, you will make sure that it doesn't recur again, and you will put the preventive action in place, and you will also update your lesson learned, that how not to let this happen in the future project at all. Okay, and what is the defect repair? So defect repair is a result of the corrective action, that you have to fix something, either repair or replace the defective component. But it is costly. Corrective actions, they cost money and time. They delay the project a lot. Sometimes they do it. Okay, so guys, so this thing is clear.
Clear, sir.
Yes.
Corrective and preventive should be very, very clear to the project manager, because a good project manager will let only one correction, and then he or she will prevent. Okay, so yes, once something can happen, once there can be a fire, once a person can have a crashed code, yeah, that's okay, but it should not be repeated. So then we come to the input. Inputs are for doing the project work. If I want to do direct and manage the project work, so what I need is the project management plan. So this is the main document which contains all the subsidiary plans. This is the guidance. Approved change request. If I'm coming in a loop, I don't need this if I'm doing the work for the first time, but if I am correcting something, definitely I will come back. Okay, if I find a defect here, so I will do some repair. So if I'm doing some repair on a deliverable, then I will come back again with the approved change request. And of course, 3 and 4 will be there to help me out. Environmental factor, organization, process, asset will be there. I will use PMIS, Project Management Information System. I will apply my collective expert judgment. Collective expert judgment means project management team, minimum. So collectively, when the project manager is consulting, is a business analyst, is quality assurance manager, is technical architect, is subject matter expert. So that together is leading to an expert judgment in which the decision taken is very foolproof. So, everybody corrects the other person in taking a decision. If they find any chinks in the decision taken by the project manager, or the project manager can find some chinks in the data and the decision of the other person, they can correct each other, and collectively they have the best expert judgment for a given situation. Okay, so then they have a team meeting, and what they produce is deliverable, and along with the deliverable, a data is produced. So what is the actual time taken to produce the deliverable? What is the actual amount of the material consumed? What is the actual amount of the man hours and the machine hours consumed? What is the total cost of, the actual cost of the deliverable? Okay, what is the machine or the man hours, actual man or the machine hours of the deliverable? Then what are the change requests in case the deliverable is not meeting the standard? In case it is not meeting the standard, then it will be sent for repair along with approved change request. Then it will go in a loop. Then update in the project management plan. This is very optional. This is rare case if it happens. So if something is not up to the mark in the PMP document, we can update it once in a while. So we don't update the constitution every day. Basically, if we find that some norms in the society have changed, some expectation of the people in the country have changed. So once in a while, to meet the changed situation in a country, we can change the constitution. So similarly, we can update the project management plan, which is mostly, created nearly perfect at the beginning of the project. So that happens through the collective expert judgment, of course. Then project document updates, and this is what helps us in doing the direct and managed project work. So this goes on and on till all the deliverables are completed and leads to the product. So these are the description. Okay, so this can be read by you once you get the slides. So approved change requests are document, authorized changes, then corrective action, replacement of the defective component, all these are part of this. And what can be the possible environmental factors? Company or customer culture and structure, infrastructure. Many companies, they have created very good infrastructure. They have got power backup, they have got internet redundancy, they have got hardware redundancy. They will give you a desktop, then they will give you multiple monitors, they will give you multiple hardware, they will give you a desktop and a laptop also. Okay, so then they will give you the virtual servers. So this is the infrastructure, and they will sometimes, some organizations have the PMIS, project management information system. So that will have the complete information about a project in one single place. So what we call as the project portal. So what we have is the schedule, we have the documents, we have all the issue logs, we have all the risk register, stakeholder register, everything is in one place, and everybody is on the same understanding level regarding the project because of the PMIS. Okay, and PMIS is an automated tool. If someone work is coming up, you can program the system to send a mail to a person before the start of the work. And when the planning is being done, if any work is planned for a person, so he can get a copy of the project plan sent by the system to his mailbox, so that he can see the plan in advance and he can take care of the work. So that is direct and manage project work. Organization process, the asset. So standard guidelines, work instruction, these are organization process, the assets. What should be the communication requirements? So it can be instructing about what is the allowed media and how you should be formatting your documents. So it can provide templates and defect management procedures, and what is the measurement, which is the correct range, and project files from previous project. What is the benefit? If you are using project files from the previous projects, then lot of the plan can be replicated from that with a little bit of the updates here and there, and you have a complete working plan. So you don't have to write or type the entire plan. And if issue and defect, databases. So these are organization process. Expert judgment, output is the deliverable. Now, if you look at the deliverable, so there are two kinds of the deliverable, tangible and intangible. The tangible deliverable is the main deliverable, and intangible deliverable can be considered as an accessory. Suppose if I made a software for my client that is a net banking software, and if I don't provide the training or the user guide to the client, will that be useful? Tell me.
No.
No.
It will not be useful. They will not be able to use much of it. Suppose if I made a building for my client and I don't provide him the network diagram of the cable, plumbing, and what is behind the wall, what is the wiring behind the false ceiling, and what is the operation of the power backup system, what is the operation of the intercom, how to operate the fire alarm. If I don't provide him, can he use the building safely or maintain it? Can he do it?
No.
No.
No, he can't do it. So if I'm giving him the product that is the building, I have to train his to operate the various equipments, and I have to provide him the documentation, user manual, user guide. Everything has to be provided, whether you are making a software or whether you are making a building. Okay, any infrastructure, any engineering product you are creating, you have to provide the intangible deliverable. So intangible deliverable can be training, mentoring, facilitation. So it will be managed by you in the beginning, slowly and slowly, as the staff of the client, they get trained, then slowly and slowly you hand them the responsibility. So that is called the facilitation or the transition. So all these are called the intangible deliverables. So keep in mind that you have to make sure that you are providing the tangible, and also along with the tangible you are providing the intangible also, right? So keep that in mind. Change request, if any, during the project work. So corrective can happen, but preventive should be done immediately, and defect repair and updates if needed. And project management plan update can include So any update to requirement or time or to cost or to quality or to human resource procurement or project baseline, but that should be once in a while and rare. So basically we tweak the project manual plan from time to time to keep the project going smoothly, and we make sure that we are on the right course only for that purpose. But there is no major update because the project document itself is supposed to be a very perfect thought process result of collective thought process of the subject matter expert, so which is good as a guidance for the rest of the team members. So that is how we view that document. That's how it should be created. It should be created by very expert people so that it is mostly good at all the times and with a little bit of updates. And project document update, these are the documentation which are pertaining to the standards. Okay, project log, risk register, stakeholder register, etc. So all these can be part of it. Now we come to another process, that is the manage project knowledge. So this process did not exist in the PMBOK 5. It has been added recently. I mean, this has been added into the PMBOK 6 only. Now, what was happening? That it was observed by many project managers that whenever a project was happening, now what used to happen? That people used to learn from the project, and once they leave the organization, that knowledge would go along with them. There is no update in the you can say organization process. There is no update in the organization lesson learned. So they're going away with the knowledge, and the organization is then limping back into the quality. The quality dips for a while, and then certain customers, they complained. So then they realized that they should manage the project knowledge by capturing it. Okay. So this thought process collectively led to the creation of this process, which is called the managed project knowledge. So where is the managed project knowledge? If you look at the top, so it is part of the executing process group 4.4, right? The managed project knowledge. Okay. Now what is the meaning of this? The managed project knowledge is the process of using existing knowledge and creating new knowledge to achieve the project's objectives and contribute to organizational learning. Organizational learning is different from the individual learning. Individual learning goes with the individual. Organizational learning is preserved in the organization. So whenever new individuals come, their learning is brought to the level of the organizational learning. Try to understand this point. See, there is a telecom engineer who is in the college, right? So in the college, he is being taught the 2G technology. Now, what is the currently prevalent technology in the telecom sector?
5G.
5G. Let's say 5G and 4G also, both of them. So this will be part of the organizational learning, if the organization has preserved that learning. Now, what will happen if the new person joins in? He will be upgraded to the 4G or the 5G. 4G because he has to maintain the 4G which is there already, because a lot of handsets are 4G, they are not 5G, so that they are backward compatible. And 5G, when a person is buying a new handset and if the 5G spectrum is available, so that handset will be using the 5G spectrum. So if the organizational learning is not there, can the individual provide all this by himself? Is it possible? There is so much knowledge, there is so much technical details. Can you teach everything in the universities? Tell me, guys.
No.
Yes, we can't teach everything in the universities because there is a time lag. By the time industry updates itself and it becomes a curriculum in the university. In the university, something which is highly proven and highly common, only those things are taught. So there is a good chance of a person finding an employment in the university. So universities, they don't teach according to the Vodafone syllabus or Idea syllabus or Airtel syllabus. They teach according to the industrial syllabus, so that the person has a good chance in every company in the beginning of his employment. So when a person joins, then is given the organizational learning. So organizational learning will be highly specific, and you get it only when you sign the NDA, right? I believe when you join a highly knowledge-based organization, you have to sign the NDA. So the key benefit of this process is that prior organizational knowledge is leveraged So if the company till date was working on 3G, and if the people, they research and they created the technology for 4G or 5G, so that is documented to support organizational operations and future projects or phases. So this is the benefit of the managed project knowledge. So what do we do here? We take these inputs. What is the input? Project management plan, then project documents, then the deliverables. So, and of course we will be supported by these two. I will not explain them any further, so you can understand. So what do? Apply our expert judgment, collective one, as a team. Then we apply our knowledge management, then we apply our information management, then we apply interpersonal and team skills. So what is interpersonal team skill? It is basically how we handle the team member, how we deal with them, how we establish a rapport with them, how we make feel good and give us the information. And after collecting all this information from the team member, the project management team updates into the knowledge, this knowledge into the lesson learned register. And they might update the project management plan and organization processes to make them better. Now, what is the benefit of this process is that any new knowledge which is discovered by process or by design or by chance, so that is preserved in the project knowledge base, and that can be consistently recreated by the future project team members or future resources or employees of the company. That is the benefit of the managed project knowledge. That is why the good companies, they emphasize on the documentation. If you have the documentation, you can recreate it. Okay. Have you tried to cook anything using the recipe books? Did someone try ever?
Yes.
Yes. If you try that recipe, you can do something in a couple of the hours. But it took that person many, many years, 10 years, 20 years to create that recipe. So that is the benefit of managed project knowledge. Okay, then what happens once you master that? You can improve it, you can tweak it, and you can create something better than that. But if you were to do it from the scratch, it will take you that many years or maybe more. Maybe you can't even do it, or you might even give up in the middle. Okay, so that is the benefit of the documentation. So basically, what is the cookbook? Cookbook is a documentation of the experience of a particular person who wrote that cookbook. And it's not so easy to create that. Food is something that gives the immediate yes and no from the client. Okay. And have you ever gone to any restaurant and paid for the food that you didn't like? Tell me, guys, very frankly. Or did the restaurant owner force you to eat the food that you didn't like?
No.
No, because they know that their business, if the client is saying, so the client is right, it is not meeting the expectation of the quality standards. So for the client, it has no value, and something which has no value, it has no monetization. If something has no monetization, then it is an unsuccessful venture. So immediately they will replace and they will take a corrective and preventive action. So you have to understand in the context of the project also, you have to preserve the knowledge. The knowledge will be passed on from generation to generation. So it will happen through documentation, so that each generation is able to recreate what was learned accidentally or by lot of the effort by the previous generation. Okay. So guys, do we rub stones to create fire? How do you light up your gas stove? So what kind of lighter you use?
Electric lighter or that stone one also?
Electric lighter, sometimes you rub stone also.
Stone lighter, some stone is inside the lighter.
Okay,
and
so that is the piezoelectric lighter. Yeah,
yes.
It has a crystal
inside
so
that.
once it is struck, so it creates a high voltage spark. Okay, so that is good. So that is because of the knowledge of our ancestors. Okay, so people who have lived before us, so they discovered it, that if we strike certain crystals, so they can create high voltage, and high voltage is converted into a spark. Okay, so that is good enough to light the gas stove. So Sometimes it is inbuilt. We don't have to use it from outside. We turn the knob and it's on. So that is due to the managed knowledge. So project knowledge is also to be managed so that it goes into the organization knowledge. Then we come to the monitoring and control process group. Okay. So what is the monitoring? What is the meaning of the monitoring?
Overview.
Meaning of the monitoring means observing. Have you heard of the word monitor? Monitor. So, you know, monitor has got great context. Suppose you are in the CCTV room. So what you are looking at is the monitor in the CCTV. That is the
all the activities which is
you can
done.
watch all the activities. And when you are singing on the stage, there is a big speaker put in front of you. It is to give you the feedback. It is called a monitor speaker. So that gives you an idea that which instruments are playing so that you can adjust your singing. That is called a monitor. Sometimes in studios they wear the headphones, so that's a monitor. Okay. And what is another monitor kind of in the intensive care unit? It monitors the oxygen level, BP, heartbeat, pulse rate. Okay.
Yes.
And a lot of things it is monitoring in real time. So that is very important for the patient's survival. So similarly in the project, if we want to monitor the health of the project, we have to do monitoring and then we have to take a corrective action, which is called the controlling. So monitoring and controlling is a group, which is, if you look at the sheet, it is after, actually it is not after, it is sitting on top of it. Okay. If you have a three-dimensional paper, so you know it will be on top of the executing process group. You can imagine it like that, please, like that. So monitoring is happening along with the executing. It is happening at the same time. If you have a very good plan, great plan, but if you're not monitoring it, so it won't work, it will fail. So monitoring project processes associated with initiating, planning, executing, and closing, as well as for corrective or preventive action for managing variances. So I believe that you are fully aware of corrective and preventive. And what is the variance? So what do you think is a variance? Okay, just tell me one thing. Is the variance good or bad?
It can be good, it can be bad.
Both. Both.
It can be good, it can be bad. Now I'll just tell you, if you completed a 10 days baseline task in 9.5 days and with the quality acceptance, it is good. You can say that okay, we completed before time. Okay, and the quality is acceptable. So you say that we have completed. Now, if suppose if you baselined a task at 10 days and completed it in the 11 days, then it is not bad. So variance means that difference from the baseline values. So that is called a variance. So you're varying from the baseline time, baseline schedule, baseline cost, baseline quality, baseline work effort, baseline material quantity. So why do we need that? We need to make sure that the project can complete within the time and budget and it can achieve the objective as planned. So we have to take corrective or preventive action or both. So what is the meaning of the word monitoring? Monitoring means collecting, measuring and distributing project performance information. We have to do the assessment of the measurement and trends to affect process improvements, and it is done throughout the project. So, okay, so guys, make sure that it is done throughout the project in your project. Now, if not done throughout the project, then your project is at a grave risk of going out of control. So if a pilot is flying a plane, so even if the plane is on the autopilot, does the pilot monitor it or not? Tell me, guys.
Yeah, the pilot has to monitor.
So pilot has to monitor. He has to be either the pilot or the co-pilot. So they have to do it throughout the flight. Okay. So once they have to land, so they will take it over from the autopilot and then he will do it himself. But monitoring is there. Yes, Abhishek, you have a question. Tell me. Yeah, someone has a question. Please go and ask. I saw a raised hand.
Sujoy, it's 6:41. I have some work actually. So, how much time it will take to cover all the rest of the course actually?
Yeah, fine. So we can stop here. That's not a problem. See, why I was continuing. I was
Yeah.
continuing because on the first day I basically we have the protocols in the morning, and then
Yes.
it takes a little bit of time to
Yes.
get started and warmed up, and the topics are new, terminology are new. So I go a little bit slow and easy on the first day. It's fine. So we will stop here. So what we will do, we will continue from here tomorrow, and tomorrow we are going to hopefully cover scope, schedule, and cost management as per the plan. So guys, do not worry if there is a spillover. That's not a problem. So it is a small group and we can take care of. So within the 4 days we can complete. So there can be a spillover from day 2 to day 3. So do not worry. Okay. So that's fine. But we will go at the speed of the understanding. Okay. It will not be my speed. It will be the collective speed. So as long as people they ask a question, all the questions will be answered. So let us do this thing. Let us pause here and let us start tomorrow exactly from here. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sujay, with that recording, what do? We should stop recording or pause recording?
No, you just don't do anything at all. See, what will happen when I end this meeting, Zoom
Mm-hmm.
software will know, it will immediately start converting it into an MP4 file. Then
Okay.
you will see that it is saying that converting the recording.
Okay.
So now where you will find the MP4 file, you will go into the C users. Okay.
Okay.
In the users, you just note the path user.
Okay.
Then in the users, you will see a folder called the documents. Do you see that? Just go and click now, just right now.
No, I'm